But that was weird. At first it didn't say like go live when I normally do it. I was like, am I live? Hey guys, what's up? I'll switch the backgrounds on and off because I know some of these are intense, but I thought this one looks so cool how it like drips. So but I'll switch it off on and off because this is gonna be another long stream, guys. So there's so many documents. I have probably like 50 documents. I'm not going to go through all of them, but we have, you know, 3 other. Well, I'm not going to do, I'm going to do, we have the Jane Doe I want to read through. We have the chef from 2017. You have the Jane Doe. I'm going to read an article about another victim. There's a ex-dancer that we're going to watch a video. There's just like people coming out, just like I said. And dude, when he gets arrested, it's gonna, I mean, there's gonna be so many people coming out. It's gonna be constant. I guarantee. He screwed over so many people. But I think people they're feeling probably until he's arrested, they're not safe because he has videos on people. I mean, they don't know. He can still blackmail them. They don't know what he did with the videos and what he did with the stuff that he's threatening people with. So I think that, yeah, when he gets arrested, they'll feel like, oh, and it's common. I think he will. What do you know, let's do a poll. Because maybe there's some people that don't think he's going to get arrested, and that's fine. But I'm just curious. I'm going to put up a poll if how many people think he's going to get arrested. Because right now it's a civil. They're all civil cases, but the stuff in these cases are criminal stuff. So they get these warrants for what they're looking for. These warrants, these search warrants, the trafficking, all that stuff that they're looking for, that's all criminal stuff. So if they find evidence for that, it's over. I mean, that's serious stuff. But, you know, like the documents we're reading is all like kind of like they're civil lawsuits, which can turn into, you know, criminal stuff if the, you know, whatever the they find. So yeah. Hey Heidi, hey Petty, Wolfbug, Michelle, hey Sandra, Ireland, yes. I got a lot of stuff to go over. I have like a ton of videos I want to play for you. I have the documents, some articles. So yeah, it's gonna be another long one. But what are you gonna do? Yeah, I'm gonna do a poll really quick, and then we'll start. Just a really easy one. Do you think he'll be arrested? What's up? For the record, Jen, Amanda, Terry. Do you guys like this background, or is it too much? I realize that it's cool to just switch them, but is it too much to keep it on for a little bit? Or let me know. You know, nothing's too much for me. Like colors or whatever. I like intense, extreme stuff. Yeah, me too. For the record, I'm happy you caught it too. All right, yeah, let's just actually start. I got some videos that I just was going through, you know, social media and just finding like just different videos, like old things that people are finding or new things, but there actually is an article here that's supposed to be him after the raid at his house. There's pictures of him. Let me share that first. And then I have one of him pacing at the airport, which that you guys might have already seen. The thing, hold on a second, let me share my audio. I hope the audio, let me know if you guys can't hear when I do the audio. I don't know why it does that. What was I going to say real quick? Oh, that Rodney Jones document, it was amended. So I wish I would have known it was amended when I was reading it the other day. So there's some new parts. So I highlighted the parts that is new because it got amended. So there's like new pictures and stuff. So we'll go over that new stuff too. And then like he's dismissing a couple of them off, like the UMG and that Ethiopia or whatever. They might be dismissed off the case. And so there's a bunch of stuff that's kind of happening in the legal realm. Hey, Princess. Hey, Jamie. But here is... right here. This is supposedly him, like, after it all. and why I say supposedly, allegedly, because you know how sometimes these articles, they get things wrong, but I mean, supposedly the thing is this is supposed to be him. Look. Diddy appears unbothered as he flashes peace signs on outing with daughters amid federal investigation. So supposedly it's him. I mean, I know it's him, but it's after, I mean. It says Sean Diddy Combs appeared unbothered as he stepped out with his twin daughters in his first public outing since two of his homes were raided as part of an ongoing sex trafficking investigation. The embattled rapper 54 flashed a peace sign in a casual expression at paparazzi as he and his 17-year-old girls, Jesse and Delilah, enjoyed an evening at Topgolf Miami Beach, Florida, Thursday. Let me zoom in a little bit on this. Hold on one second. Okay. And it says, Diddy did not seem to take care to keep a low profile as he wore an eye-catching black and purple velour sweatsuit paired with sunglasses and bright blue and white Nike sneakers. So that's him and his two daughters, his twin daughters. He's probably shaking in his boots. I'm sure he's scared. I mean, looking what Epstein happened to Epstein, people realizing you're not immune. You know what I'm saying? You thought you were, but you're not. Well, I don't know. Maybe he's not nervous. Maybe he's a freaking psychopath, non-emotional, I don't know. I feel like anybody would be a little bit nervous. But, yeah. Photos showed his humble hills abode thrown in disarray, which we went through that yesterday from TMZ. Says several people were removed from the home in handcuffs amid the search, including Diddy's son Justin and Christian. So Justin 30, Christian 25. And then it says the brothers ultimately returned to the home and fled with their belongings after the raid was complete. This is all of them. That's Justin. These are the twins, and I guess, is that his other dot? I don't know who that is. I'm not sure. I know he has a really a young daughter too, right? Diddy has been hit with several lawsuits. Gang RSA. That's okay. So it says the Bad Boys Records founder has denied all accusations against him. Of course. All right. So let me exit out of that. We're done with that one. Did you guys see this? So the amended part of that Rodney Jones thing that I got the one from like last month, and I didn't know there was a new things on it, but they name some names, and one of the names is Daphne Joy, which is supposedly the girl dating 50 Cent, or was that I think she had a kid with him. She did have a kid. I don't know why I'm saying anything. So now she's accusing him. But before we get into that, hold on. I want to show you something, because if you go on his Twitter, he is posting all this stuff. Like, hold on, let me find a couple of the posts that he posted. 1 second. So he's posting, whistle while you work, guys. That's my theme for today. I made all this money and I'm practicing abstinence. I don't want a little sex worker. And then this is 50 Cent again. He says, you moved a mile away in hopes of having another baby with me, but I was busy. So you moved back, and then you started receiving money from Brother Love, which that's his company. That's him, Puff. He's talking about PuffDaddy. Now here we are, little S worker. And like I said, the reason us YouTubers, we have to use code words because YouTube is so strict. I hate the fact that we have to do that. But if we want our stuff seen, we have to, because it'll become unsuitable, and then they won't recommend our videos. So you'll see a lot of creators, they try to work around it. Some people won't say they'll just like bleep it out. Some people have code words. They'll have lists and they'll be like, this means this. This is for this. So it's not me trying to downplay anything or that I think, oh, it's too sensitive. No, it's because of YouTube. I wish we didn't have to do that. I hate it. But it's just something we have to do as YouTubers. That's why a lot of people are moving platforms to different platforms because they don't tell you. They don't give you a list either. We have to guess. So a lot of creators have made lists where they think that these are the words or two words together that you can't say. But none of us know for sure because I've asked YouTube before and they will not give you a list of words we're not allowed to say. So we have to guess. We have to guess. But anyway, so that's why I do that. But anyway, yeah, so that's her. That's the Daphne, the one that had a baby with 50 Cent. And now she's reporting abuse claims on 50 Cent. And then he writes, 50 Cent says, "It is what it is. See you in family court, S-worker." It says 50 Cent reportedly seeking sole custody of a son after Daphne Joy was accused of being Diddy's S-worker. And here's another one. "I didn't know you was a S-worker, you little S-worker, LOL. Yo, this is a movie." So, what's up, Melanie? Hey, Casey Marie. What up? Jen, Abelis. Thanks, guys, for coming. Hey, it's Good Friday. It is Good Friday. Yeah, happy Good Friday. And then he says, "This is going to break records when this drop. GLG, Green Light Gang, you know the vibes." And he's got, Did he do it? Original docuseries coming soon. He's just making a joke, obviously. Case files. And then now, and this is the one that everybody was quoting, but it's not did he do it, it's did he done. They don't come like that unless they got a case. So those were from his account. 50 Cent. I think I got all the ones from 50 Cent. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to make a folder for the what stuff we go over already. Because I have a lot of stuff. I have all these folders I want to go over today. Okay. Oh. So we could just kind of keep track of what I used already. Okay. Did I do this one? Oh, wait. All right, hold on a second. I got to make that something different because it's too close to the other one. Okay. I'll do already used. I don't know. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, so here's the thing. We could read a part of the article real quick about. So they're having like a custody battle, 50 Cent and her. And now that this all came out, that she was an S-worker, yeah, he could try. I mean, he definitely could use that. But now she's coming back saying stuff on him. So it's like, yeah, it's going to get messy, dude. I don't even know. It's crazy. What's this one? Oh, yeah. Jay-Z sold out to influence black people to vote for Democratic slave owners. Tupac and Biggie refused to sell out to the Democrats and be a mouthpiece. I don't know. Okay. All right. Let me go back to that article. We'll just go over it real quick. Just this one with 50 Cent. It says, Daphne Joy is accusing 50 Cent, her ex-boyfriend, of RAPE. She's accusing him of it and physical abuse, which he denies and claims only fuels his desire to get custody of their 11-year-old son. After Joy was named as an alleged S-worker for Sean Diddy Combs in a lawsuit, the 37-year-old model directed a lengthy statement to Curtis James Jackson. So that's his name. 50's real name is Curtis James Jackson. Thursday on Instagram, claiming in the last paragraph, Let's put the real focus on your true evil actions of R-ing me and physically abusing me. Wow. She added, you are no longer my oppressor, and my God will handle you from this point on. You have permanently damaged the last hope I had for you as a father to preserve our family with these last and final false claims made against me. You have broken our hearts for the last and final time. Elsewhere, Joy claimed to take all necessary legal actions to protect my son, sire. The most recent false and baseless accusations by Daphne Joy are clearly in response to my decision to seek sole custody of my son. My son, sire, is my main priority, and keeping him in a safe environment is my only focus at this time. It included Joy denied the allegations about previously being an S-worker for Combs, who appeared to be 50's rival. I am deeply hurt by the lies in Rodney Jones' lawsuit, she wrote. The claim I am an S-worker is 100% false and character assassination, she said. I am retaining an attorney to explore all legal remedies against both Rodney and his attorney. That's a picture of her, I guess. Joy also posted a separate story of herself crying in a video and shaking her head no. I wouldn't wish this on any woman, she wrote on top of the clip. God hears me, and that's all that matters. I didn't know you, a S-worker, he captioned. Photos of himself standing in the rain, smoking a cigar under umbrella. That's one of the ones we just saw. You little S-worker, LOL, he continued before adding, yo, this is a movie. Which that's what we just watched. It's just crazy. Crazy. All right, let's watch a couple videos first. We'll get through all of it, but we'll kind of just go a little bit here, a little bit there, mix it up with some videos. How's everybody doing, though? Hey, Mitzi Blankenship. Hey, Jay. All right, let's do this. You know what? I'm actually gonna share these as files instead for some of the parts. It just so I don't have to worry about the audio, but I might not do it for everything. So just to let me know. Okay, so let's start here. Abelis, you and your gifted memberships, you are too freaking sweet. And too sweet. So this is he was the one named in the Rodney Jones case. He was the drug mule. He's from Ohio, actually. So he got arrested. They intercepted him. This was, right before the raid. They intercepted him, and he was delivering drugs. It sounds like he had the drugs. He was gonna bring him to Diddy, and he got intercepted at the airport and got caught. So yeah, but he bailed out, of course, because he's he got a lot of money, or I don't know who bailed him out. Maybe Diddy did. I don't know, but so that's that. Here's the real quick short of the plane.
Diddy Combs is back in South Florida, landing at Opelika Airport before noon on Wednesday. Outside his Star Island home in Miami Beach, 2 black SUVs guard the property. Today, one of Diddy's security guards seen wearing what appeared to be a bulletproof vest, putting up umbrellas to block the view. The Star's location remains unknown.
We know they got some information. That information was enough to get them a search warrant signed by a judge.
During an interview for this weekend's Voices with NBC6's Jawan Strader, Vic Williams, a retired special agent for Homeland Security.
Oh, shoot.
Specific elements in this sex trafficking case.
Force, fraud, or coercion. Now, you have to have one of those elements. Now, the only time you don't is when it applies to children.
This civil lawsuit filed by Diddy's former producer, Rodney Jones, alleges that he witnessed sex trafficking, the distribution and use of illegal drugs and firearms.
Thank you, Jordan. 6 months, yeah. And Emily, thank you for joining. And I'm good. I'm happy you're happy that I'm covering. And Emily, welcome. Okay, so this one I'm going to mute because it just has music. This next short, but it's supposedly him. Oh shoot, it's supposed to be muted. So this is supposedly him, like the day before the raid. I mean, that's how it. I can't ever confirm, but that's what they said on the title, and it's been going around. So it says Flavor didn't acknowledge him. He's just sitting there looking all sad. Right there, look. So like they're saying like this. He knew it was coming. Is what the conclusion they think that he knew. I don't know, but he's sitting there like bouncing his legs. Like, see right there. Oh, I can't point, but look at his legs. I don't know. Supposedly the day before the raid. So, hey, Luna. Yeah, he does look like he's zoning out. So I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. It does look like he knew, or he had a feeling maybe. It's the only thing when I share them this way, I can't point on the screen. You can't see me pointing, but oh well. Let's just try to do it. So I'll just play a few shorts that I just kind of thought were interesting. Oh, this is Suge Knight, okay? This is his message. I don't know how many of you guys have heard this. This is him talking about it. It's interesting. So you guys know who Suge Knight is, I'm sure, right? Like a big record producer. He was like the one with Tupac, and people swore they thought he was involved at first. And there's still a thing where, PuffDaddy was the one guy that a lot of people thought had the hit. Like he was the one that, had the guy kill him. And they still think there's a good possibility because, Tupac got shot before and survived. And wasn't that due to PuffDaddy or something? I used to know all that information. But yeah, because they didn't get along. They were friends, and then they had a like falling out. But here's Suge Knight talking about the raid and stuff, and he gives like Sean advice or whatever. It'll start in a minute.
Everybody been talking about the Puffy situation. First, I'd like to pray for his family, his daughters and his sons, his kids, basically. That's never a good sign for nobody to cheer about when it comes to kids or young men being handcuffed. It's a bad day for hip-hop, for the culture, for black people. Because when one looks bad, we all look bad. Because that's definitely not nothing to cheer about.
Can I ask you something? Did it just get really loud for you? Did you guys hear the volume difference or no? Because I turned it up for me. I didn't realize it was down, but did you guys notice the difference or no? I got to know if it got louder. I hope it did because it was so low. And then I'm going to wait to see what you guys say. No? Oh, wow. That's weird. Okay. Oh, is it loud enough for you though? It's still low?
Tell you what, Puffy. Your life is in danger. Because you know the secrets. Who's involved in that little secret room you guys participating in. So, you know they're going to get you if they can. It's a little crazy how Puffy get booted out the alcohol business and Jimmy Gavin steps in with Andre and Snoopy promoting it. It's never a good look when it comes to culture of hip-hop and for our community, our people. I turn myself in. Sometimes you gotta face the music. That's most of the time. Puffy, I'm gonna give you some real advice. 2 quick things. You gotta make a decision. When you go to prison, either you're gonna be standing up pissing or squatting, sitting down pissing. I advise you to try to take the first one, because you know if you're squatting, pissing on the seat, you know what that means. Oh yeah, by the way, do not do your time going by Brother Love. Brother Love is not a good code name for prison. I'm out.
Yeah, so that's kind of interesting, huh? Yeah, he should be nervous. I'm sure he is. I'll play a couple more and then we'll read a little bit. So I played that. We'll play this one is 50 Cent. I forget which one it is because I have so many. Or is this 50 Cent? I don't know. Let's see. Sushi.
Take over the team and to make sure that the team make it to the playoffs. That's what all big dogs, paws, and alphas do. No Diddy, you know.
Did you hear?
I don't know, Brad.
So I don't know. Let me play that again. Listen to what he says. He's got to be talking about that.
Take
right?
over the team and to make sure that the team make it to the playoffs. That's what all big dogs, paws, and alphas do. No Diddy, you know.
Yeah, he is. He's a joke to them, and he should be. Good. I'm glad that they make fun of him. You know. Oh, okay. So here is. Hold on. Let me remove this. Let me play. Let me read her statement first. So this was a backup dancer that worked for Diddy. She came out and did a video, but she also wrote a little post with it. Here, let me play the post. But so she wrote this. Oh yeah, women hold a lot in order to function every day in a man's world. Unfortunately, we can compartmentalize. I cannot say that word. Normally I can. Compartmentalization. Wow. Out, pain, and carry on. We utilize the experience as a lesson and move differently. If I told my story in 1996, then what? I just knew to avoid him at all costs. Yes, I danced for him and kept my space. I was on the Vote or Die airplane and kept my space. I interviewed him for his projects and kept my space. Nothing that is happening is surprising. Ladies, keep space to heal and move on is key. Gathering to incriminate is goals. But in this wild world with a broke-ass system, our healing is a priority. Shame on all those men who let this continue. Shame on me, maybe, for prioritizing my mental health, some would say. But after working in a place that snatches souls, mine is intact and of the light. I saved myself. Now, if someone needs me to pile on my story, give me a call, but I think Cassie got it. Oh, thank you, Nikki. It took 2 days, a dentist trip, Kroger shop, making it dinner. I learned more on your channel than long crime. Oh, cool. Thank you. Thanks. Yay. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, I forgot. Thank you, Emily, joining. And then we had Jordan and Abelis. Okay. So let me know real quick. Since I have this up, let me know if you could hear. I'm going to try to play it right from here. See if the audio went away already or not. If it did, it's fine. We'll get it going.
Oh, yeah. You know, we all have stories. Seriously, we all have stories. Mine is horrific.
Can you hear it or not? Sorry, because for some reason my audio kept going out the other day. That's why I'm asking. Yes, okay. Maybe it won't do it today. All right, so this is that dancer that we just read her post.
And only 5 people know it. And I probably will never tell it. But since then I've been like, yep. And I also am very intimately aware that you tell your truth and you become victimized over and over and over and over and over and over. And mind you, I then interviewed him many times. I have a lot of stories, y'all. I've been in Hollywood for 25 years, maybe longer, 30. I got a lot of stories. Unfortunately, maybe I'll write a book one day, but it just is so traumatizing that women just want to live every day and feel safe. And when we revisit, we live in a state of victimhood and nobody wants to live there. So for those of you like, why didn't you say something then? Because we just want to live. We want to be happy. And we really want to forget the trauma. So there's that. Oh, yeah.
I mean, I get it. Well, let me actually make a folder for these two. Okay. I'm going to play them all on this and then we'll move on. Why aren't those moving over? Hold on. That is so weird. It will not let me. Dude, look at this. Does any of you guys are familiar with computers? So I made this folder and I'm trying to put it in so I don't replay them. Look, it's not letting me. I've never had that happen before. It has like an X. Maybe if I go. Anyway, all right. Move to used already. But no, it's not because it's not in here. All right, let's just move on. Okay, so this one is, I think this one is the Meek Mill. That is so weird. All right, I'm just going to play this. I don't know why it's doing that. So this is Meek Mill. I hope this will be all right with copyright, but he's just watch him and so there's a thing with them two. Okay, there's a video going out and I'll play it. I want to play it after like at least the first 10 minutes of YouTube is supposedly the most strict or whatever. So I'm going to play it a little bit later, but it was from his old security, PuffDaddy's old security, I guess, was at a party. They're all high and whatever. And he heard Meek and Puff went into the bedroom and he heard, they were having sex. So he put his phone up to the door and taped it. So I do think it's them because there's a lot of people that know them that are saying, yes, you can't deny that's their voices. I don't know their voices enough to tell because of, in the state that they're in, it's hard to tell, but there's people that are like, you could definitely tell that's Meek and Puff. I can't even tell which one's which, but so I will play that a little bit later on. But anyway, and he's denying it. I guess he is like on the defense all over social media. They said he's just like losing it because he's trying to like come across like, I don't know. Maybe we'll go over some of his posts. But so I don't even know who Meek Mill is. Is he an artist or an actor? I've heard the name, but I have no idea what he does. But anyway, watch. You'll see Puff Daddy right here and him. Just watch how they. I was fucking this bad bitch. She fucking me good and everything. Look.
Drove me crazy. I pulled up to her crib. I was in that 19 Mercedes. I got this baby from LA. She be fucking me so crazy. I'm still here. Take my dogs and we get this money. We wavy.
Wait, he's a rapper? Why is he sounding so bad here? That's why at first I was like, maybe he's not an artist because he doesn't sound like he's very good. I mean, he sounds like he's just like a bad karaoke right here. But look at the way Puff Daddy's like looking at him. It's almost, it's creepy.
She gave me that pussy. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, young rich niggas from the ghetto doing that metal. I'm with Diddy on another level.
I'm with Diddy on another level. Yeah, we know. And now Diddy has his arm around him. Look, it's almost like he got mad. So that girl touched his back. I'm analyzing everything, but we're in true crime. That's just so that girl went and touched his back, and Puff Daddy Sean had his arm around him, and the girl went to like touch his back, and it's almost like he kind of like backed away, almost like he kind of like felt weird, but yet still there's a jealous aspect, but also like, oh, well, I can't show that. You know what I'm saying? Because some people aren't supposed to know. Right?
It's your birthday, nigga. Yeah, I'm in this bitch with Diddy. He must have moved. Yeah. I'm in this bitch. Pop go to woo.
And like I said, it's not the fact that it's two guys. It's the fact that it's the power dynamic. And I think with all of these people, it was. Even with this Meek Mill, it was. There's this power dynamic, and it's almost this predator aspect where it's like these people probably don't even want to do it, but they're manipulated into thinking that's what they want. So that's the part that grosses me out. It's like, that's so wrong. Like, no, sorry. I don't care if they're both adults. There's still something to it. And a lot of these people started, like Usher was 10 years old. So the rumor is they kept saying 14, but I was doing a little research and they said that he was actually 10. That's a lie. He was 10 when he started hanging out with Puff Daddy. It wasn't 14. So Usher was 10. Sean was 19 because Sean is 9 years older than Usher. But I mean, Usher's not the only one. There's a lot of now these younger kids and they're like minors, and then he grooms them. But you could even groom, I feel like even if they're not, and if they're already an adult, that still can happen with the power dynamic, with such a difference in power and status. It's just, yeah. Okay, so I just thought that was interesting here. Let's watch the very beginning again. Watch when he talks about like, hold on. He says something about being like with a woman or something. And I don't know, maybe I'm looking too much into it, but I'm looking at Sean and it almost seems like he's kind of like mad that he said that. Not mad, but almost just like disappointed because he's talking about a woman. Look.
I was fucking this bad bitch. She fucking me good and everything. I was drove me crazy.
I don't know. I can't. He's gross. I mean, Sean. All right, let's move on. This is a 50 Cent one. I have a couple of his because he says things like that are definitely no, this one isn't 50 Cent. Never mind. Oh, this is why I keep thinking it is, because it says 50 Cent in the title because it was under his stuff. Okay. So, yeah, listen to what this guy says.
It ain't what you think. You fuck around, wake up tomorrow, shit, ass nigga with a footy on, and don't know what the fuck you just done did. I mean, real shit. Your motherfucker meat pistol fucked up and your ass hurting. You don't know what the fuck to say. You don't know who to tell. But this is what the game is going to. That's what it's going to. Then, here it is, it's time for a contract to come out. Nigga want to sign you for 5 years. You like, nah, dog. So you don't want to sign with us? Nah. Nah. Man, pop in the tape. Show this nigga what he did last night. I'm serious. Dude, this real shit I'm telling y'all though. Pop in the tape. You sitting that motherfucker like, man, what the fuck? Yeah, well, what the fuck? That's what happened. You got fucked. What you gonna do? You gonna sign that contract. You don't want nobody in the hood to see that shit. You don't want this shit to get out, dog. I'm telling y'all, and this is what I'm telling y'all like this. These niggas that you see constantly high, they're not getting high because they like to get high. They're getting high because they know what they done. And they can't live with that shit. So, I'm telling y'all this from me. This is some real shit.
So yeah, that's actually, wow, some deep stuff. I mean, the real stuff right there. Like he's trying to tell him that one guy's laughing. He's like, no, you look what you did. You'll see what you did last night. These people, they get so high because they're drugging them and they don't even realize what they did. And then they so embarrassed, like he said. I mean, he said it all right there. That's exactly, it's disgusting. Then you wake up and you don't want people to know, what people think. So you sign the contract and you do whatever you need to do. Number one, because you want to make it. So it could be a couple reasons, even if it's not even worth it to you, but yet your reputation is, and you're so embarrassed. So even if you're like, I don't even care about my freaking success, but yet, dude, I don't want my that kind of getting out that I did this or that, or or that there's videos. It's blackmail. It's so messed up. It's so freaking messed up. I hope he goes down. All right, here's another one. This is 50 Cent. Crazy. Yeah, it's illegal. What do you mean? What's illegal, Holly? This right here, this is 50 Cent. He was like good friends with Sean, PuffDaddy, but now they're rivals, I guess. I mean, they say that, but then you'll hear like interviews are like, no, we're fine. I don't know. But he's always like making fun of them. And he's saying, I did nothing what Puffy did. And he's talking about putting drugs in your drink. And the thing is he would know. He was at the parties. He was close to him. So he knows what's going on. Oh, wait, I'm not playing it. Hold on. Wow, I forgot to share the screen. Wait, did I share the screen on the other thing, guys? Did I share it on this one? Did you guys hear this one or not? This one was really important. Dang it. Hold on. I got to see if I did it on this one. Because this one was really good. Oh, yeah, I did on that one. Okay. It's like, dang. I'm sorry. I was wondering why people kept asking. I'm like, what this doesn't make sense. Okay. Thanks, guys. Sorry. All right. This one's good, too. Watch.
I didn't do nothing Puffy did. Yeah, no, it was just so excitement. There's so much excitement that there was no reason for me to put something in our drink. I need you to remember. I need you to remember this.
The foundation.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I told you I jump around. I didn't do nothing.
No, guys, if it's blurry here, remember what I showed you. Hold on. Let me show you guys. Because I'm over on the YouTube side and it's fine. That one video is kind of blurry. That one with that other guy talking. But in general, let me just show you real quick. So remember, guys, if it's blurry, go do this. Hold on. Because I realize a lot of people don't know this. I mean, some of you will, but there are some that doesn't know that you could do this. So if it's blurry, this is my live on YouTube. You just go to settings, go to quality, Mine's on auto, so it usually should go on the highest, but sometimes it gets knocked down onto a low one. So either do auto and it should do the highest, or pop it up to 720, see what it's on, because it shouldn't be blurry. Now this one's a little blurry right here because that's just the video, but this shouldn't be blurry. So yeah, try it. All right, so let's play the next one. So the next one is, hold on. Oh, this is creepy, dude. This is him, like, he's got this young girl. Look. Oh, look. So this is PuffDaddy right here with this young girl. Watch.
Bad boy. Anybody else? Yeah. Everyone, introduce yourself.
My name's Ava. I'm a Scorpio.
No. What's your last name?
Oh, Ava Combs.
What's your other last name?
Ava Baroni.
Ava Baroni Combs. Yes, it's breaking news. Diddy adopted a white child. I want you to tell them the story about how I adopted you. But you still have beautiful parents but you're my child also. But please tell the story.
So I was on the streets, and then Papa Combs decided that he would like to be a caring man. So then he saw me and decided to pick me up and said to come inside and play with his kids.
Yeah. Jesus risen.
Papa Combs? It's gross. Because we know what a slime ball, you know what I'm saying? It's disgusting. You know that there's more to that than that. And then her name, she's now having the last name Combs. I know it's a joke somewhat, but I bet you she has her call him Daddy, Papa Combs. Remember, he had Cassie, remember? When we were reading that, he had Cassie, he said, what do you call your grandpa, Pop Pop or something? And he had, you call me that. So he made Cassie call him what she calls her dad, her grandpa. It's disgusting. It's like all part of the grooming too. All right, here is a neighbor driving out of the allotment here.
Yeah, tell him stop bringing all the minors over here like that. I live right next to him. He do too much. He be like buses, like big ass buses. You just see all type of shit hop out. Especially at nighttime, like around 3 o'clock in the morning. It gets wild. I'm his neighbor. When my basketball go over there, I just let it be. So I don't want to knock on the door.
Oh, I'm sure you guys have seen this one.
Usher look like he fresh off a goddamn plane.
So it's Usher, PuffDaddy, and was it Kevin Hart? Is that his name? Right? But I have a compilation I'm gonna play later that has a longer clip of this in here, but
Fresh off the garden stage. That's my brother right here from day one. We used to wake up and pause, but like that's how.
So here's the thing. Normally that probably wouldn't be a big deal, but the fact that he knows, Usher knows what's going on. Kevin Hart obviously knows what's going on with Diddy and what he does with these guys. So when he says we used to wake up, nobody would even have thought anything of that. You know what I'm saying? Really? But because they have a guilty conscience, PuffDaddy stops and he's like, oh, wait a minute. Because he just gave it away, because in reality, they did just wake up together in a bed. You know what I'm saying? But otherwise, it would be like, you could say that in a term and it doesn't mean you're actually waking up together, really. I could be like, oh, when me and my mom woke up, it doesn't mean we're in the same bed necessarily, but because they know, you see what I'm saying? It's like a guilty conscience. That's how I look at it, because they're aware that that's what they mean. So then they think that, ooh, shoot, I said something wrong. Am I making sense? Anyway, I'm going to rewind it a minute.
Stage. That's my brother right here from day one. We used to wake up and pause, but like that's how. I mean, back in the days when he was like 10 and I was a little bit older, his older brother, we used to fight over the Frosted Flakes. You know what I'm saying? Before pause was invented. You know what I'm saying? But it's my brother for real. We used to actually wrestle off of the Frosted Flakes because he used to always get up early with me. Now he's one of the richest stars in the world. And
Yo, what the fuck did Puff just say?
All right, 2 more, and then we'll start reading some of the document. And then, like I said, I have more videos, but we'll kind of intermix it. So this one is, oh, dude, this is Stevie Jones or Stevie J. This is the one that was named. Okay, do you remember the pictures? The picture of Stevie J. It was from a video. They had the screenshots in the document. The picture of Stevie J with the white guy. They said because they said it was a white guy. So that's what I'm saying. Like, and he used it to try to get Rodney Jones. He showed him it. He's like, I don't know why you show me these pictures or the video or whatever. He screenshots of him, and then he says, that basically, yeah, he got with Stevie J. This is him right here. Now I forget if what he says in this. Let's watch it.
Curtis, what's good, man?
Oh, Curtis. So Curtis is 50 Cent. So it says, Stevie J really admitted to the allegations in the Diddy lawsuit, trying to be hard with 50 Cent. Then to say 50 sucking when you're in paperwork sliding the beefcake and Bussy. I don't know. All right, let me just push play.
Curtis, what's good, man? You and your feelings about Daphne? Is she with gang them? Or is it that you sucking little Rod dick? However it go, I want you to fade, nigga. Fuck all that. Since it's entertainment, let me beat the shit out of you on TV or something. Don't duck that. I'm calling you out. What you want to do, Curtis? Curtis! Curtis, what's good, man?
So this is after all the allegations. You know what I'm saying? He's talking about like Daphne being named and stuff. So, and since PuffDaddy and 50 Cent are kind of rivals, I mean, it sounds like Stevie don't like him either. Anyway, all right, the next one. I don't know what this is. Oh, this is the guard. This is the guard that had the audio of Meek and the security guard, his old security guard that had an audio of Meek and Sean. So he probably has seen a lot. He has. I mean, he's been talking a lot.
Mentioned other people platforms, but he got on Shay Shay and he mentioned how great and how good Puff taught him and everything. You know what I'm saying? About the business. Right?
Somewhat Usher.
I know, and people know, that was around that in that time that Puff and Usher did have a situation. And that situation led Usher to the hospital. Now, I let Usher explain that to y'all. I let Usher tell that story. But how dare you say a man that groomed you, you gonna give him a pass? Bro, you know I know. Let me reframe you on something. Remember, Usher? We was at the Swiss Hotel. Puff had Kim in the room. Had one of Keith Sweat's baby mothers in the big room outside the master bedroom. He came outside in his robe. She gave him a fellatio right there. His back was turned to me. She gave him a fellatio. You knocked on the door. I came and opened the door for you. Puff went in the room. You came in the room and kissed that girl dead in her mouth. Now I'm telling that because you taking up for somebody that you know and a lot of more people know didn't do you right when you was at Diddy camp.
Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, we have some more videos, but like I said, I'm going to start reading some of this document. We'll read part of the chef one from 2017. We have, hold on one second. Just for one good laugh real quick. You want a good laugh? There's a couple different pictures going around where people are mixing Puff Daddy with Epstein. This was one of my favorite ones, but there's a couple other ones that are different. They did it a little bit different, but oh my Lord. I don't know why I think that's funny because I'm hoping he's going down, you know? Here, let's just go through these pics just real quick and then we'll read the document. So I'll just be done with those two. So here, somebody said about Kanye. No, Kanye, he knows what's going on. I have a couple of videos with him talking about it, how he's saying like they have nothing on him because he, you know, so he could sit there and say whatever. No, he's been, look right here. Look, it says this is a text message between Kanye and Puff Daddy, and Kanye's the blue. Okay, he says, I didn't like our convo. I'm selling these teas. Nobody gets in between me and my money. This is my grandfather texting you now. Never call me with no BS like that again unless you ready to green light me. Because anybody who got on that tea is me. Out of respect for everything you've meant to me, I'll be quiet as Virgil. But no, I know how I've hurt people I love. I've hurt people I love with threats. Come do something illegal to me now, please. And then Puff says, as soon as I land, we'll meet face to face. Send me an address. And he says, basically, F you, you fed. So he's been calling him a fed. And it says, Kanye West allegedly avoided meeting up with Diddy at Rolling Loud before Homeland Security raided his house. So this must have been pretty recent. But there's a few clips where he like mentions P. Diddy before this happens, but he mentions him in not a good light, you know. Here is Usher and Puff Daddy. We got Justin, Usher, Puff Daddy, Justin, Usher. I don't know. Two guys, some guy kissing this guy. That he's definitely hugging him because you know guys could hug each other in a friend hug type or intimate more than that, and this looks more of like an intimate type thing, which is, like I said, I have nothing against. Obviously, I don't have nothing against gays. It's the fact that this is way more than that, and you guys all know. I don't even know why I keep saying that. I just don't want you to think when I say ew that it's because of that, because it's not. Anyway, okay, so let's move over. Him and Usher. Look, almost like he's looking at him like romantically. I'm reading way too much into some stuff, I know, but well, we almost have to. No, I don't think. Maybe I'm not reading into it too much. So this is supposed to be recent. Here's Puff and Justin. This is kind of, oh no, that's not the right one, but okay, it says, this will ultimately end up much bigger than most are aware today. Sean Combs has been the gatekeeper in Hollywood's hip-hop and commercial music beginning back in 1993. You wanted to become the next Biggie Smalls, then you had to attend Puffy's invite-only white parties and submit to drugs, sodomy, and sex. And if those walls could talk, because every room, wall, and air vent was recording. Blackmail is the name of the game. There are a lot of terrified industry people calling their attorneys right now. Yep. So they say that, here, let me it says on August 16th, 2005, Combs announced on Today that he was altering his stage name yet again. He would be calling himself Diddy. On November 16th, 2023, Combs' former partner Cassie Ventura filed a lawsuit against him, accusing him of R&S trafficking. So from Tuesday, August 16th, 2005 to Thursday, November 16th, 2023 is 6,666 days. And then I guess there's other things. So I didn't fact check this to make sure it was legit. I just thought it was interesting. So I don't know if it is accurate, but it says, so the other things that were 6,666 days apart is that's the temporal. Well, first of all, it says that's the temporal distance between the day that Sean Combs officially rebranded himself as Diddy and the day that is. See, this says trafficking scandal began. Oh, I guess that would be though, Cassie, because she did mention it. It says, now imagine that. On the 6,666th day of being Diddy, the world found out what he'd been doing. The end of an era, one chapter ending as another begins. Like when COVID was first reported in 12/12/19, a span of 6,666 days after 9/11/01. Kind of crazy. So from COVID to 9/11, and then it says, or the 6-day war ended that many days after the end of the first Arab-Israeli war, which began on the day Israel declared its independence, or how Hitler was born 6,666 days after the unification of the German Empire, and exactly 6,666 weeks before Trump took office. All these fractals of 666, the cornerstone of universal architecture. There's a lot more to unpack here about Diddy, whose name in parts of England refers to the teat. Not the whole titty itself, mind you, but the nipple. Not the producer, whose mysterious mechanisms lie hidden and shrouded in myth and milky metaphor, but the purveyor, the intermediary. Oh, thanks, Nikki. Hold on one second. I'm going to read. The visible front when the temperature drops, or more accurately, the rubber replica of the real thing, as such synthetic synchronicities are in the attempts of emulating the authentic source code. Epstein died when he was 66 years and 6 months old. Weinstein was arrested the day after he turned 66 years, 66 days old. The Ghislaine was arrested when Puffstein was 606 months, 6 weeks, 6 days old. This keystone of sacred geometry in the fourth dimension. I don't know. I know it's a lot, but it's kind of interesting though. Oh, thank you, Nikki. Let's see. What'd you say? Wondering, hoping J-Lo gets called into what happened in that club shooting. It's like the world forgot she got arrested too. Yeah. We'll see. Thank you so much, Nikki Johnson. Okay. So then, oh, it's the same thing, but there was a pretty good pick of, where's the other? Oh yeah, there's the two. Look. They're like, OJ Simpson. The Bronco, the white Bronco, they got PuffDaddy. Oh my Lord. And then it says, breaking news, private jet owned by Sean P. Diddy Combs has left the U.S. Were raided by DHS in connection with, yeah, that was old, but when it was going to Cape Verde, but now it's supposedly back. The diddler on the run. What young rapper saw when they walked into the sign with Bad Boy Record? I don't know. Yeah, he's seeking sole custody, 50 Cent. And then you have Sean Combs is an FBI asset. He was filming rappers for the government. They were blackmailing them. He is the same as Jeffrey Epstein, only 2 weeks ago. Then you have, look at this. While everyone is exposing celebrities, I think it's time we have a conversation. We got Oprah, Bill Cosby. I don't know. Who's this? Does anybody know? I'm not sure who that is. But then you have Epstein, or not Epstein, Harvey, PuffDaddy. Anybody? Who is that guy? But they're all predators. And then we have, somebody said, will be interesting to find out the depths of Elon Musk and Sean Combs' relationships besides the $10 million Twitter investment. I didn't know that. I guess Sean Diddy Combs contributed at least $10 million to Elon Musk's purchase of Twitter, which I did not know. And then we have Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, PD File. With all his different names and what he, and then this one. I love it. All right, so let's go to the document. I just had to show you some of that. All right, so we're going to start out with the chef. Actually, real quick, though, this lady right here is named in one of the documents. So let me just read this article about her because she's another victim of Puff Daddy. and then we'll go to the documents. So Joe Dickinson Neal, Sean Diddy Combs' second accuser. So the first one was the chef, which we're going to read, Cindy Ryuda or whatever. This Ryuda. I don't know how to say it right, but this is the second one. Okay, so it says Joe Dickinson Neal is the second individual to allege that music mogul Sean Diddy Combs drugged and R her. I wish we need a code word for the R word. I hate that we have to do that though. But in 1991, so yeah, I mean it was before that happened, but I guess she was the second one to come out. She lodged a complaint in Manhattan Supreme Court on November 23rd, 2023. So yes, because the chef did the account filed in 2017. So it says her action came just one day before the expiration date of the New York State Adult Survivors Act. She alleges that in addition to SA, Diddy participated in revenge porn. Oh yeah, hold on. I want to put that banner. Wolfpack gave me a good idea to put a banner for like a trigger warning. Hold on one second. I have it ready. I just forgot to put it up. Give me 1 minute. I have to keep it as general as possible because that could also trigger. So I just put, so you guys, SA is obviously assault. See, I feel like we could say both of those words, but put them together sometimes triggers it. But sexual, and then the word assault. And then ST is the trafficking S. So when you hear me say SA, ST, that's what that is. And then R, I'm just going to say R because that one, and then the S word, the other S word, unaliving, begins with an S. That one, you could freaking lose your channel for saying that. It's ridiculous. Like, even if you're not promoting it, like, it's just, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, I mean, people shouldn't be promoting it. I get that, but some people that are just trying to bring awareness have like lost, first of all, their whole monetization of their whole channel. And they weren't promoting it, but because they don't have time to like look through everything, I guess they just see them talking about it. But that's happened to more than one person. It's messed up because we should be able to bring awareness. I mean, but instead I say unalive for that. Okay, so let's continue. Sorry, I just wanted to let you guys know. Okay, so revenge porn against her. The footage was allegedly shared with his associates in the music industry. She contends that the circulation of the video has been detrimental to her health, reputation, and professional opportunities. Ms. Dickinson Neal's legal action follows the lawsuit filed by Cassie Ventura on November 16th, 2023. Yeah. R can disrupt, derail, and destroy the healthy development of victim survivors who often spend years recovering from its profound effects. Joe Dickinson Neal was born in 1970. Her father passed away 6 months after she was born. She was raised by her widowed mother, who always says instilled strong moral and ethical values in her. In 1987, she enrolled in Syracuse University, her late father's alma mater, where she was a psychology major. There, she developed a reputation for her commitment to her studies. Ms. Dickinson Neal financed her studios by working as a server at Wells Restaurant in Harlem, New York. Later, she worked as a receptionist at Apple One, a talent agency. She went on to work as an assistant at Stress Management, a company that represented DJ Funkmaster Flex. She was a location scout for Gary Brewer, a renowned cameraman in the film industry. Ms. Dickinson Neal also worked with film director Chuck Stone. She collaborated on music videos for Grammy award-winning artists such as A Tribe Called Quest and Michelle Giacello. Disturbing details of the lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs. Joe Dickerson's Neal's lawsuit reveals a disturbing narrative of SA, humiliation, bystander betrayal, and subsequent emotional trauma allegedly inflicted by Sean Diddy Combs. Let me take this off. At the time, Miss Dickerson, Neal, and Diddy belonged to the same social circle and had previously collaborated on the music video for Straight from the Soul by Finesse and Sinquis. She asserts that she rejected his persistent advances due to rumors of his misogyny. However, she eventually acquiesced and agreed to have dinner with him. This is Joe and Sean. Screen capture from Straight from the Soul by Finesse. On January 3rd, 1991, Miss Dickerson Neal claims that Diddy spiked her drink while she was in the restroom at Wells Restaurant in Harlem. After leaving the restaurant, she asserts that he transported her to 2 other locations, a recording studio and his home. There, according to her lawsuit, he subjected her to SA, resulted in severe pelvic pain. I hate him. Wow, that water just spilled all over me. Anyway, that's horrible. Traumatized, she alleges that she chose not to seek medical attention or report the incident to the police. This is a common response of victim survivors of SA. In fact, RAPE is the most underreported crime, with 63% of victim survivors never filing a report. According to her lawsuit, she withdrew into self-isolation at her home. When she felt safe and able, Ms. Dickerson Neal says she confided in her best friend about the alleged RAPE. The allegations in Ms. Dickerson Neal's lawsuit bear notable similarities to those in Ms. Ventura's legal action against Diddy. Their parallel legal actions have the potential to establish a pattern of criminal gender-based violence, enhancing the credibility of the ever-increasing claims against Diddy. Wait, you don't like it, MD? Oh, I see. I misread. Okay, I see. Okay. No, I'm not actually. Really, Dylan? Huh, that's interesting. No, not at all, really. I didn't even know that was a term, but I think I get what that means. I mean, right? That I'm into sneakers or whatever, but no. Okay, revenge porn and bystander betrayal. It says victim survivors face a collective unwillingness to condemn SA among community bystanders, often driven by fear. Soon after the alleged RAPE, Miss Dickerson Neal claims to have discovered that Diddy had secretly recorded the incident without her knowledge or consent. Devontae Swing, a mutual friend, allegedly told her that Diddy had shown him the tape. When she inquired who else had seen the footage, Devontae responded, everyone. Oh my God, can you imagine how humiliating that would be? That's horrible. And the fact that she was drugged. So it was basically non-consensual. She was under influence by not her choice. So that would be like non-consensual. Oh yeah, because it was art. It was considered art anyway. Yeah. That's, oh my God, that's like everything. So he arted her, he drugged her, he videoed her, he showed the video to everybody. Devontae purportedly said he wished to take a stand against Diddy, but his fear that his band Jodeci might lose the record label or the record deal stopped him. Wow. Diddy was Jodeci's A&R at the time. She claims that Devontae was willing to ignore that Diddy allegedly arred and victimized her in order to safeguard his own interests. Ms. Dickerson's lawsuit describes bystander betrayal, a common feature of the R culture. I'll make this a little bigger. So this is sad, dude. So the R culture, where victim survivors face a collective unwillingness to condemn sexual assault among community bystanders, often driven by fear. So impact on health and social status. The sudden increase of stress chemicals during moments of trauma or terror can send the prefrontal cortex effectively offline. Wow. The multiple traumas Miss Dickerson Neal's experienced resulted in severe emotional distress, impacting her mental health, education, and career. The essay, humiliation, and psychological torment allegedly inflicted by Diddy, as well as the video recording of her alleged R, affected her ability to function. Suffering from flashbacks and insomnia, she eventually dropped out of school, struggled with unaliving ideation, and received psychiatric care. Man, leading to a diagnosis of clinical depression. During her recovery, she alleges that she filed police reports against Diddy in New York and New Jersey. She also says she made efforts to obtain the revenge porn footage. Once again, she claims to have experienced bystander betrayal, as those who allegedly viewed the tape were too frightened to defy Diddy and unwilling to provide statements about the alleged attack. I don't know. I'm trying to think what would be the best. According to her lawsuit, Ms. Dickerson claims that she went to great lengths to avoid Diddy, but ran into him at work-related event. She alleges that he cornered her, knelt down, and insisted on his innocence. What? She also alleges that her employer at the time witnessed the exchange and inquired about what was happening. A disturbing pattern of behavior. Similar allegations by Cindy Rueda, that's the chef, Gina Han, and Cassandra Ventura suggest a disturbing pattern of behavior. Joy Dickerson News lawsuit against Diddy unfolds. It is worthwhile to consider the broader context of previous allegations against the music mogul. They appear to shed light on a pattern of behavior that has emerged over the years. Several people have come forward with accusations ranging from harassment to physical abuse. Understanding this history is crucial for an accurate analysis of the current case and its broader implications. But I'm going to read that case anyway, so let me see here. So the Cindy Rueda is a personal chef, filed a lawsuit in the Superior Court of the state of California, accused him of harassment, and it was settled out of court. Gina Han, an ex-girlfriend of Combs, revealed in an interview that she experienced physical abuse from him. And then Cassie Ventura, an artist signed on to Bad Boy Records, lodged a lawsuit, which we read that. Let's see. Let me skip some of this because, no, I don't know, maybe not. Joe Dickerson lawsuit against Diddy has broader significance within the context of the Me Too movement and the ongoing societal conversation about SA, harassment, and accountability. It also highlights the prevalence of gender-based violence within the entertainment industry amid allegations against high-profile figures like Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby, Russell Simmons, a former mentor to Diddy. The lawsuit intersects with discussions around power dynamics, consent, and the impact of such incidents on victim survivors of gender-based violence. Furthermore, the case highlights the expression of misogyny, I don't know, a distinctive combination of sexism and racism specifically experienced by African American women and girls interpersonally, socially, and institutionally. The disconcerting reality is evident in the numbers. African American women experience domestic violence at a rate that is 35% higher than that observed in white counterparts. Wow. And approximately 2.5 more times more than women of other racial backgrounds. Ms. Dickerson's lawsuit illustrates the propensity to decenter and marginalize the injustices suffered by African American women within their own communities. The mental anguish of an in-group betrayal can result in the distinct kind of racial trauma. And it says her case became a part of a larger narrative aimed at holding people accountable for their actions, regardless of their status or influence. So yeah, lay hurdles. It's talking about like the obstacles, having a lawsuit against him, the obstacles she faces. says, this last minute lawsuit, this is what Diddy's legal team released a statement in the response to her lawsuit. It says, this last minute lawsuit is an example of how a well-intentioned law can be turned on its head. The 32-year-old's story is made up and not credible. Mr. Combs never assaulted her, and she implicates companies that did not exist. This is purely a money grab and nothing more. The statement contains several common discrediting strategies often seen in cases involving SA. Motive: the use of the term last minute implies that the timing is suspicious. Moreover, labeling the case as a money grab implies a pursuit of financial gain rather than a quest for justice. Trustworthiness: the use of the term made up suggests that the accuser's account is unreliable. Denial: the statement contains a direct denial of allegations. Timeline: the assertion that none of Mr. Combs' companies were established at the time of the alleged R. Attempts to cast doubt on the overall narrative. And this talks about the Bad Boy Entertainment was not established until 1992, a year after the SA, and revenge porn is said to have occurred. However, if Ms. Dickerson Neal's attorneys can provide evidence that the alleged revenge porn recording was circulated among staff at the companies Diddy founded after the R, his business might be culpable. It talks about how historical cases of R are difficult to prove in court. Because it took place 32 years ago. But it says this is a common and underhanded tactic that plays into misconceptions about the lasting impact of trauma. Says, interestingly, Braffman's argument is identical to the one made by disgraced singer-songwriter R. Kelly in a video posted on Facebook 2018. Kelly boasted to a room full of his enablers, "I'm handcuffed by my destiny. It's too late. They should have done this 30 years ago. It's too late." So I guess R. Kelly said that. He's currently doing a 20-year sentence. Wow, it says 7 out of 10 victim survivors experience paralysis during R. Delayed disclosure of R is commonplace. 1/3 of victim survivors experience the unalive ideation, complex variants of post-traumatic stress that can last for months or years. Yeah, because survivors of SA often face questions such as, why did you wait to report it? Why didn't you take action then? Those queries are usually come from people unfamiliar with the lasting physical and emotional effects. Why is accountability important? The fact is that accepting responsibility for one's actions serves not only in the interest of the victim survivor, but also those of the perpetrator and society at large. Accountability is important for the healing of the victim survivor, and it makes rehabilitation of the perpetrator possible. As gender violence prevention advocate Queen Camila astutely observed, ARPists are not born, they are constructed, and it takes an entire community, male and female, to dismantle the lies, words, and actions that foster a culture in which SA is seen as normal, in which it shames the victim. Let me see how much longer. I guess it is going to end. Okay. Okay, so the last paragraph, it says, R is an act of abuse of power and control that occurs solely for the ego gratification of the perpetrator. Furthermore, it is a dehumanizing experience for victim survivors, representing a profound violation of their human rights. When victim survivors of R pursue justice, they are well aware of the likelihood of unsuccessful outcomes. In the event of success, how can they realistically be compensated for the loss of time, health, potential, and exorbitant cost of recovery? The truth of the matter is that no amount of money in the world can make up for the pain and suffering of being hard. Whenever the chips may fall, Joy Dickerson Neal's lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs empowered her to find her voice and share her story. In the broader context, her legal action will contribute to the ongoing dialogue about justice for victim survivors and the prevalent pattern of gender-based violence within the entertainment industry. And this is furthermore, her case may also help shed light on the unique challenges faced by African-American survivors of R. Okay, so I read that because I can't find the court document on that case. So I found that article, but the other ones I did. So I found, so this one is the one of the chef. So this is from 2017 is when the chef filed it against, well, it's against his business because she was a hired employee. So it's a Combs Enterprises, Sean Combs as the individual too. So, and the complaint is for the harassment, hostile work environment, failure to prevent harassment, retaliation, violation of a whistleblower protection, wrongful discharge, violation of public policy, defamation, retaliation, intentional infliction on emotional distress, negligent infliction of emotional distress, failure to pay overtime wages. But I'm going to skip some of this stuff here. I'm only going to read some of it because we got a lot to read, so I kind of try to highlight some of the important stuff. All right, you guys ready? Let me say hi to a couple people. Oh, Melanie, I hope not, huh? I don't really know much about her, but for your sake, then. Hey. No, I don't. I see it. I don't think they're getting blocked, are they? Let me look at YouTube. Sometimes YouTube does it. Oh, that was weird. I don't think so. And if it is, it's just an accident. I'm gonna take down the poll though. Is there anybody let's think of another poll. And I'll put it up after I read this. But so the results of the poll is, so I asked, do you think Sean Combs is going to be arrested? 86% says yes. And 14 says no. Huh. Interesting. You know, I forgot to turn this back on the podcast one when I was testing something. Hopefully, can you guys hear me still? All right. Yeah, AA, we can see you, but I'm not gonna. YouTube could have removed some. Sometimes the comments don't show up. I don't know why. It sucks. Yeah, maybe it was. Oh, yeah, maybe AA. I have no control over that because I don't have any blocked words. Like as a creator, you could put in words at your channel that for comments that are not allowed or whatever, and it supposedly blocks them, I guess, or maybe the comment doesn't show up, but I don't have any words in mine. I never filled it out, so that's just YouTube. All right, I'm going to take the poll down. I almost forgot to take it down. All right, let's read. Let's read it, guys. So this is for Cindy Ruetta, the chef. Okay, so because like the first couple pages is more like kind of legal stuff, and since we have so much to read, I want to just kind of pick out some of the stuff that really tells the story more interesting. Okay, so plaintiff began working as a chef for the oh, let me make this bigger. Hold on one second. There we go. Sorry. Okay. Plaintiff began working as a chef for the benefit of defendants at the home of Mr. Combs in Los Angeles County in the state of California on January 2015. During this time, plaintiff worked on the weekends from 9 a.m. to midnight. Says what, 5 hours? No, that's not bad. I gotta get some water. Did I do that right? Yeah, it's only 5 hours. Okay. Okay. Plaintiff worked almost every Saturday and Sunday with Chief Christian Yu and was paid a flat rate of $150 per day. In the middle of May of 2015, plaintiff was asked to work as a chef 6 days per week from 9 a.m. to midnight. Plaintiff accepted and was paid $150 per day. So wait, that's a long day, dude. Wow. It's like, yeah, over 12 hours. Anyway, 6 days a week. Dang it. Anyway, in June of 2015, defendants offered plaintiff full-time work as a chef. However, plaintiff declined due to the unreasonable hours and pay. Yeah. Plaintiff continued her regular weekend schedule on Saturday and Sundays from 9 a.m. to midnight or 2 a.m. for $150 a day. On or around September 27, 2015, defendants offered plaintiff in writing full-time work as an exempt employee chef. Plaintiff accepted and worked every day as the lead chef for the California residence of Mr. Combs. Plaintiff was required to report to work daily at 9 a.m. and to be available to work until midnight or 2:30 a.m., depending on the activities of and events hosted by Mr. Combs. Plaintiff was also required to travel with Mr. Combs when his work required him to appear at events outside of Los Angeles. Plaintiff was not provided additional income for days she was required to work until 2:30 a.m. or days that she was required to travel with Mr. Combs. Huh. On or around October 2015, when plaintiff first traveled with Mr. Combs, plaintiff complained about not receiving additional pay for having to travel for 8 days with Mr. Combs to serve as his personal chef during his travels. Plaintiff was told by Christina Cahoram, wait, how is it that I was supposed to say it? Because I was saying it wrong the whole time, and then Cahoram? I think. Cahoram? Anyway, the personal assistant of Mr. Combs, and Stacy Friend, the estate director for Mr. Combs, that plaintiff would only receive her regular pay despite the required travel. On or around December 2015, when plaintiff traveled for the second time with Mr. Combs, plaintiff complained to Stacy Friend that she should receive additional compensation for having to travel with Mr. Combs for 14 days. Stacy Friend then asked plaintiff to keep track of her hours and permitted plaintiff vacation time. After her vacation, plaintiff returned to her employment and was required to report to work daily at 9 a.m. and to be available to work until midnight or 2:30 a.m., depending on the activities of and events hosted by Mr. Combs. Having been instructed to keep track of her hours, plaintiff believed that she would be paid per hour per the hour she worked and reported. However, defendants continued to pay plaintiff as an exempt employee. Plaintiff made no less than 3 more complaints to Stacy Friend regarding additional compensation for excessive working hours. However, plaintiff was only paid the flat rate until her termination on or around May 8, 2016. In addition to her complaints regarding pay, plaintiff also complained to Stacy Friend about inappropriate conduct and harassing confrontations while she worked. During her employment, plaintiff worked as a chef and also served to Mr. Combs and his guests the meals she prepared for Mr. Combs and his house guests. Plaintiff was regularly summoned by Mr. Combs to prepare and serve entrees and appetizers to him and his guests while Mr. Combs and or his guests were engaged in or immediately following sexual activity. On no less than one occasion, when plaintiff was summoned by Mr. Combs to serve him a post-coital meal, as plaintiff entered the room, Mr. Combs was naked and made comments about his body to plaintiff and ultimately asked the visibly uncomfortable plaintiff if she was attracted to or liked his naked body. But wait, so it's saying on no, why is it on no less than one occasion? On On no less than one other occasion, while plaintiff was in the kitchen preparing a meal, a male house guest of Mr. Combs approached plaintiff in the nude to ask her to look at and admire his genitals. So this was a house guest of him, okay. After he engaged in sexual activity with another house guest, plaintiff was mortified and complained to Stacy Friend. Wow. Plaintiff made multiple complaints to Stacy Friend about these and other instances where plaintiff was exposed to activity and approached with conversations of sexual nature. Plaintiff alleges that because of her complaints regarding pay and her complaints about the regular exposure to sexual activity and harassing conversations, she was lured into a situation where she could be accused of theft and ultimately terminated. It was known by the house personnel that Iris, the executive housekeeper, regularly salvaged items discarded by Mr. Combs at his residence. In 2016, Iris approached plaintiff with a watch Iris represented she had found in the garbage can. Iris asked plaintiff if she wanted it since it was discarded by Mr. Combs. Plaintiff said yes, and Iris told her to take it. In the days following, plaintiff was accused of theft and told she would not be prosecuted if she returned the watch and signed a waiver of all rights and claims against defendants as they related to her employment by defendants. Plaintiff returned the watch, however, she refused to sign the waiver of rights and claims. Defendants ultimately terminated plaintiff on or around May 8, 2016. Throughout plaintiff's employment, she was misclassified as exempt and not paid overtime for work performed over 8 hours per day or 40 hours per week, was not paid double time for work performed over 12 hours per day, was not provided with accurate itemized wage statements, and was not provided all wages earned upon termination. Moreover, plaintiff alleges that defendants retaliated against her and ultimately fired her because of her ongoing complaints regarding unhealthy conditions, including excessive hours without required compensation, and the ongoing and pervasive sexual harassment by defendants Combs and his house guests. Additionally, on or around May 8, 2016, after plaintiff made a series of complaints regarding the excessive hours and ongoing harassment, plaintiff was given a watch and then accused of theft and ultimately fired based on the untruthful accusations of theft as a pretext for her prior complaints. Hey, Kathy, what's up? RL Frost, what's up? Crispy Tree, you're back. Hey. Oh, Herb, you're here. That's why everyone should learn how to read and understand contract laws for state they live in and understand what reasonable means. What's up? Have you been here? Oh, I'm glad you're here. Are you following this case then, huh? That was so weird. I saw your name. I'm like, wait, I know that name. He's a local guy. Well, I'm outing you. No, he's one of my friends. We took some college classes together. And I used to hung out with his sister in high school. But yay! Anyway, so where are we at? Now I'm all nervous. He's going to be my security guard for my true crime. It's like, Herb, I'm going to hire you as my security guard. Anyway. All right. I'm glad you commented. Were you here yesterday? All right. So now we're at 29. Where are we at? On or around May 4th, 2017, plaintiff filed a complaint with the Department of Fair Employment and Housing and obtained a right to sue notice, which was thereafter served on all defendants via U.S. certified mail. So the first cause of action is the sexual harassment against the defendants. And it's basically, I'm going to skip some of this here because it's kind of the same old legal stuff that... So because she was a woman, plaintiff was subject to unwanted harassing conduct, including but not limited to verbal harassment, such as obscene language, demeaning comments, slurs, or visual harassment, including but not limited to exposure to offensive situations or objects, or unwanted sexual advances expressed or communicated through interpersonal relations in the workplace, which were outside of the scope of necessary job performance, and instead for personal gratification. All right, wait, Crispy, where are you? I didn't know you were local, did I? Huh. The harassing conduct was severe and pervasive and not a type of necessary for the management of the employer's business or supervision of plaintiff's job. A reasonable woman in plaintiff's circumstances would have considered the work environment to be hostile or abusive. Plaintiff considered the work environment to be hostile or abusive. A supervisor engaged in the conduct, and defendants or its supervisors or agents knew of or should have known of the conduct and failed to take immediate appropriate corrective action. And the plaintiff was harmed, and she's entitled to recover past and future economic loss, including lost earnings, and past and future non-economic loss, included humiliation and pain and suffering. And then we have the quid pro sexual harassment. Yeah, that's all I'm going to read of this, but this was 2017. So this was the first one filed. And then next we have, this is the Jane Doe. We're going to play a couple more videos before we get into this. This one is, yeah, we'd have to have a trigger warning, but I have one on the bottom. All right, so let's play a couple more videos real quick, and we'll get into this next one. Reasonable, yeah. No, I don't really have any desire to go to CrimeCon, just not anytime soon because of everything, you know. But wait, did you answer Crispy Treat? Where are you from? Oh, Tennessee, that's not close. Herb is like literally down the street. I mean, he's really close. But I was expecting at least Ohio. You're in Tennessee. No, it's fine. Light Chaser, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Oh, Nashville. Yes. I'll go to Nashville. Oh, you're in Ohio. Oh, did I read that wrong? Where at in Ohio? Oh. Sorry, I didn't even read the whole freaking comment. Sorry. All right, let me play some videos. My audio went out, so I'll have to reshare my screen. It's like it's on a time limit now. It's like, oh, if you don't use it right away, you got to redo it. All right, share screen. You're gonna be hooked, Herb. See, you're gonna get to know all of us community, and then you're gonna want to go on the true crime trips with me. No, but I'm serious. I would love to go with you sometime, but he's busy, so he has school. He's in school. I'm telling everybody your history, Herb. So he's in college, engineering. Smart. But yeah, someday I'm gonna get you out. We'd have fun. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I would have fun with you. You're like goofy like me. Now I'm all sidetracked. Okay, here we go. So we already played all that. Let's go to this. Oh, whoa, Cassie. Wow, thank you. Thank you. So, generous. Thanks. I wish I could do like a, wait, hold on. Hold on. Look, this kind of looks like, I was doing backgrounds, and this kind of looks like a celebration one. Look, hold on. Like a birthday. I don't know. But thank you. That is kind of cool, though. But do you think that would be a lot if I kept it too long? Hold on, let me see when I share my screen what it looks. Is that too much, guys? Yes or no? I mean, I'll switch it, but is it good for right now or is it too much? But yeah, wow. Thank you so much. I think it looks kind of cool. It almost looks like 3D. Oh, it's too much, you do? Put a 1 if you think it's too much. And I'll get the next video ready and I'll see what people put. Michael, what's up? Yeah, put a 1 if you think the background's too much and a 2 if you like it, I guess. Oh, here's the Kanye. Here's one of Kanye's comments. Well, somebody videoed him. We'll play that. But first, I want to see what you guys put. Too much. Okay, we'll switch it. I will do. Hold on. This one's kind of cool. It's relaxing. All right, so let me know. Make sure you guys can hear it. So here we got Kanye. All right. Hopefully you'll be able to hear it.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wait, hold on. I don't have my earphones in. Hold on a second.
None of y'all Meek Mills, y'all puppies.
Hold on. Can you hear it, though? I was like, why can't I hear it? Like, I don't even have my... you could hear it or not. I hope. I'm going to start playing it. Oh, no sound? Oh, I thought you guys were saying, yeah, you can. Why is it doing that? Really? Yeah, but this is making me mad because I just got it where it says that it's sharing because I used to have that. Be careful. Okay, it's saying that sharing. I'm going to try it one more time. And if for some reason you can't hear, I'll just share it by a file. But I want to just try it one more time because I don't know why it's doing that. It's making me really mad.
You know what I'm saying? And this
no,
truth
yeah.
is going to be heard. Y'all can't send none of y'all Meek Mills, y'all puppies, y'all little boozies, none of these names, none of these people that have to listen to y'all because they have legal. I never killed nobody, right? I'm the pussy that never killed nobody, right? But that means I can say whatever I want and not go to jail. And even if they did figure out a way. You know what I'm saying? And this truth is going to be heard. Y'all can't send none of y'all Meek Mills, y'all puppies, y'all little boozies, none of these.
Oh, that's right. It's my earphones. It's when I wear these. God, that sucks though, because my other earphones suck. Can't hear crap with my other earphones. So it really sucks, but I might switch them next time. After I read the next time, I'll just switch over to my other ones. I hate how it doesn't let me do that. Okay, so we watched that. Now we're going to do... Okay. Let's do Speaks on Video House. So this is I don't know who. I've never heard of the person. Her name's Jaguar Wright, but she must know him from somewhere. Have you guys heard of a Jaguar Wright? Hold on. I could look her up, but I'll play the video. So it sounds like she must know him on a personal level. Is he like an artist? I'm going to look him up while I play this video.
So you got to understand, I've been watching this monster get away with murder for years. And no one said nothing. No one did nothing. He just kept taking his money and going his little freak-offs. They're all Diddy parties.
They all Diddy parties. Okay.
They're all Diddy parties. Gotcha. You been to a Rick Ross party, you've been to a Diddy party. You've been to a Khaled party, you've been to a Diddy party.
Wait a minute, you said
you've been to a Dwayne Wade party, you've been to a Diddy party. You've been to a Will Smith party, you've been to a Diddy party. They all Diddy parties.
Oh my God.
To a Meek Mill's party.
What?
Ain't no party like a Meek Mill party, cause a Meek Mill party don't stop. Expensive pain in your ass, in your ass.
So she is a singer. I looked it up. It says she's a American singer. She has released 5 studio albums and has collaborated with artists such as Lauryn Hill, Common, and Jill Scott. She's R&B, neo, soul, hip hop, soul, spoken word. Huh, okay. I don't know a lot of the new like hip hop artists or anything, but so yeah, I mean, she knows. Sounds like she knows all about it. It's freaking sick. I want to make sure I mute this one though. Hold on. I'm going to pop it up. Okay, that one doesn't want to play, but hold on. Okay, so this one's not going to have sound. I muted it because it's a song, but this is him and his family here. So you have there, he's right there. Then his daughters, his son, Justin, which is named. He's freaking doing the same thing. He's named as of bringing the underage girls there, taking part in freaking lacing the drinks. He's a part of it. His 30-year-old freaking son, Justin, right here. It's bull crap. Actually, I'll mute it this way. So this next one is going to be muted on purpose too. And what does it? Why isn't it not letting me click on it? This one will not let me click on it. Oh, well, I'll just do another one then. This one doesn't need to be muted, though. This is him, his family. His kids are wishing him like a happy Father's Day. Now I can't even hear it. Oh, okay.
Happy Father's Day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Happy Father's Day.
So he's got like a little baby too, huh? I wish this would let me. Huh. We'll mute this one. I have little notes for which ones I'm supposed to mute. Oh, shoot. Okay, hold on. Oh, this is his daughters. I don't know. I even forgot this, but those are his daughters. It says Sean Diddy Combs flew me to LA for 7 days for me to runway coach his twin daughters and their sister Chance. But this was before, obviously, everything came out. Now I'm getting like all these videos pop up of this stuff, like hip hop stuff, because I've been looking it up. Oh, this is him kind of going crazy here. Somebody's TikTok, PuffDaddy here.
Oh, I'm a savage. I'm a savage. Oh, I'm a savage. Whatever I want, I'm going to get. Whatever I want, I have to get.
According to a recent lawsuit that was filed, P. Diddy might be a pedophile. This new lawsuit alleges that P. Diddy constantly held parties at his house that involved minors, adults who were assaulting these minors, male and female sex workers that were servicing everybody. And this lawsuit even alleges that P. Diddy himself spiked people's drinks at the party to get them looser and convince them to do whatever he wanted them to do. This lawsuit came from one of P. Diddy's former employees, a man nicknamed Little Rod. And this lawsuit is incredibly disturbing and paints a picture of Epstein-level allegations. Allegations that P. Diddy may have been involved in a trafficking ring of sorts. Allegations that P. Diddy forced his employees to go out and procure sex workers for him in his parties. Allegations that P. Diddy violently forced people to do things for him. Allegations that P. Diddy may have murdered people and admitted to it. Amongst many, many other allegations of assault, groping, and yeah, just so many different things. These are some really disturbing allegations, and while they haven't obviously been proven to be true in court yet, the team that actually put these allegations forward claims that they have hundreds of hours of video and audio evidence incriminating P. Diddy and his entire team in this string of illegal acts.
Okay. Oh, here's one. Wait, hold on 1 second, guys. I'm gonna see something. Give me 1 minute. I gotta find this other edited video that I forgot to. Okay, we'll do. Here's a compilation of.
I'm like Kennedy. You feel me? He like Clinton. I was the president for shit. Yeah, man. That's OG.
It's enough. Yeah.
I get it. You got it.
You look beautiful. It was a great move.
He just said you look beautiful.
I like when you like this, Daddy.
Yeah, when you put my bag
Daddy,
in,
I like
Mr.
when
Lee.
you
Oh,
when
it's
you
right here,
scrambling
it's
and
right
scraping
here.
for shit.
No, I got
I
notes
like
and
that.
shit. I'll be practicing. I got
Yeah.
Look back on where I became.
Did you miss me though? For real? Because I'm
I
saying
miss-
it seems like a thing.
I
with
miss
this
partying
birthday
with
party,
Puff, man. I
Man,
miss
but I'm
partying
talking about
with
for your birthday.
Huh?
Why won't you party with me for your birthday, man?
We partied for my birthday before. You came to my party.
No, but me and you ain't never really party. You know what I'm saying?
So it's the end of the night, and it was for Bad Boy, who now departed. Gays who were in Bad Boy, who have in fact told that he likes women, so he would have to be bisexual. I've heard Sean Combs is in fact bisexual. From people who used to work in his company. So I'm assuming I'm not sexually Sean Combs. I've not spoken to Sean Combs. But based on those sources, I've heard he's in fact bisexual.
Hey, pretty insane. This one's muted, this part, but you guys were. Oh. Watch this. Watch. Did you see that? Wait a minute. So that could be one of two things. So YouTube, what's his name? Oh my God, I can't think. Eddie. Wait, dude, it's like on the tip of my tongue. What's his name from YouTube? But anyway, he goes to hug him, and then it's like either he has this moment and realizes, wait, I'm not doing this with you, or I don't know. Tell me what you guys think. It was either that or because Diddy was going to try to like kiss him or something. And he's like, because watch how awkward this is. Watch.
Let it flow, let it flow. Wow. It's amazing.
Whereas that, if I could say this, like you have a girl being sexual to this one guy, maybe going down on him, and he's back there rolling his eyes, he hiding the mother, and when he put his head down, is one of them white boys sucking on.
Oh.
You understand? That has happened. You understand what I'm saying? Then you got these guys who they go into these Turkish houses. Once you get to that door, you don't go back in there. But you know what they do in them Turkish houses. Well, you can assume what they do, quote unquote, in those Turkish.
Was Puffy really a fun boy?
Listen, I never seen him in the act with another man alone. Now, he's that type of dude, he'll take his girl, his baby mama with you and your girlfriend and your mans in them, and they'll go out and they do all kind of freaky shit with each other together. You know what I'm saying? The only fun boy shit that I ever seen him do, we was in one of those exotic shops. Yo, I'm gonna turn this shit out because this shit was funny. We was in Atlanta. We go to those exotic shops where you get all kind of like they buy oils, dildos, spooky. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? All kind of shit. So they would just give him a brown paper bag, and they wouldn't even. He'd never put his shit out on the counter when we get ready to take it out. He would always just give a man a wad of money. So they just thought it was cool. So they'll give him a brown bag. He'll go through that. So one day I was walking down the aisle with him, and so then he just stopped and he just started picking this shit up off the aisle. And he was getting he went up there like several times just getting shit down. And so then I pinned in on what he was, where he was getting it from, and because I was just staying a couple of feet behind him. So when I went by, I looked up. I said, "Yo," and I seen the shit up there and it said butt plugs. And I said, "Yo, my man, what'd you get this shit for?" And the nigga said, "Yo, on everything I love, man." He said, "Yo, Rec," he said,
Thanks,
"Yo,
Abelis.
can I do my shopping by myself?"
Yo, hold on. You know I'm with the shit. We love it, Eric.
To anything about the rumors about Puffy being gay or any of that. Does that shock you, or does that, or is that kind of like I can see that?
Yeah, because see, I don't have to actually see two men engage in sexual activity to say he's gay.
Just don't get close to the bed. Don't get close to the bed, but it's just like, yo, we want to thank you for hosting the thing, man. It's been a pleasure. You didn't have to do it, and you did.
No, I definitely didn't have to do it. I definitely didn't have to. First and foremost, I'm not getting in the bed. Shouts out to him and what he did. I'm just gonna.
See, like he's like, "Oh, don't get too close to the bed," and then he's like, "Oh," Kevin Hart's like, "Oh, I'm not gonna get too close to the bed." It's like you're pretending here that it's just sick. They're sick.
If we can, let's just put the camera a little this way, just so we're not. I don't want my shot to even I don't want it to come close to the bed at all. Usher look like he fresh off a goddamn plane. Fresh
Fresh off the garden stage. That's my brother right here from day one. We used to wake up and, pause, but like, check this out. Back in the days when he was like 10 and I was a little bit older, his older brother, we used to fight over the frosted flakes. You know what I'm saying? Before pause was invented. You know what I'm saying? But it's my brother for real. We used to actually wrestle off of the frosted flakes because he used to always get up early with me. Now he's one of the richest stars in the world. And
what the fuck did Puff just say?
Well, as a single man, you know what I'm saying, I have no shame in my game with that. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I was at the time, and we went to Florida. We got invited to a Puffy party, the New Year's Eve party. Went to the party.
All dudes?
Yeah. Nah, it was actually a good party. You know what I'm saying? It was on South Beach, right?
Right.
So then we go to the house, and then he invited us to the house because he wanted to go to the club afterwards, right? I was like, okay, cool. So Superhead is with me, you know what I'm saying? Karen is with me, you know what I'm saying? Whatever.
Superhead.
Yeah. So she takes me, Puffy calls me outside. He's like, "Hey man, that girl you know about the girl you." I was like, "Yeah, nigga, everybody know about." You know what I'm saying? What's happening? You know, he's like, "That's the devil, man." You know what I'm saying? I was like, "What you mean that's the devil?"
The devil got a pretty mouth.
Yeah, and I was like, "What you mean that's the devil?" And then he's like, "Yeah, man, she videotaped you with fingers in the booty."
That's a new
movie. What I'm
movie.
saying? I was
The
like,
devil
"What?"
sucks penis.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Rewind. I heard a penis and a finger in the ass going. What?
She said
So Puffy tells you that
she will videotape you with fingers in the booty. And I was like, "What the fuck does that mean?"
Yeah, what does that mean?
So then I go back in the house and I ask her, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He said, "You a filmer." No, I did ask him. He's just like, whatever. He went off and did his thing. And I was
he
like, okay.
limping?
He walked away and a nail fell out his boot.
No, I'm gonna clear this shit up because I'm not gonna have my name. I ain't gonna have my name out there crazy like that.
Go ahead.
So then she say, I told him what he told me, and she was like, oh, she started laughing like a motherfucker. I'll tell you later. So then I was like, okay, well, I'm not gonna make a big deal of it, whatever. So then then I guess he's had some prior incident with her that he don't want nobody to know about. You know what I'm saying? So we get into the truck. He said, let's go to this club. So everybody following the car. The car is fucking silent. You know what I'm saying? We get to this club and then we walk in the back way. It's a VIP lounge. Ain't nobody in there. And then, the club is going. It's all jumping. And then I'm sitting there with old girl. So he's doing his business. We go down and get a drink. We sitting there bobbing to the music, and then she point over the corner. It's two dudes kissing. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, the fuck is this? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay. Then there's girls in the club too, and then she point another direction. It's another dude over there, like butt ass naked dancing. You know what I'm saying? We take off, man. You know what I'm saying? We leave the club directly. I didn't say peace to nobody. I didn't see nobody. Gay. Yeah, it was suspect. A lot of suspect. The club was you could chalk it up to being in Miami or whatever. I've been in a gang. I've been in a gang of clubs, man.
The club was called.
And I ain't never mistakenly stepped into a club having that kind of activity. You know what I'm saying? So there it is. So we took a cab home back to where I was.
So lonely. So
I'm fucking
I
goblins.
went to a party on Star Island in Miami, where P. Diddy has a private residence. I had no business being there. I was with a famed house producer who was DJing the party.
Sure.
And I will keep his name out of it.
Yep.
And I took a whole bunch of ecstasy because everyone there was taking ecstasy. It was basically me and like beautiful like ethnic models, like just beautiful women who I obviously had no interest in because
that's the big pimpin' video.
That's not my type.
Right. We're gonna stick to Peppa, please.
Yeah, we're gonna stick to Peppa and ghouls from Us Weekly.
Right.
So I'm like kind of stumbling around. It's like it's all like my man is telling me that like every third person is some executive. Got behind the scenes guys who I don't recognize.
It's a high-end crowd.
Very high-end. And there's no joke, there's maybe 100 people.
Okay.
I mean, it is intimate.
It's a serious
I have
serious
no business
party.
being there.
Sure.
I'm in like a, like an old Jewish grandmother's windbreaker like I am now at this exact moment.
Right.
And so long story short, I am on ecstasy and I'm trying to find the bathroom and I can't find the bathroom and I just kind of like go down a flight of stairs and now I'm in like the inner windings of the mansion because most of it's going down by the pool.
Okay.
Cabanas and stuff.
Dragon's Lair.
Yeah,
we're getting serious.
So I get lost and I'm in like just a maze of rooms. Now I'm looking for the bathroom. I start opening doors. One's like a closet. One's a room. It doesn't have a bathroom in it. Whatever. Every room should have a bathroom in it.
That makes sense.
First of all,
if you're in this fucking
every
dungeon,
room should have,
every house should
so I
have.
open a door, and in that room there are a bunch of men, and they're all kind of like very like Romanesque, like laying about. And, kind of like very like kind of leaning on each other, not really spooning, but like conversationally spooning. Like if you were spooning, but facing each other and like leaning up on your elbow and talking.
Like, how about this? Like in public, watching TV with a bunch of your friends and you're with your girlfriends.
Right. Yes.
It would be like those guys kind of lounging on their girlfriends, but they're not fucking because that would be weird in public.
Fucking,
right.
Like you almost think that they should be feeding each other grapes. Stuff like that.
Okay.
Like, it was very like
regal lounging.
Very erotic.
Okay. All right.
Heavy erotica.
Yeah. Like the drawings you would see of like old Greek hangouts.
Exactly.
Yeah,
or like a fat Greek woman like laid on her side.
Yeah, it would almost be the prelude to an orgy.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh
Okay.
my god. It was so prelude to an orgy.
So explain.
So I look. So I'm there for a very brief amount of time because I open the door and clearly I'm not supposed to be in there. And I look, and who is lounging in my direct eye line? PuffDaddy and Felix the House Cat, famed house music producer.
Yeah, no, I know who that is.
Basically spooning each other. I swear to God, they're basically spooning and they're drinking a glass of Hennessy and they're like sharing it. They're like passing it back and forth.
And everyone's talking?
And everyone's just like talking.
Yeah.
And then as soon as I see them, I'm like,
all men though. There's not one woman in this room.
All men. And they're all 100% on ecstasy. Like you can see Diddy's in like white linen being like, oh my God. Like rub ice on my nipples.
Right.
Like, oh, you're one of my best friends.
Right.
So the minute I make eye contact with him, like a gigantic bouncer comes over and says, "Get the fuck out!" Because a lot of people turned and looked at me because it was very unexpected that like a fat guy with an afro,
Right.
like no shirt on, basically like an open windbreaker, opened the door to like this. Like
you are kind of a buzzkill.
Definitely.
If I'm on ecstasy and
Right,
getting
no.
ready for a gay
They're like,
orgy.
oh, this guy. Oh, he looks like fucking Gillette Jean Shalit him. So but I looked right at Puff Daddy and he looked right at me.
Yeah.
And we made direct eye contact. And I got kicked out of the room.
Sure.
So that was that.
Yeah, fast. And obviously crazy. Fast forward.
So I was like, P. Diddy's clearly on ecstasy and
Yeah.
he's clearly gay.
Yeah, so that's that, huh? I'm trying to find this one News Nation clip that I edited. But look, Epstein. Oh, I didn't share my screen. How did that get unshared? The heck? I didn't unshare it, did I? Yep, you're gonna be right where he was there, buddy. All right. I had that last video shared, right? I hope. All right, let me find this. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to find. Can't remember what I named it because I exported it. Just 1 minute. Let me look through my videos. Try to be quick. I guess it's gone. One second. All right, so let's see if this one plays now. Oh, I guess it is here. Okay. I forgot to cut this out. Hold on 1 second. I am going to play. For an article. You know what? No, let's start reading the Jane Doe thing real quick because that was a pretty good break of videos. Then we'll play some more after we read a little bit of this document. So I still have videos to play. Yeah, we'll do it that way because this document's really interesting. This next one. Oh, I still have a couple articles too. All right. Let me bring it over here and let's do it. So it's Jane Doe. This one was filed. This is from 12/6/23. So it would have been, shortly after. Because remember, Cassie Ventura's was this past November and this was December. So it would have been shortly after Cassie filed hers. Jane Doe filed hers. Jane Doe was underage when this happened. She was 17, so sick. All right, here we go. Oh, let me thank a couple people. Oh, Kathy, I thanked you. That was, you were too generous. Thank you. And then Abelis, grape. Okay, that's a good idea. I think I will use it. So you guys, grape is going to be the code word for the R word because it sounds close enough and it shouldn't trigger the YouTube or whatever. That's a good tip. Thank you, Abelis, or good idea. All right. Yeah, any Aussies here? Yeah, there usually is some Aussies here. I don't know if they are. Dark Sea. Is Dark Sea here? But there's other ones too. Why can't I think? Part that is crazy that they seem to be more irked if a person is having a guy on guy sexual or erratic activity versus actually looking at the problem is the abuse or uninvited advances. Yeah, no, good point. You're exactly right. Exactly. Yep. That's why like when I'm talking about it and like it's like, man, I keep having to make sure I say like it's not the gay part, it's that part what you're saying. Which I know I probably don't have to keep explaining myself, but no, you're right. Invoice. All right, I'm gonna start reading. Oh yeah, Michael. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Let me take a sip of water and we're gonna start reading. Okay. Preliminary statement. So plaintiff is Jane Doe. Miss Doe hereby alleges as follows, and she's verse Sean Combs, Harvey Pierre, the third assailant, Daddy's house recordings, and Bad Boy Entertainment. I want to look up who Harvey Pierre is, though. Do you guys know who that is? Because she talks about him in there too. I want to see if he comes up. I'll put it up on the screen. Oh yeah. Okay, hold on. Let's look it up so you guys could have a face to go with. So I guess this is Harvey Pierre. He's Diddy's ex bad boy president, Harvey Pierce. He's also known by the stage name Joe Hooker. He's an American record executive. He is best known for his work with PuffDaddy and Bad Boy Records. Okay. Well, that's Harvey or Harv or whatever. I don't know if you pronounce it Harvey or Harv. But you know what? I don't care because you're a predator too. Okay. So on November 16th, 2023, Cassandra Ventura, a.k.a. Cassie, filed a 35-page lawsuit in which she exposed Sean Combs for subjecting her to nearly a decade of physical, sexual, and emotional abuse punctuated by grape. That's a good idea because it sounds enough like it. Okay. But watch, I have people not understanding and they're probably try to correct me like, wait, do you know this? The G is something. Well, no, there is no G in it. They'll be like, you're saying that word wrong. You know how people are. Oh, Lord. But anyway, punctuated by grape, S, trafficking, and being forced to engage in drug-fueled, non-consensual sexual encounters with other men. Actually, let me take these out because next time I'm just going to use my sucky headphones so we don't have issues. Ordinarily, when a lawsuit such as Miss Ventura's is filed that involves events that took place a long ago, witnesses are few and far between and evidence hard to muster. Not so for the claims brought up against Mr. Combs. Within minutes of the filing, salient facts of Miss Ventura's claims were confirmed by various witnesses, including rival musician whose car Mr. Combs blew up, as well as various individuals who observed Mr. Combs beat Miss Ventura. Only a few days later, 2 other lawsuits were filed against Mr. Combs. In one, plaintiff Joe Dickerson Neal, which that's that article we read, alleged that Mr. Combs drugged and essayed her when she was a college student. The other lawsuit accused Mr. Combs and singer Aaron Hall of forcing the plaintiff and another unidentified woman into non-consensual sex. At the same time, a 4th lawsuit was filed, this one against Mr. Combs' companies and defendant Harvey Pierre, the longtime president of Bad Boy Entertainment Holdings Incorporated. The suit alleged that Mr. Pierre used his position of power at Bad Boy to groom and essay his former assistant, and that Bad Boy looked the other way at the time. This is now the 5th lawsuit filed against Mr. Combs in the last 3 weeks. Incredibly, the allegations brought by Miss Doe are in many ways even more egregious than those brought by his prior victims. Specifically, in 2003, when she was only 17 years old and in the 11th grade, Miss Doe was trafficked and gang raped. Those two words together probably will, but oh well. It's too late now, guys. But wow. Anyway, listen, I mean, think about what they're just saying right there. 17 years old. By Mr. Combs, Mr. Pierre, and a third assailant. Who the heck's the third assailant? Hold on, let's see what the little... The third assailant is a pseudonym. When the name of the third assailant is revealed during discovery, plaintiff will seek to amend the complaint to replace the pseudonym. Okay. Hey, you guys, that one was Usher. Doing the research, I guess I can't say 100%, but most people that are covering this are saying that one was Usher, the one that had the Las Vegas residency, and that had what was the other thing? There was two things. Oh, that played at the Super Bowl. That was Usher, I guess. We were right. Most of us thought that. At least going around, they're saying that was Usher. So basically, he's saying that Usher and him had a relate, did that. And then the other one they said was Meek Mill was the one that dated Nicki Minaj. And then you guys were saying that other one they named was Chris Brown. That one, because they named 3 different ones that had redacted names. So anyway. So I don't know, this third assailant. So this girl at 17 years was raped by Mr. Combs, Mr. Pierre, and a third assailant. When she was just a teenager, Miss Doe met Mr. Pierre and the third assailant in a lounge in Detroit, in the Detroit, Michigan area. While at the lounge, Mr. Pierre insisted that he was best friends with Mr. Combs and even called Mr. Combs with Miss Doe. So basically he's like saying, he's Puff Daddy. Here, I'll call him while he was with her, because, Mr. Combs, Puff Daddy's a well-known name, Anyway, Mr. Combs convinced Miss Doe, who was half his age at the time, to accompany Mr. Pierre and the third assailant on a private jet to come to his studio in New York City. Before they left for the private jet, Mr. Pierre smoked crack cocaine in a bathroom at the lounge, in which he also essayed Miss Doe by forcing her to give him oral sex. Man. Mr. Pierre, third assailant, and another gentleman then escorted the high schooler to a private jet, which flew them to Teterboro, New Jersey. So now we have the third assailant, but now there's also another gentleman that's at least aware of what's going on, it looks like. There were SUVs awaiting the group at Teterboro, and the 4 of them were driven to Daddy's House recording studio, a studio famously owned and operated by Mr. Combs and Bad Boy. While at the studio, Mr. Combs and his associates, including Mr. Pierre, plied Miss Doe with drugs and alcohol. As the night wore on, the 17-year-old Miss Doe became more and more inebriated, eventually to the point that she could not possibly have consented to having sex with anyone, much less someone twice her age. While at the studio, Miss Doe was gang raped. I wanted to say it like that just because those two words together that could still trigger it. This is just sick, though. I have the trigger warning up there. She's in high school. But anyway, by Mr. Combs and the third assailant and Mr. Pierre in that order. Okay, so by Mr. Combs, the third assailant, and then Mr. Pierre in that order. While Mr. Combs was raping Miss Doe, he complained that he could not get off unless she pinched his nipples as hard as she could. Oh, my Lord. Mr. Combs then watched on as a third assailant, who Miss Doe had not even realized had begun to have sex with her, raped Miss Doe as she told him to stop. So I wonder, I haven't read this yet, but I wonder if they have videos of her, like the underage ones, because that right there, I mean, dude, that's like life. I mean, after third assailant was finished, Mr. Pierre took his turn. Do you guys think, right, let me just ask you your advice. Do you think saying grape is gonna be okay? You don't think that that's too close to the word? Because every time I say it, I'm like, man, they might not be able to know the difference. I don't know. I know. That's what I'm thinking. It almost sounds like you're saying it anyway. I might just say R again, just because that and the unalive, the S word, I think those are probably the two main ones that I don't want to say because anyway, after third assailant was finished, Mr. Pierre took his turn at R-ing Miss Doe and then violently forced her to give him oral sex. So this is the third assailant. Or no, after third assailant, that's Mr. Pierre, okay. During which Miss Doe was choking and struggling to breathe. When Mr. Pierre finished, he left Miss Doe in the bathroom alone. Miss Doe fell into the fetal position and lay on the floor. Her vagina was in pain. Finally, after a period of time, Miss Doe regained her bearings. However, she could barely stand up following the gang and had to be helped to walk out of the building and back into a car. She was taken back to an airport and flown back to Michigan. However, she has very limited recollection of her transport home and only remembers being in her car sometime early in the morning. Wow. So, wait, so it was there. I'm trying to look if they gave a time. So was it the same night? So like when did she go back home? Was she there? Because she got left in the bathroom, and then after a period of time, she regained her bearings. But did she? Because look, it says she helped walk out back to the car, and then she was taken back to the airport. So was it just still that same night, or was it over the whole night? Was it the morning? I wonder, or they just like took her for the night and sick. Unlike many victims who have come forward after decades, Miss Doe can prove that she not only met Mr. Combs on that night in question, but was in his studio in New York City with him on that night. Remember, when viewing these, Miss Doe was 17 years old. So this is pictures of them too from that night. It's Sean, PuffDaddy. There's PuffDaddy. Those are sucky pictures though. Really, look how. What year was this? They look really old pictures. I mean, Miss Doe has lived with her memories of this fateful night for 20 years, during which time she has suffered extreme emotional distress that has impacted nearly every aspect of her life and personal relationships. Given the brave women who have come forward against Mr. Combs and Mr. Pierre in recent weeks, Miss Doe is doing the same. Yeah, so they blurred her face. Purpose of anonymity. I can't say that word. Hold on. This one I can. Anonymity. Anonymity. It's hard to say sometimes. But yeah, so she never. I mean, she never gives her name, which is good. She should be able to have that. To that end, Miss Doe brings this action seeking injunctive, declaratory, monetary relief against defendants in violation of the Victims of Gender-Motivated Violence. The court has jurisdiction over this matter pursuant to different states. The controversy in this matter exceeds $75,000. The court has supplemental jurisdiction over plaintiffs' related claims arising under the state. All right, so parties. Plaintiff Jane Doe is a citizen of Canada. Defendant Sean Combs is a citizen of the state of California. Defendant Harvey Pierre is a citizen of the state of New York. Defendant, the third assailant, is, upon information and belief, a citizen of the state of New York. Defendant Daddy's House Recordings is a music media and entertainment company founded and owned by defendant Sean Combs. Daddy's House is incorporated and headquartered in New York. During the relevant time period, Daddy's House and or Sean Combs owned and operated the Daddy's House recording studio, wherein Miss Doe was Ard by Mr. Combs and Pierre and Third Assailant. And then the Bad Boy Entertainment Holdings is a music, media, and entertainment company founded and owned by defendant Sean Combs. Bad Boy is incorporated and headquartered in New York. During the relevant time period, Bad Boys and or Sean owned and operated the Daddy's House recording studio wherein Miss Doe was Ard. So factual allegations. In 2003, Miss Doe was a 17-year-old 11th grader residing in a suburb of Detroit, Michigan. At the time, Mr. Combs was 34 years old, twice the age of Miss Doe, and one of the most well-known and influential music artists of all time. A decade earlier, Mr. Combs founded Bad Boy and installed his longtime friend, Mr. Pierre, into the role of president. At the time, Mr. Combs had many connections to Michigan, including, among others, to the Black Mafia family, BMF, a drug trafficking and money laundering organization that is rumored to have seeded Bad Boy. Wow. Accordingly, upon information and belief, Mr. Combs' associates, including Mr. Pierre and the Third Assailant, spent significant time in and around Detroit. On one evening between the spring and fall of 2003, Miss Doe was out with friends. It was not uncommon for her and her friends to frequent bars and lounges in Detroit area. Certain of Miss Doe's friends were all well connected with people in the music industry. On the evening in question, Miss Doe was with friends in a lounge when she was approached by who she later learned as Mr. Pierre. Mr. Pierre was with his own friends, including the Third Assailant. Mr. Pierre, the Third Assailant, and their friends were dressed in suits. Mr. Pierre repeatedly complimented Miss Doe's appearance, saying that she was hot, among other things. He then began talking about his self-described best friend and brother, Mr. Combs. Specifically, Mr. Pierre continually stated that Mr. Combs would love to meet Miss Doe. Mr. Pierre even called Mr. Combs and put Miss Doe on the line. Mr. Combs told Miss Doe that he would love to meet her and that she should accompany Mr. Pierre to New York in a private jet. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Pierre directed Miss Doe to go with him into the bathroom at the lounge. Once inside the bathroom, Mr. Pierre began to smoke crack cocaine from what appeared to be an aluminum can. After he finished smoking crack, Mr. Pierre suddenly took out his penis and demanded that Miss Doe suck and forced Miss Doe's head down to perform oral sex. After sexually assaulting Miss Doe, Mr. Pierre directed her to accompany him, the Third Assailant, and a third member of their group to an airport in Pontiac, Michigan, where Signature, a fixed-base operator, had prepared a private jet to take the four of them to New York City. Man, we did it say... Wow. Thank you, Jules, for joining. Oh, welcome to the family. Yeah. Okay. So upon information and belief, the private jet landed at Teterboro Airport. Upon departing the jet, two black SUVs were awaiting the group. Miss Joe got into the SUV with Mr. Pierre, and the Third Assailant and the other member of the group went in the second SUV. The SUVs brought the group to Daddy's House recording studio, a studio and hangout owned and operated by Mr. Combs and Bad Boy. When Miss Doe arrived, she was escorted into the building where she distinctly remembers seeing a sign for the company Technicolor. Upon entering the studio, Miss Doe first encountered Mr. Combs. At the time she arrived, a female recording artist was using the studio as Mr. Combs and her parents watched on. She finished up shortly after Miss Doe arrived and left. While still in the studio section of Daddy's House, Mr. Combs asked Miss Doe to sit on his lap to take a picture. A copy of the photograph is below. Mr. Combs, Mr. Pierre, and the Third Assailant began to ply Miss Doe, a 17-year-old child at the time, with copious amounts of drugs and alcohol. While the evening became a blur, Miss Doe recalls Mr. Combs, Mr. Pierre, and the Third Assailant hitting on her incessantly, stroking her body, asking to see her ass, and telling her how hot and sexy she was. Various other pictures were taken in the studio that night, leaving no doubt that Miss Doe was in Mr. Combs' New York City studio with Mr. Combs on the night she was Ard. As the night wore on, the 17-year-old Miss Doe became more and more inebriated, eventually to the point that she could not possibly have consented to having sex with anyone much less someone twice her age. Wait, didn't I just read all this? Seems like I guess these documents have a lot of repetitive stuff. I keep thinking, I'm like, what if I accidentally like scrolled up and I'm reading the same thing again? Nevertheless, the evening Mr. Combs directed Miss Doe to accompany him to the bathroom at the studio. Once there, Mr. Combs removed Miss Doe's skirt and underwear and penetrated her from behind. And then she hung over her sink, over the sink. Yeah, I guess this is a little bit different. This one has a little bit more details. Miss Doe did not consent to having sex with Mr. Combs, but he continued thrusting. At some point, Mr. Combs turned Miss Doe around to face him. He told her that he could not orgasm and asked her to squeeze his nipples as hard as he could to help him get off. He then turned her back around and continued to R her. By this point, Miss Doe was coming in and out of consciousness because of the drugs and alcohol she had been given by defendants. Her next memory was looking up into the mirror above the sink to find that the third assailant had replaced Mr. Combs and was R-ing her from behind. Mr. Combs was watching the third assailant SA Miss Doe from a chair outside of the bathroom. At this point, Miss Doe mustered the energy to tell the third assailant to stop and that she did not want to be having sex with him. The third assailant did not stop and continued to R Miss Doe, who did not have the strength to force him off of her. After the third assailant was finished, he was replaced by Mr. Pierre, who began by having non-consensual sex with Miss Doe before violently forcing her to give him oral. Oh, wow, Mitzi, I'm sorry. Whoa, really? Dang. This could be triggering then. Well, wow. Where are we? So Miss Doe before violently forced, during the latter part of the essay, Mr. Pierre forced himself into Miss Doe's mouth without her consent. Miss Doe remembers that Mr. Pierre was sweaty and that she had difficulty breathing. When Mr. Pierre finished, he left Miss Doe in the bathroom alone. Miss Doe fell into the fetal position and lay on the floor. And she was in pain. Finally, after a period of time, Miss Doe regained her bearings. However, she could barely stand up following the gang R and had to be helped to walk out of the building and back into the car. Man. She was taken back to an airport and flown back to Michigan. However, she has very limited recollection of her transport home and only remembers being in her car sometime early in the morning. So yeah, it was probably still the same night. They did that, and then it was probably late at night. They flew her back, and then early in the morning, she was in her car then, right? Driving home. Her underwear was missing. As a result of being R-ed by Mr. Combs, Mr. Pierre, and the third assailant, Miss Doe suffered significant emotional distress and feels of shame that have plagued her life and personal relationships for 20 years. Miss Doe knew that speaking out against defendants would be extremely difficult and that she would likely be subjected to retaliation and defamatory slurs and attacks. However, in November 2023, Miss Doe read about a lawsuit filed against Mr. Combs by Cassandra Ventura, aka Cassie. Miss Ventura's suit described a decade of physical, sexual, and mental abuse. Most triggering for Miss Doe was reading about Miss Ventura's allegations of the trafficking and being forced to have sex with other men against her will. Miss Doe obviously understands that she too had been trafficked, and that Mr. Combs' behavior and forcing women into non-consensual sex was not an isolated incident or unique only to Miss Ventura. Then, just days later, Miss Doe read about a case filed against Mr. Pierre. The suit alleged that Mr. Pierre used his position of power at Bad Boy to groom and essay his former assistant. C and two other women bravely speak out against Mr. Combs and Mr. Pierre, respectively, gave Miss Doe the confidence to tell her story as well. As such, she files this suit. Yeah, so this is the first cause, violation of gender-motivated violence. So this would be, crime of violence motivated by gender. Means an act or series of acts that would constitute a misdemeanor or felony against the person as defined in state or federal law, or that would constitute a misdemeanor or felony against property as defined in state or federal law, if the conduct presents a serious risk of physical injury to another, whether or not those acts have actually resulted in criminal charges, prosecution, or conviction. The term crime of violence motivated by gender means a crime of violence committed because of gender or on the basis of gender and due, at least in part, to an animus based on the victim's gender. So, it's kind of... So the prayer for relief, for a money judgment representing compensatory damages, including consequential damages, lost wages, earning, and all of other sums of money, together with interest on these amounts according to proof. For a money judgment for mental pain and anguish and severe emotional distress according to proof. For punitive and exemplary damages according to proof. Attorney's fees, pre-judgment, post-judgment interest, for such other and further relief. Okay. So pretty sick. What's this one? Because they respond too. So we have some responses. We have letters to the judges, letters from the attorneys. It's getting ugly. I mean, it's because of what the ugly stuff they freaking did. So this is plaintiff Jane Doe, by and through her undersigned counsel, hereby files this memorandum of law in support of plaintiff's motion to proceed anonymously pursuant to federal rule of civil procedure. So she's making a request because they're asking, because I'm not going to go through all the documents, but I was going through them last night. So the other side was asking for her to not be anonymous, that she has to say her name, but they make a plea to remain anonymous, and then she's granted. See, it says, upon good cause shown, the request of plaintiffs to proceed using the pseudonym Jane Doe is granted. So it was granted that she could continue using that because they didn't want her to. Thank you, Jules. $3. Thank you. And thank you, Abelis. Who won? Or who got the membership? Let me see. Does it say yet? Let's see. Who got it? I don't see it. Hold on. Where'd it go? Dang it. I just lost. Oh, there we go. Human manipulation. I can't say her name good. Oh, Miss Bridge, you got it. Congratulations, Miss Bridge. Human manipulation. It's always like a challenge to try to say your name. Okay. So what do you guys think so far? So I'm not going to read the request, but she goes on to, ask to be able to stay anonymous, basically, and her reasons. And then, like I said, she's granted right here. Am I sharing my screen? Gosh. Yeah, okay. So she's granted that. Oh, wait, why did I just do that? Hold on one second, guys. My computer is being a brat. Okay. I'm trying to take this off the screen. Okay, there we go. All right. So let me exit out of this. So here is a letter to Mr. Blackburn. So Mr. Blackburn is Rodney Jones's counsel, okay? And then Prior Cashman is Lucian Grange. Remember, he was named in the Rodney file, right? So Lucian Grange and Universal Music Group and that Ethiopia Habtemariam. Remember, they were all named. Here, I'll show you. Right here, they're all named in this. The Rodney Jones one, the big one that we read last night, which we're going to read the amended parts to later. But these two, where is it? Hold on. Oh, that got big. Yeah, so they're trying to get out of their, well, you'll read it. We'll read it where they're like, we weren't involved in all that. So that the Ethiopia Habtemariam and the Grange. But actually, let's bring this up to remember who they are. So the Lucian Grange is the defendant. Lucian Grange is the CEO of Defendant Universal Music Group. Upon information and belief, the defendant Lucian Charles Grange is domiciled. Okay, so yeah, he's the one that's CEO of the UMG and general business partnership agreement and provide financial resources to their general business partners. So yeah, and then the other one, so that's him right here. So that's one of the ones that we're going to be talking about now because they're trying to say they have no part in any of this. And the other one is, she's not in this one because it's amended. They already took her off of this one and added Cuba's. So they added Cuba and they already have Ethiopia off of this one, the amended one. But Ethiopia was, dang it, now I wish I had that so I could show you guys. Hold on a second. I don't have it up because I wanted to do the amended one, but I want to show you who Ethiopia is first. So, give me 1 second. Does this one have it? Nope, because they took her off because she saying, I have nothing to, I wasn't at his house. And like I said, we'll read it all over, but let me just find. Here's this one. Okay, so Ethiopia is, so she's not in the new one, but right here. And I'm sure they have a picture, right? Right here. So you know who we're talking about. So it's former CEO of Defendant Motown Records, the parent company of Defendant Love Records. So her and him are the ones that we're going to be talking about. As their lawyers are going back and forth with Rodney's lawyers. So here, is this one with her? Is that her? Yeah, this is her with him. It says Sean Diddy Combs partners with Motown Records for first album from his R&B label Love Records. Sean Diddy Combs launches label Love Records with album release via Motown Records. As he prepares for his debut as host and executive producer of the upcoming 2022 Billboard Music Awards. Oh, wait, I don't know. The link is working, yay, but I don't know. We have time later. We could do it, but it says, so is announcing news on another front. He is formally launching his Love Records in tandem with signing a one-time album deal with Motown. So remember, she's the one, Motown. What is she for Motown again? She is the former CEO of Defendant Motown Records. Wait. Former CEO of Defendant Motown Records. Oh, because Motown Records is named, and so she's the CEO of that. Okay, it's because Motown Records is one of the defendants. Okay, so it's like, why is that worded that way? I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of a background, but where is that one that I was just looking at now? Here it is. So it says, the forthcoming album will be the first project under the imprint, which will focus solely on R&B through the release of singles and collaborative projects with artists, producers, and songwriters. On marking his official return to music, Combs said in a statement, "Music has always been my first love. Love Records is the next chapter about getting back to the love and making the best music of my life." Yeah, from prison. For the label, I'm focused on creating timeless R&B music with the next generation of artists and producers. Motown is the perfect partner for my album, and I'm excited to add to its legacy. Motown Records CEO chairwoman Ethiopia Habtemariam. This is a major moment for Motown, as Diddy is one of the century's most important voices in music and culture. To be a part of his next evolution and album is nothing short of monumental. So this is Ethiopia saying this about P. Diddy. Combs serves as executive producer, curator, and A&R of Love Records' first album, due this summer. In addition, he will continue to oversee his successful label predecessor, Bad Boy Entertainment. During his 30-year career as producer, songwriter, rapper, label executive, and head of Combs Enterprises, Combs is a 3-time Grammy Award winner who has collaborated with a host of hitmakers, including Mary J. Blige, the Notorious B.I.G., Mariah Carey, Jennifer Lopez, Boyz II Men, Britney Spears, and Kanye West, among others. Combs is managed by Sal & Co., where he is represented by Wassam Sal Slaby, together with Slaby Kenneth, negotiated a deal with Motown. Wait, Rubenshire. So, yeah. That's Ethiopia on him again. Yeah, Sean Diddy Combs launches R&B label Love Records and inks exclusive album deal with Motown. In major announcement, Diddy has revealed he's launching his very own record label, Love Records, which will exclusively cater to R&B music. The mogul has partnered with the legendary Motown Records for this deal. So she's the CEO of the Motown, okay? Today, music mogul, artist, and producer Sean Diddy Combs made some serious boss moves by announcing his new label, Love Records. The legendary news didn't stop there. Combs has also inked an exclusive deal with Motown Records. Music has always been my first love. Oh, we already read that. That's the same. The first project set to be released under the label will come from none other than Mr. Combs himself. This entire move marks Diddy's official return to music. The 3-time Grammy winner has been in business for 30 years, but this partnership will be the mogul's first time working with the iconic Motown Records. Since its inception, Motown has launched careers for the biggest names in the music industry, including the Supremes, the Temptations, the Jackson 5. In more recent years, groups like Migos have worked with the label. Motown Records CEO and chairwoman Ethiopia Habtemariam added, "This is a major moment for Motown, as Diddy is one of the century's most important voices in music and culture. To be a part of his next evolution and album is nothing short of monumental. Diddy's venture with Love Records will be a full-circle career moment for the A&R executive producer and curator. The culture icon is credited with shaping the sounds of artists like Mary J. Blige, the Notorious B.I.G., Mariah Carey, Boyz II Men, Kanye West, and more. While the new label will no doubt keep the Hello Good Morning hitmaker busy, he will continue running his successful Bad Boy Entertainment label." This announcement comes just weeks after his news dropped that the Can't Nobody Hold Me Down rapper would not only be hosting, but executive producing the 2022 Billboard Music Awards in Las Vegas. Yesterday, May 9th, Diddy announced he'd be adding Travis Scott to the list of performers. I'm uncanceling the canceled, Combs said in the support of the Sicko Mode rapper. The show airs live Sunday. And then we have Usher reveals that he, Jay-Z, Diddy, and Pharrell were supposed to be a group. Diddy's attorney issues statement about Cassie's lawsuit settlement. But yeah, so let me move this over here since we already read it. Okay, so let's go back to this letter. So this is the firm that represents Ethiopia and that Lucian Grange, okay? So just give you a little background. All right, so he writes a letter. This letter is to Rodney's firm. So Rodney is represented by Blackburn. Rodney Jones, the one that the case that we read yesterday, that long one. Okay, so it says, Dear Mr. Blackburn, well, first of all, this is a complaint of Rodney Jones against Lucian Charles Grange, Universal Music Group, Motown Records, improperly identified in the complaint, and Ethiopia Habtemariam. The firm represents Universal Music Group, Motown Records, this firm represents Universal Music Group, Motown Records, which has been improperly identified, Sir Lucian Grange, and Ethiopia Habtemariam, hereinafter sometimes collectively referred to as our clients. This letter is being sent to you in advance of our making a Rule 11 motion in accordance with the requirements Rule 11. Such motion, if we are required to make, it will provide you with a required 21-day notice before we seek the imposition of monetary sanctions against you and your client for having filed a complaint and now an amended complaint, both of which are in patent egregious violation. Does that even work there? Of what? What is Rule 11 though? Federal Rules of Civil Procedure? So I was thinking it's going to be like a defamatory thing, because if they're saying it's not true, but what they're saying, the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. I just want to see what they're saying here. They're in violation of. I don't get it. Rule 11. Do you guys understand that? Well, I guess we could read and it'll make sense. I don't know. Okay. You can avoid Rule 11 motion only by withdrawing the complaint or immediately amending it to remove all allegations and claims against our clients. If you fail to do so or fail to confirm to us that you will do so in writing no later than 5 days from the date of this letter, we will proceed against you and your client without any further notice. Rule 11 explicitly requires that an attorney filing a complaint thereby certifies to the court that he has made reasonable inquiry and that the complaint is not presented for any improper purpose, such as to harass or increase cost. The attorney further certifies to the court that the claims are warranted by the law or by the non-frivolous argument for extending or modifying the law. And perhaps most importantly here, the factual contentions have evidentiary support or specifically identified will likely have such support after furthering investigation or discovery. Such specific identification would be allegations framed as being an information and belief. No such allegations exist in the complaint. Why am I not following this right now? I'm not understanding what... I know I can understand it, but since I haven't read it yet, I would have to like read it a couple times and really internalize, like figure out what they're saying. But reading it out loud for the first time, it's not sinking in what they're trying to say. But I'm hoping as we keep reading it, it'll make sense. Ashley, there you are. What up? You made it. Jennifer. Okay. In the complaint, you have certified to the court accusations and conclusions about our clients that you have presented as facts that are completely and demonstrably fabricated. and untrue. Had you conducted anything remotely resembling the reasonable inquiry required by Rule 11, you could not have filed a complaint filled with such conclusory and materially false accusations against our clients. Indeed, as I will discuss below, not only did you file a complaint in violation of Rule 11 and then double down on the impropriety by filing your amended complaint, the complaint also violates Rule 8's requirement of a short and plain statement. By way of example, only paragraph 343, previous paragraph 317 of the complaint goes on for 6 pages of single-space type, not a single page of which contains a single fact of which you or your client have any knowledge and which are, in any event, patently false. So it's previously 37. I don't know if I want to go look at what 343. It's tempting though, so I can see what they're talking about. 343. Should we look? The new one is right here. 343. I got to, because it's my OCD. See, this is where my OCD comes into play. I can't not just let it go. Okay, I put in 343. Oh, okay, it's not going. All right, we're just gonna. Oh, wait, no, there is no 343. It's paragraph 343. Oh my lord. Duh. That's why it wasn't coming, because there's not 343 pages. Okay. 343. So, right here, maybe sure. I read it. Paragraph 343. Jane Doe. Yeah, this can't be right. I don't know. Oh, well. That wouldn't be. I don't think. Anyway. Sorry, guys. 6 pages of single space, non-single page. I guess it could be. You think that's what they're talking about, though? Because it was previously 317, but I have the amended one. This is the newest one, but oh well, sorry, guys. That one I just brought up. I mean, I guess it could be that, but that was that one, all the ones about a Jane Doe. Anyway, your complaint violates Rule 12, containing multiple paragraphs of knowingly false conclusory assertions regarding our clients, including accusing our clients of criminal activity without the slightest basis whatsoever. And if not knowingly false, you made the accusations without the slightest inquiry into the actual facts. These accusations are redundant, irrelevant, immaterial, impertinent, scandalous, and prejudicial. In addition, the completely unnecessary and improper inclusion of personal residential addresses in the complaint confirms that you and your client have acted with malice and furtherance of an extortionate attempt to extract an undeserved payment. Wow. Dang. Your complaint also fails to state a claim against our clients. The RICO allegations are wholly deficient. I gotta take a break, guys. I'm having trouble speaking right now. These lights are seeming to bother me. I just wish I knew which paragraphs they're saying are false, though, or what they're complaining about. Because I don't think it's those ones. Because out of all those, you wouldn't think those weren't the ones that they were, like, named in at all, you know? Wait, what do you guys want to do? I'm gonna get to it. Hold on, I just thought I'd read some chat. Take a break. I'm taking my eyes off of it. Cause dang it, I'm having trouble reading today for some reason. No, I want to read it. What do you mean? I'm gonna read it. I have a lot to read. No, I'm gonna read it, Rar, but thanks. I just need to take my eyes off of it for a minute. Nobody knows Nickelodeon. Yeah, there was actually a joke Nickelodeon. Okay. There was this, I don't even know what show it was. I had it on last night when I was laying in bed, and it was like they started off with like, oh, PuffDaddy, Nickelodeon just hired PuffDaddy, and they're like, is that weird? Like, why would they hire him out at this time? And then they're like, no, like it was a joke. It's like some joke freaking website or whatever. But because of Nickelodeon, like that Dan Schneider and like, it's just a funny joke if you're aware of the history behind it. But yeah, it's a foot, and I realized that way after Dylan. I think it was a couple years ago, maybe, I don't know. But when I like realized that, like when everything came together, it's like one of those times where it's like, holy crap, are you serious? The Nickelodeon thing right here. Dylan said, so you guys know what I'm talking about. Random acts of crochet, Jennifer. Yep. I still haven't got the cause yet. I'm starting to get worried because I thought I'd get them yesterday, and then I checked today. No, I'm like, man, now I'm thinking, oh man, I hope they put the address right. I hope it didn't get lost in the mail. Like, that's my worry inside. All right, I think I'm ready. Let me take a sip of coffee and we'll start again. It's crazy though, because sometimes if people don't know me and they come in and they see I can't say words that I can normally say, makes me look like an idiot. But maybe it's just me. No, it's not just me, because actually I've talked to other creators about this. So when you're up there reading, like sometimes you cannot say words for some reason that you normally could say. And so I have reading all this, I'm having like a bunch of them, and people are probably like, man, she can't even pronounce words. But normally I could say a word, and then sometimes I can't. It's like your mouth gets tired, and then you're reading, and then I don't know, maybe nerves or something for doing a live. But it sucks because it makes me feel like, it's like, why won't my mouth say it? I know how to say it. Oh, well. Oh, all right. So the Rico conspiracy. Which one was the Rico conspiracy? Wait, Rico. Forget now. Anyway, let's start. Let's finish. So we're on page. Oh, we only have 3 more pages of this. Okay, we could do it. Similarly, you're aiding and abetting alleged criminal trafficking allegations against our clients are premised on the same non-existent duty and on the alleged provision of cash to Mr. Combs, and the alleged failure to properly file tax reports relating to the supposed cash payments. To begin with, your client has no standing to pursue a civil claim, which is a criminal statute. Nor does your client have standing to pursue a civil claim under 18 USC. But this just scratches the surface of your complete failure to conduct anything remotely resembling a reasonable inquiry into the facts before filing a pleading filled with offensively false accusations. To begin with, not only is there no conceivable basis on which you or your client could possibly have knowledge of the existence of any cash payments. In fact, there were no cash payments, and there was no failure to properly file tax reports. These accusations are so materially and palpably false that there is not even the remotest possibility that you're complied with your obligations as an attorney to conduct a reasonable inquiry into the facts. Instead, either you fabricated the entire story yourself or your client did. Either way, not only is there no viable claim pleaded, and not only does the complaint violate Rule 8, 12, and 12, or wait, oh yeah, it does say in 12. Indisputably violates Rule 11. So remember, you guys, this isn't Puff Daddy's attorneys. I mean, they're speaking on that. Lucian Grange, UMG, and Ethiopia is who he's representing right here. Okay. In fact, the complaint is virtually bereft. How do you say that? Bereft of any actual facts regarding our client, as distinguished from patently improper group pleading and sweeping conclusions that have no basis in fact. I mean, I hope Rodney, well, no, because they did a search warrant. I was going to say, I hope his lawyer didn't screw up stuff, but no, because what the raid is for is something criminal. That's just a civil thing that he did that just kind of sparked it, you know? Because I just hope they don't screw it up. Because this guy needs to go down. So they're saying that our clients did nothing in New York. Because it says in a group pleading, you claim defendants engaged in torts in New York. Our client did nothing in New York or anywhere else. In paragraph 14, you claim Motown founded Love Records. There is no basis for such a false statement, and perhaps your equally baseless respondent's superior assertion derives from this non-existent fact. Indeed, Motown did not even distribute the album on which your client claims to have worked, a fact that would have required very little effort on your part to find out, but which was apparently beyond your ability to perform. But wait, what constitute as distribute? Because we just read how they were merging or whatever for this album and the company Love or whatever. So what did distribute? You know what I'm saying? What does that constitute as? Because they did seem to kind of have some part in that. In paragraphs 51, 53, you claim UMG and Motown had some duty with respect to the security that was allegedly breached. Not only did UMG and Motown not provide any such security, UMG and Motown had no such duty. Again, this falsehood seems to derive from your fabricated assertion that Motown had or has some alleged ownership interest in Love Records. Oh. And then it names some more paragraphs. So in paragraphs this, as well as elsewhere throughout the complaint, in identical words, you claim that Sir Lucian Grange and Miss Heptamariam visited Combs' homes in Los Angeles and Miami in the evenings, and both would disappear for hours in Mr. Combs' bedroom. Aside from the absurd oddity of the identical alleged behavior by two individuals separately on apparently separate occasions, the entire story about their attendance at any event at Mr. Combs' home or at any listening parties is completely fabricated. Sir Lucian Grange has never been to Mr. Combs' house in Los Angeles or Miami and never attended or sponsored any listening parties at any Mr. Combs' homes and was not present at any writers' camps. Wow. Thus, everything alleged by both Sir Lucian Grange's supposed knowledge of illicit and illegal activities allegedly engaged in by Mr. Combs and others is categorically false. I would also note that your footnote 20 about TikTok has absolutely nothing to do with anything in the complaint. It's completely inappropriate and gratuitous and can only have been asserted for an improper purpose. I forget what that one says. TikTok. Oh, the UMG. It talks about the UMG and the TikTok, that whole thing. That's right. With respect to Miss Heptamarian, she ceased working at Motown in the fall of 2022, just after, according to your complaint, Mr. Jones claims he first became associated with Mr. Combs with respect to what became the Love Records album. As such, the complaint's allegations regarding Ms. Haptemariam alleged involvement in this matter are demonstrably false. Dang. In paragraphs, blah, blah, blah. In addition to being a group pleading and not alleging a single fact addressed to our clients, other than repeating the patently false. Here's the thing. It's going to make the credibility of everything else, for at least for the civil. I mean, I bet you they found something when they did the warrants, but it sucks because if they did screw this up by throwing too many names that really weren't involved, like let's say UMG had nothing to do with the stuff, the trafficking and all that stuff, and the drugs and the underage, like maybe they had nothing to do with it, and or whatever else they were accused of. Same with the Haptemariam. It sucks that if they were thrown in there and they shouldn't have been, maybe, I don't know, because the other stuff, because there's probably a lot of true stuff, when it comes to what PuffDaddy did. And now, some people might look at it and be like, oh, well, that's not true. Or should we trust all the other stuff, Is the power for thanks information? Oh, thanks, Pink. Sorry, I'm not reading it too good today. Which I guess that's why everybody's leaving. The numbers have dropped by like half because I'm sucking on reading. Well, sometimes these legal documents, I hate sometimes how they read. Okay. Where are we at? Eighth claim. Relationship to clients. Alleged relationship. So they're saying regarding the non-existent ownership and respondent superior alleged relationship of our clients to Mr. Combs and his entities. The allegation present no facts against anyone, but instead largely mouth the words of the statute and do not remotely satisfy the pleading requirements for a RICO claim, nor could you ever satisfy them as to our client. Man. As stated above, with respect to the alleged eighth claim, the complaint presumes our clients employed or otherwise had some alleged supervisory obligation with respect to Mr. Combs, which is utterly false in that Motown owned Love Records, which is also untrue, and that our clients consequently had some duty to supervise and provide security. There's no such duty, and our clients undertook no such obligation. With respect to the trafficking claims asserted against our clients, including your obstruction claim, beyond the completely false accusations of the funneling cash to Mr. Combs and the presumption that our clients had some respondent superior role with respect to Mr. Combs and his companies or colleagues, there is not a single fact pleaded, just prolix conclusions that are not only false, but as to which neither of you nor your client have any knowledge sufficient to have made such accusations. And as stated above, the premise of all these palpably false allegations that Sir Lucian Grange had some close and continuing personal relationship with Mr. Combs and spent hours with him at his homes while all manner of allegedly improper activities were ongoing is completely false. Sir Lucian Grange had no such relationships nor any knowledge of any activities alleged in the complaint. And as discussed above, Miss Haptemariam ceased being employed by Motown shortly after your client allegedly started working for Mr. Combs. And had no involvement or knowledge of the activities. Says I provided only a few examples of the materially false accusations that permeate the complaint. These allegations form the heart of your baseless accusation against our clients. Wow. So yeah, here's the defamation. I was going to say some of this. In fact, only you were apparently willing to file a complaint in complete violation of Rule 11. We We understand as well that you personally provided advance copies of this complaint to the press. In doing so, under New York law, you have forfeited whatever benefits of the litigation privilege that might arguably attend the filing of a knowingly false pleading and have subjected yourself and your client to well-founded defamation claims involving not only libel per se, but because you falsely accuse our clients of participating in a crime and aiding and abetting a crime, but it is clear that you did so with actual malice. Depending on how swiftly you withdraw or amend this complaint to delete all reference to our clients, we will evaluate when and where they will proceed against you. Okay, so that was a letter. Let's see how they respond. This is from, well, I want to see what date, because they respond. So this is from March 4th. This one's March 23rd. Oh, this is to the judge. So this is Rodney Jones's counsel is writing to the judge, I guess. It says, Dear Judge Oatkin, I am writing to provide your honor with an update regarding the above referenced matter on behalf of plaintiff. On March 21st, plaintiff entered into an agreement with defendant Ethiopia Habtemariam. Under this agreement, in exchange for a declaration that will be appended to the forthcoming amended complaint, the plaintiff has agreed to dismiss all claims against Habtemariam with prejudice. So with prejudice means that they can't try him in the future, right? I think I'm remembering that, right? So without prejudice, they could still do it. With prejudice, they can't ever go back. You know, they can't, what's the word I'm looking for, right? I hope I didn't mix it up. So like Ethiopia and her counsel would want it with prejudice rather than without, right? Is any lawyers in here? Did I get that right? I guess I could just look it up real quick because there's with prejudice or without prejudice. With prejudice is when a court dismisses an action, they can either do so with prejudice or without prejudice. Dismissal with prejudice means the plaintiff cannot refile the same claim. So I was right, yes. So this, they can't refile the same claim again in that court. Okay. So furthermore, the plaintiff has elected to dismiss the claim against Chalice Recording Studio without prejudice. So for the personal, for Habtemarians with prejudice, can't refile they can with a Chalice recording though, because that's without prejudice. This decision enables the plaintiff to refile these claims in Los Angeles, California, where CRS is headquartered. These dismissals are made pursuant to blah, blah, blah. Although they have been in constant contact with this writer through threatening emails and letters, the remaining defendants have yet to appear in the case. So the other ones like PuffDaddy and Cuba Gooding Jr. is named in it now. I know he was named in it before, but I don't think, was he in the actual naming? Like in the amended, he's actually in the defendant's. Well, I have to go back and look if he actually was a defendant before. But so they're saying that the rest of them have not appeared in the case. Instead, defendant Sean Combs, through his representatives, has engaged in concerning behavior, including manufacturing stories about plaintiff on TMZ and dispatching his agents to harass plaintiff's 8-year-old daughter. So the plaintiff is Rodney Jones. So he's including manufacturing stories about Rodney to TMZ, and he's harassing his 8-year-old daughter, the mother of his child. Yeah, and the mother of his child and ex-spouses, all of whom have expressed fear of potential harm by defendant Combs. Moreover, defendant Sean Combs has attempted to contact plaintiff through third parties to persuade plaintiff to terminate this writer and hire counsel who has a relationship with defendant Combs. These actions have compelled the plaintiff and his loved ones to file a police report. This writer has raised concerns surrounding this harassing behavior, and they doubled down and indicated that their harassing behavior will continue. Consequently, the plaintiff have reported these actions to the California, New York, and New Jersey state bars. Regarding Defendants United Music Group, Lucian Grange, and Motown Records, their representative has declined to engage with this writer. Despite several emails requesting a call to discuss the plaintiff's claims. He has sent multiple contradictory emails and letters filled with empty threats. He went so far as to misleadingly represent that he is counsel to Miss Heptamarian, a misrepresentation that was promptly discovered through discussions with Miss Heptamarian's actual counsel. Despite reminding him of his professional duty to engage with opposing counsel to seek a resolution on behalf of his client. Wait. He chose instead to hurl insults and boast about his legal experience spanning over 50 years. Okay, so that's... So here's another one. Oh, so here's the UMG and Heptamarian, and here's their letter to the judge now. So here's some of the defendants' counsel. The first letter we wrote. Let me see if I kept it yet. So it's talking about Mr. Blackburn, which is Ronnie Jones's counsel. It says, Mr. Blackburn has littered throughout the amended complaint in this action. His description of our correspondence is less than accurate. I will not burden your honor with copies of the actual correspondence unless your honor wishes to examine the accuracy of any submissions being made to you. I do feel it appropriate, however, to correct the record. But let me see, what did I skip? I write in response to the letter to your honor sent by plaintiff's counsel. Yeah, Tyrone Blackburn. Okay. First, Mr. Blackburn, letter that I falsely claim to represent Miss Heptamarian. In fact, I do represent her in this action, and I have a retainer letter signed by her. I am not in the habit of falsely claiming to represent people I do not represent. Second, Mr. Blackburn indicates that he intends to file another amended complaint. The current complaint is already an amended complaint, and I do not believe that Mr. Blackburn has the right to amend again without making a motion to do so, unless he proposes in any such further amendment to dismiss all claims against all of our clients with prejudice, as there is no basis for any of the claims asserted in the existing amended complaint. We would oppose such motion. Third, Mr. Blackburn's letters indicates that the defendants we represent have yet to appear in the action, suggesting something untoward in our conduct. What he does not mention is that he filed an amended complaint making completely false accusations of criminal behavior against my clients, but that he has not bothered to serve the amended complaint. Indeed, I do not even believe he has sought the issuance of summons. So the lack of appearance, which we intend to rectify speedily, is hardly untoward. Nor should it be a surprise to him. Fourth, without going into details of my communications with Mr. Blackburn, I can advise Your Honor that on March 4th, 2024, I sent him a letter detailing the falsity and legal baselessness of his claims and allegations against our clients, demanding that he dismiss the claims against our clients with prejudice and advising that we will seek Rule 11 sanctions if he fails to do so. He has failed to do so. In our correspondence, when he says I supposedly ignored my professional duty to engage with him to find a solution, he is incorrect. In fact, I fully engaged. I told him, as I had in March 4th, that there was a ready solution. He had no basis for it and should never have brought any complaint against our clients, and he should dismiss the amended complaint forthwith. It appears that Mr. Blackburn does not believe that this is a satisfactory solution. It is, however, an entirely appropriate solution given that The claims asserted against our clients are factually and offensively false, and there's no legal basis. All right, so yeah, another letter to the judge, but I feel like you guys are bored. Are you? A lot of people have left already. Oh, thanks, Abelis. You're doing great. Don't be so hard on yourself. Thank you. I don't like how this, the council writes those letters. I don't like the words and stuff. It's hard to read. Oh, I need some water, man. I need some more coffee, though. Maybe I'll play a video so I could drink some coffee, but I should just at least finish these letters real quick. Hold on. Let me see how many letters. There's a lot, actually. Shoot. It's like we could finish the letters and then we can watch the video, but see, these letters are interesting to me for some reason. So wait, what was the last one I read? This one, okay. So this is to the judge by Blackburn. So this is Rodney's attorney. Let's see what he says. He says, as you are aware, this firm represents the plaintiff in the above referenced case. This letter addresses the motion to dismiss filed by defendants Lucian Grange, Motown Records, and Universal Music Group. On March 4th, plaintiff received a letter from defendants regarding opposition to plaintiff's complaint. In accordance with the 21-day safe harbor rule, the plaintiff amended the complaint on March 25th, 2024. On the 21st day of the 21-day safe harbor. Rule 11 requires a party seeking sanctions to first serve the challenge lawyer with a sanctions motion describing the conduct that allegedly violates Rule 11, after which the challenge lawyer has a 21-day safe harbor to withdraw or amend the allegedly deficient pleading. That is precisely what occurred here. The defendants notified the plaintiff's counsel of alleged deficiencies in his first amended complaint on January 9th, 2018. As a part of the plaintiff's amendment, he received a declaration from Ethiopia Haptemariam. In this Ms. Haptemariam declaration, she states that Mr. Grange was her direct supervisor and that UMG provided authorization to establish the fund, establish and fund love. Okay, so wait. Mr. Grange was her direct supervisor and the UMG provided authorization to establish and fund the Love album. I mean, The plaintiff determined that the UMG and Motown Records had a general business partnership based on the public statements on their websites and LinkedIn business pages. If the court visits the attached link, it would see for itself that as of the filing of this letter, Motown still refers to the deal with Mr. Combs as a partnership. Yeah, that's welcome to Diddy Motown partner. Diddy and Motown partner up. Diddy is back, but let's be honest, did he ever leave? He's worn many hats and bore different names, but the man born Sean Combs has been a key fixture in music, business, and culture at large for decades. He launched successful careers, established landmark brands, and he's even been known to release some music from time to time. That's where Motown comes in. So there's Ethiopia, dropping his latest album on our label. Okay. On our label. Wait. Picture here alongside Motown CEO Ethiopia, Diddy will be dropping his latest album on our label later this summer. And their lawyers are saying, oh, they didn't have anything to do with the distribution or anything of the album. But yeah, that would be, though, really. Unless if they're lying on their websites. On top of that, we're helping establish his latest and most exciting venture yet, Love Records, the label which borrows the name from his most recent moniker. Will focus on R&B projects through collaboration with performers, producers, and songwriters. The first release comes from the man, so we read that, P. Diddy. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the same thing we read earlier. All right, let's go back. So we have, in the relevant part, the defendant's website states the following: Diddy and Motown partner up. Oh, I was going to say it all again. Diddy will be dropping his latest album on our label this summer. On top of that, we're helping establish, so we're not going to read this. Let's see what this link goes to. LinkedIn. Yeah, right here. Motown Records. Yeah, it's the same. Partners. Diddy's new album will be the first release. Relevant Records in partnership with Motown. Yep. Defendants are solely responsible for their public statements regarding their partnership with Mr. Combs. They did not have any issues marrying themselves to Mr. Combs when it was popular. Now suddenly, after Miss Cassie Ventura filed her lawsuit on November 16th, they are treating Mr. Combs like he has the plague, and they're trying to desperately to rewrite history despite what is presently on their websites. Yeah, that's true, dude. Now they're going to act like, when it was cool and he was let's partner. It looks good. But now it doesn't. It's like, ooh, I don't want to. But I told you, remember I was saying yesterday, everybody's going to actually start distancing themselves. Like, ew, we don't know him, or take down any, I'm surprised they still have that up, but take down any pictures or videos with him. And anyway, so the plaintiff informed the court of his intention to file a Second Amendment complaint 2 days before the defendant's appearance in the case. So March 27th, motion to dismiss the First Amendment complaint, which the Second Amendment complaint has replaced, was filed in bad faith and was nothing more than a public relations stunt by the defendants. The plaintiff notified the court on March 23rd of his intention to amend the complaint to remove Ms. Hapmariam and Chalice Record Studios as defendants. 2 days later, the defendant's counsel filed a letter and finally made an appearance. This was despite sending this writer threatening emails and letters, and rejected an opportunity for a conversation concerning the plaintiff's claims. It says plaintiff did not formally file a motion to amend the pleading because he had a duty under the safe harbor rule to amend any issues raised by the defendants, which plaintiff did on March 25th. Although the plaintiff did not file a motion for leave to amend, the plaintiff respectively requests the court grant the plaintiff to leave to amend plaintiff's okay, I'm going to skip some of this here. Although the request to amend was informal, he did inform the court of his intentions 2 days before the defendant's March 25th letter. So they're saying it was in a bad faith. Counsel for defendants is aware of the 21-day safe harbor rule, which adds to plaintiff's belief that this motion was filed in bad faith. The motion was only filed to distract from the fact that the defendant's business partner, Sean Combs' homes in Los Angeles and Miami were both raided on March 25th. However, this facts will show that they gave him unfettered access to financial resources, did not have proper oversight and accounting for how the money was being used, and were his partners despite what they're saying now. Of the 248 pages of the defendant's motion to dismiss, the defendant has not provided one receipt or transaction history detailing how the money they provided Mr. Combs was spent. The plaintiff doubts there are any records, and he is eager to be proven wrong. And then it says that Ms. Hapmariam's claim that this writer speaks to bloggers is demonstrably false, and I made that very clear to her counsel. Ashley Lynn. She cannot point to one blogger or online platform with whom I have conducted an interview. I have rejected every interview request from major networks. I would never sit for an interview with a blog. The plaintiff respectfully requests that the court deny the defendant's bad faith motion to dismiss a complaint that has been amended pursuant to the 21-day safe harbor rule. The defendants would like to file a motion to dismiss the Second Amendment complaint. The plaintiff welcomes it and is fully prepared to do so. Okay. Actually, let me just start exiting out so we have more room. Wait, this is from their UMG and Hapmariam and what's the other one? And Lucian Grange is the other side here, writing the judge again. Just going to kind of skim through this because I don't like reading his. It's harder to read. Whack-a-mole? What? And they're talking, oh my God, look, he's trying to say projection. Look at this. Every one of these foundational allegations for the claims against the UMG defendants have been wiped from the sack, along with one of the claims he asserted against Motown Records for California premises liability. But while busy accusing the UMG defendants of bad faith and filing their motion to dismiss, which would seem to be a textbook example for the psychological diagnosis of projection, nowhere does he offer any explanation for the provenance of these allegations to begin with. Indeed, his feeble attempt to justify his new general partnership allegation, an allegation directly refuted by both Miss Haptamarian and her counsel. It says further, since Sir Lucian Grange has never been to any of Mr. Combs' homes, the plaintiff's assertion in the FAC that he personally saw Sir Lucian Grange disappear with Mr. Combs into Mr. Combs' room for hours can only be either a delusion or a lie, since the exact same allegation is made in the FAC as to Miss Haptamarian, who also was never at any of Mr. Combs' homes. So they're saying that both of them were never at Puff Daddy's house. So I don't know. It's just he said, she said, or kind of. So here's another one. I'm not going to read them all, I guess. Yeah. It's kind of just fight back and forth. But here is from Sir Lucian Grange here. So it says, I, Sir Lucian Grange, CB declare as follows. I am the chairman and chief executive officer of Universal Music Group. UMG is a public company organized and existing under the laws of the Netherlands, with its principal operating offices and companies located in Santa Monica, California. I have personal knowledge of the facts set forth in this declaration, and if called and sworn as a witness, I could and would competently testify thereto. I have been named personally as a defendant in this action along with Ethiopia, the former chairman and executive officer of Motown Records, which is not an independent company, but a record label that is a division of UMG Recordings, which is an indirect, wholly owned subsidiary. I am also the chairman and chief executive officer of UMG, which is a Delaware corporation with its principal place of business in Santa Monica. Universal Music Group and Motown Records are also named as defendants. The court lacks personal jurisdiction over me. As the amended complaint admits, I am a resident of California, not New York. As I will detail below, I engaged in no activity in New York whatsoever with respect to this matter. The amended complaint makes 4 completely conclusory and factually unsupported allegations about my supposed New York activity, that I was involved in disseminating unidentified false information to unidentified artists in New York. That's a mouthful. Disseminate that I sent unidentified advertisements to unidentified artists in New York. That I oversaw the unidentified marketing and soliciting to unidentified artists in New York. That I was supposedly present in Mr. Combs' alleged home in New York, at which Mr. Combs engaged in alleged as trafficking. Not only are none of these allegations supported by a single fact, they are completely untrue and absurd, and I fully intend to pursue both plaintiff and his counsel for having made such false accusations against me. I will detail below I had nothing to do with Mr. Combs or Love Records. I have never been inside of any of Mr. Combs' homes and have no idea if he even has a home in New York. I mailed and wired nothing to any artist with respect to Love Records or Mr. Combs. I want to see what the little end of November. It says Mrs. Haptamariam left Motown Records at the end of November. I understand that on March 23rd, 24, plaintiff's counsel sent a letter to the court advising he intended to dismiss Haptamariam. Universal Music Group is not an actual entity, but a name commonly used to refer generally to the various companies and labels owned by UMG. I assume plaintiff intended to name UMG Recordings. Okay. The plaintiff and his counsel identified my California addresses in the amended complaint for no purpose other than to harass me. I am the chairman and chief executive officer of a multinational public company. That alone is a full-time job, and I am so deeply committed to various philanthropic causes. I'm trying to hear some of these here. I do not get involved in the day-to-day operation of the thousands of agreements UMG and its label publishers have entered. What time is it? 9. I guess my brother just got here. License agreement. Where are we at? I do not get involved in the day-to-day operations of thousands of agreements UMG and its labels and publishers have entered into with artists and writers and did not do so with respect to Motown Records license agreement with Mr. Combs' company, Love Records. So he says, in short, I had nothing to do with any of the actions alleged in the amended complaint. And it says the claims against me, Miss Haptamariam, Motown Records, and UMG recordings are factually and offensively false. It advances inconsistent allegations. Yeah, I mean, it's basically just saying that the fact that the allegations of my contacts with New York with respect to this matter are completely false. It's probably the least of the glaring flaws of the amended complaint. Based solely on offensively false accusations without there being the slightest factual basis for such accusations. And as set forth in the accompanying declaration of our counsel, Donald S. Zacharin, in complete disregard for the obligations imposed on counsel by Rule 11, says that it accuses me of engaging in criminal racketeering enterprise and participating in and aiding, abetting, and obstructing discovery of trafficking activity allegedly engaged by Sean Combs and people associated with him, extortionate activity, recorded me in this homes in Miami to exert leverage or influence over me, yet also alleges that I supposedly collaborated with Mr. Combs in an alleged criminal racketeering enterprise that has gone up for over 20 years. So wait. So he's saying that. Well, look, it says that, but it's not. This one's not saying that it's false, though. It's just saying at one time, at one, and the same time, the amended complaint, inconsistently alleges. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this one's saying that inconsistently describes me as some sort of bait, supposedly paraded about by Combs as someone who he could introduce to plaintiff in order to induce the plaintiff to provide his music production services. Yeah. Says the amended complaint alleges that I personally attended a listening parties at Mr. Combs' home where there are allegedly S workers and underage women being exploited and plied with alcohol and drugs, and I had a duty to prevent these from happening. And then the amended complaint alleges that there was a shooting at Chalice Studios, which I gather was a recording studio in Los Angeles where Mr. Combs was recording his Love album, and that Motown and or UMG recordings were supposedly responsible for providing security and failed to do so. Every one of these unsupported allegations is completely false. First of all, completely contrary to the amended complaint, Motown Records is not the parent company of Love Records. Motown Records does not own any interest in Love Records and has never owned any interest in Love Records. And for the record, no UMG company has ever had any interest in Love Records. As such, the entire underlying premise for every one of plaintiffs' claims against me, Mishap to Miriam, Motown Records, and UMG recordings, this fabricated ownership and respondent superior duty is completely untrue. As shown, the accompanying declaration of Martha Braithwaite, Motown Records' sole involvement with Love Records was that it entered into an arm's length negotiated license agreement on May 2022 to obtain the right to distribute for a period of time a single album to be produced and recorded by Love. But this is to distribute. She said, Ethiopia said, oh, there's no distribution. She had no part in it, but I don't know. What do you guys think? And he's saying he had no right or ability to exercise over Love Records. Well, I thought it was going to say for the security, but never mind. He says, I've never been in Mr. Combs' houses. Yeah, not responsible for guiding security and stuff. So yeah, I mean, but he did. Rodney took him off of the. I think he took Lucian off too. I'm pretty sure he took him off of the claim. Let's see. Oh, this isn't. The new one's over here. I'm pretty sure. So this is Martha Braithwaite. She writes something too because she was the executive vice president of Capitol Music and affiliated with UMG. Yeah, I mean, she's basically saying the same stuff. And then the Ethiopia, the one that we saw in the picture with him, says, I have personal knowledge of the facts set forth herein, which are known by me to be true. Yeah, she's basically going to say the same stuff. She's saying that she's never visited either of those homes. And she's never attended any of the parties either. So she says, well, hold on. She does say I visited Mr. Combs' property a total of 4 times, and each time was for business purposes. 3 of the times I visited his property in Los Angeles were all business meetings in connection with the license agreement between Motown Records and Love Records, but they all took place either in the home studio or outdoor patio. I also visited the property for the party in Mr. Combs' backyard celebrating his Lifetime Achievement Award from BET. Well, you just said up there you didn't go. Isn't that contradicting? My first visit was in the spring 2022 preceding the license agreement. The purpose was to listen to Mr. Combs' home studio. Was to listen in Mr. Combs' home studio to the recordings he had already made for his album Love, intended to release. There was no party involved. My second visit to Mr. Combs' home was within a few weeks after the license agreement was signed. This was in an introduction meeting between Motown staff and Love Records. It was purely business. I was in there with my team. We met with Mr. Combs and his team. Again, by his own admission, plaintiff could not have been there, and there were no underage girls or S workers. My third visit I mentioned above was a formal black tie event held outdoors at Mr. Combs' property, celebrating the Lifetime Achievement. That makes me so mad that he got that. Ugh. And her final visit was in Los Angeles in July. The purpose of the visit was to discuss the delivery and release schedule for the Love records. She says she has no recollection of ever meeting Rodney Jones. I'm aware that the first amended complaint claims that Motown was the parent company of Love Records. And the new proposed complaint claims that the Motown Records, or UMG, was in the general partnership. As of the time I left Motown in November, both of these assertions are completely false. All right, so this is while I was a chairperson for CEO Motown Records, did not financially sponsor or provide security for the writers' camps or listening sessions. Okay. I did not make and am not aware of any cash payments being made to Love Records or Mr. Combs by Motown Records or UMG. Mr. Blackburn's proffer to let me out of this case if I give him a declaration presenting a false narrative. So now she's claiming that they'll let her out if she basically lies, right? Gives a false narrative. So she's saying being falsely accused of criminal conduct is deeply upsetting to me. I did no wrong. I never saw or participated in any alleged racketeering enterprise. I never saw, aided, or abetted, or tried to conceal any S trafficking activity. I did not distribute cash to Mr. Combs or anyone else. In short, there is no basis for any of the claims asserted against me, and I should never have been named as a defendant in the lawsuit. After the filing of the amended complaint, Mr. Jones's counsel, Tyrone Blackburn, approached me and proposed to dismiss me from the case if I would provide a declaration. He sent over a proposed declaration to my personal counsel, but the declaration he presented was materially false, and I would not and could not sign it. My counsel provided a revised declaration that addressed the topics that Mr. Blackburn addressed and corrected his false narrative. I am aware that Mr. Blackburn found my truthful version to be unsatisfactory to him, and he presented yet another version that again presented a false narrative. My counsel again provided Mr. Blackburn with a revised version of the declaration, which again tried to correct his false narrative. As can be seen from the declaration itself, which is less than 2 pages, it summarizes my employment history with UMG Recordings and Motown Records. It notes Motown license agreement with Love Records and goes to confirm that I have no knowledge of supporting Nick Jones. I have that somewhere, but I don't know if I have it up. It's just like a page. Yeah, it's really short. Wait, I have no knowledge of supporting Jones. That Motown or UMG sponsored listening parties or writers' camps. About the cash. Okay, nothing. I'm informed and believe that Mr. Blackburn has falsely represented to various social media sites and other media outlets that I agreed to testify against Mr. Combs. I heard that last night too. So that there are media somewhere, somebody heard that because last night people were talking about that. And I was like, what? That she agreed to testify against Mr. Combs. Anyway, so yeah, she's saying, yeah, I agree to testify, Mr. Combs. This is completely untrue. I have no personal knowledge of any alleged wrongdoing by Mr. Combs, and there's nothing I could testify to that would be against his interest. I've never indicated in the declaration or otherwise that I have any intention of testifying against Mr. Combs or otherwise testifying on behalf of the plaintiff. All right. Yeah, this is another thing that kind of is, because it's kind of, I'm sure Rodney Jones is trying to show that there is more of a connection between them. But even if it was, the whole point they're saying is, well, we didn't take part in the other stuff. But yeah, it says he's launched his new R&B record label while simultaneously signing a one-time album deal with Motown. Yeah, it's basically the same stuff. Here's all the labels under UMG. Look. Universal Music Group. Look at all this. Our labels and brands. Abbey Road Studio, Bravid, Capitol Music Group, Decca, Def Jam Recordings. I can't even read what that says. EMI, Geffen Island, Palador, Republic Records, Universal Music Enterprises, Music Group, Music Latin Entertainment, Music Publishing Group, Verve, Virgin Music, Def Jam, 1022. Look at all this. Boominati? Boominati. Wow, with the I. Okay. Cash Money Records, Capital, Decca, EMI, Disa, Dreamville, ECM, Fame House, Imperial, Hype. Look at all these, dude. Talk about. Dang, that's some power. That's a lot. Jeez. Are you guys able to see that? I didn't have it zoomed in, but look at all that, dude. All these labels that are under the UMG. But I don't know how's everybody doing? We'll watch a couple of videos now. All right. I just want to figure out where we left off here. So this is what we have to. Hold on one second. I want to exit out of some of these, but I'm trying to see what's what here. Yeah, we can exit out of this. We didn't read that yet. I don't think I'm going to read it, though. I got too much other stuff. Those were hard to read because it's like, I don't know. It's annoying. We could exit out of this, right? This is the Jane Doe. We read that. So this, yeah. Okay. Let's do. Okay, so I need some water, dude. Okay, I'm going to play. Jane Doe. Hold on one second. Did I already? Right, I'm going to play the one from YouTube. Hold on one. Let me remove this. And I'm going to go get some coffee while I have it playing. It sucks, though, because I can't. Oh, that was that. Never mind. I did find the News Nation one, but I'm not going to play that one right now. I'm going to play Law and Crime one, I think. So I have time to go downstairs. Oh, I still have a couple interesting articles, too. I forgot. All right, so. Oh, wait, that one's. Don't worry, I'm going to chat with you guys, too. It just, when you read, you can't chat. Yeah, I still have quite a few videos that I want to play. Videos. One. Hold on, guys. Just give me a minute. I'm trying to get this organized. So I could see what I need to play so far. All right, we're gonna do a law and crime. It's like all right, short read. Here it is. Okay, shoot. I don't, wait a minute. I don't think this is the one because it has that same lady in it. I hope it's not the same one we watched yesterday. I don't think it is, but why does it has the same lady? It almost looks like it's the same one, but I know it's not because I'm like doubting myself. It's like, why does it look the same? Just give me 1 minute. Oh, well, you guys can let me know. I don't think it is. I think it just has like parts of the same interview, which is annoying me because I don't want it to. All right. Okay, so
Brand new video just released shows the arrest of P. Diddy's alleged drug mule, who was taken into custody while trying to board the rapper's private jet. We don't hear a word from Brendan Paul, the alleged drug mule, but he doesn't look too happy when he's put in the backseat of a squad car.
I'll be back.
Wow, this is really big. This is really big because you're thinking about this huge mogul. Like everyone knows who Puffy is, who Diddy is, who Puff Daddy is, who Sean Combs is. No matter what his name, you know who he is.
Here's everything we know so far about that alleged drug mule, Brendan Paul, and the P. Diddy case so far.
The question that I will have and I'm curious to see what will happen is that whether they're going to use those charges against Brendan to try to flip him, to try to get him to cooperate against any type of prosecution against Puffy or others.
Right off the bat, let's start by saying no criminal charges have been filed against P. Diddy. You know him as that Diddy, Puff Daddy, Puffy, Sean Combs. He's a rapper, record exec, and producer who's been in the spotlight for decades. And while he doesn't have any charges against him right now, they could be on the way. We say that because two of Diddy's homes, one in Holmby Hills in California and the other on Star Island in Miami, have been raided this week by Homeland Security. We sat down with former homicide prosecutor and trial attorney Bernarda Villalona to make sense of all this.
So there's a lot of bombshells that have been dropped recently, and I think the execution of the search warrant is really what's bringing so much attention to it, because we're no longer talking about civil allegations. Now we're talking about a criminal investigation, which is a completely different ballpark.
Bernarda mentioned those civil lawsuits, and there's been a handful. We first reported one in November of last year when Diddy's ex-girlfriend Cassandra Ventura filed suit against him. You probably know her as the singer Cassie. So Cassie filed this lawsuit under New York's Adult Survivors Act. That act meant that between November 2022 and November 2023, sexual assault survivors could file civil suits against their alleged predators, regardless of whether the statute of limitations had passed. Cassie's lawsuit dropped several major bombshells, including her claims that Diddy beat her, that he raped her, and also forced her to have sex with prostitutes while recording it on video. Cassie's lawsuit also alleged that Diddy made her carry a gun, which is a theme we saw in a different civil suit, which we'll get to soon. But first, back to Cassie, who settled with Diddy outside of court just one day after the lawsuit was filed. Also in November of last year, accuser Joy Dickerson Neal filed a civil suit against Diddy in Manhattan Supreme Court. Now, according to her lawsuit, Diddy videotaped an assault of Joy back in 1991 when she was a student at Syracuse University. Joy says Diddy drugged her, sexually assaulted her, and then passed around this videotape to other people in the music industry. At the time the lawsuit was filed, Diddy's rep called it a money grab. Things were calm for a few months until February of this year, when Rodney Jones, known as Lil Rod, filed a lengthy civil suit against Diddy and several others, accusing the singer of sexual assault and dropping some major bombshells.
That entire filing was just gasp-worthy.
That was former prosecutor Melba Pearson, who broke down the filing with us just this week. The suit name-dropped several celebrities, from Jennifer Lopez and Prince Harry to Cuba Gooding Jr., who Lil Rod accused of unwanted sexual touching while on Diddy's yacht.
I'm getting the feeling where there's smoke, there's fire, right? Because now we have two different instances where you're accused of the same type of behavior, years apart. I think there's something there. And I don't know that Cuba Gooding Jr. is going to escape from that one, because he already saw definitely people moving away from him within Hollywood circles and other circles once those first sexual assault allegations came out. So at this point, I don't think he's going to get away with it a second time.
As for J-Lo, the suit claimed that Diddy required her to carry an illegal gun that was used in a 1999 shooting at a New York nightclub. The fact that she's named as somebody who was carrying a weapon, could that be incriminating for Jennifer Lopez?
It can be, but with a huge caveat, right? If I'm not mistaken, that shooting did not result in a death. I know that somebody was harmed, but I don't believe anyone was killed. Because of that, you have the statute of limitations to deal with, which is basically a prolonged amount of a certain amount of time that a prosecutor has to be able to bring charges against someone. And it varies from state to state. But the one thing is consistent is that there is no statute of limitations on murder. So if P. Diddy had actually killed this person, or the person died as a result of their injuries, now J-Lo could be brought into the mix as a co-defendant because of the fact that the person has passed away. But if the person is alive, and maybe they had serious injuries or whatever the case may be, statute of limitations would run. And it is highly likely at this juncture that statute of limitations have expired. Therefore, she does not have any criminal liability. But the reputational damage might be a different story, because now she's branding herself as something very different than who she was back then. Back then, she was very much Jenny from the block. She was, dating a variety of hip hop artists. She was very much in that world. Now she's married to Ben Affleck. She's trying to, portray herself in a different manner. So now her past is going to come back to haunt her. And we don't know what that's going to mean for her future in terms of movie deals, music deals, or anything like that. So I think for her, it might be more reputational damage than criminal liability.
The same can be said for Prince Harry, who was casually mentioned in the lawsuit. His name only comes up once, and it's almost an afterthought. The court doc reads, quote, Mr. Combs was known for throwing the best parties. Affiliation with and or sponsorship of Mr. Combs' sex trafficking parties garnered legitimacy and access to celebrities such as famous athletes, political figures, artists, musicians, and international dignitaries like British Royal Prince Harry. Why even name Prince Harry? There's no allegations against him or anything, but why bring him up?
I think it may have been a move to bring more credibility to the filing and say that, basically he being Diddy, was using his fame, fortune, and influence to insulate himself. So he was able to legitimize some of the activities he was doing by having these lavish parties, bringing all these A-list celebrities, but somewhere in a back room or somewhere in another wing, you know, horrible things were happening. So the fact that Prince Harry was there does not necessarily mean he was participating in what was happening. And just because you were at a party doesn't mean you know what's happening in every inch of the house. I mean, if you think about it, if the party's being thrown in a mansion, there are various floors and wings. So it is completely possible that he was there and did not participate. Now, if you had said Prince Andrew, especially as a result of the allegations that came out in connection with the Epstein case, that they were close and that they traveled together, and you know there was a person that alleged that he had sexually assaulted her while she was underage, that would be a different story. But Prince Harry and the way that it was mentioned seemed to be very, again, just sort of trying to bring legitimacy and talk about these were the people that Diddy surrounded himself by to protect himself.
In this specific lawsuit, Lil Rod lists more than 10 plaintiffs, but includes additional names, like that of Brendan Paul, who's listed as Diddy's mule, who allegedly, quote, acquires and distributes Mr. Combs' drugs and guns. On Monday, Paul was reportedly arrested at the airport in Miami while trying to board Diddy's private jet. Florida officers were working with Homeland Security and Customs when they found drugs in his bag. These drugs were tested and the results led to his arrest. He was booked for cocaine and controlled substance possession.
So far, Brendan has only been arrested for possession of a controlled substance. And this is for the narcotics that they recovered, I believe, in one of his bags that was on the airplane where he was stopped in the Miami airport on Monday. So they haven't linked that to Puffy at all. As of now, it's just for the simple possession, which is still a felony. The question that I will have and I'm curious to see what will happen is that whether they're going to use those charges against Brendan to try to flip him, to try to get him to cooperate against any type of prosecution against Puffy or others.
All of this means Brendan Paul is facing felonies in Florida and could even face more charges in the future.
I mean, a felony, you can still do jail time. So it's still a serious matter. It's still a serious charge because you can do jail time having to deal with felony possession of narcotics. But just because he just got charged with those 2 counts, it doesn't mean that in the future he's not going to be charged with several other counts. It all depends where this investigation leads. But again, if I were Puffy, if I were anyone that were associated with Brendan Paul, I would be nervous because it's possible that he can cooperate in order to avoid any jail time and actually sing on other people.
You talked about him flipping or working with prosecutors, investigators, and giving more details. What would all of that look like behind the scenes?
Well, it's something that we're not supposed to know about, but given that I used to be a prosecutor for 16 years, when it comes to cooperating, well, number one, he has to be willing to cooperate. And that's going to be a conversation between the prosecutors and his attorneys will talk to Brendan to see whether that's an avenue they want to take. I mean, personally, depending on how much exposure he has in terms of jail or how much exposure he has about pending other charges that can come about this entire investigation, it may be a question where he's like, it's not worth it for him to cooperate because he'll be scared of any backlash. He'll be scared of being blacklisted in the industry, and he'll just be scared in general that he'll be known as a person that cooperated against Puffy. But this is a conversation that he needs to have with his attorney, and also for the prosecutors to determine whether they're even willing to offer any type of cooperation deal to Mr. Paul.
Here's what we know about Brendan Paul so far. He's 25 years old and from Ohio. He played guard for Syracuse University's basketball team for 2 years before transferring to Fairmont State University. According to a post on his Facebook, he started making beats on his laptop during the pandemic, which kickstarted his work in the music industry. Eventually, he found Diddy and worked on Diddy's Love album, Off the Grid, that was released last fall. Since his arrest a few days ago, Paul has been released on $2,500 bail. The rest of what we know about Paul comes from Lil Rod's February lawsuit that described him as a direct report of Diddy's chief of staff. That's Christina Quorum, who's also listed as a plaintiff in the lawsuit. As this so-called direct report, Paul would allegedly, quote, be responsible for ensuring payment for sex workers in cash. He also allegedly, quote, directly committed and perpetrated violations of Chapter 77 by aiding, abetting, and inducing the sex trafficking venture and sex trafficking of Plaintiff Jones. So Plaintiff Jones is Lil Rod, who alleges Diddy sexually assaulted him and forced him to have sex with prostitutes. Lil Rod's lawsuit goes on to state that Diddy's associates, including Brendan Paul, would allegedly recruit, entice, coerce, harbor, transport, obtain, and provide Mr. Jones, as well as others, into commercial sex acts through means of force, threats of force, fraud, abusive process, and coercion.
I'm sure that those people that are named in that lawsuit are very nervous right now, very nervous, even more nervous now after the execution of that search warrant, but also nervous because he revealed about these secret recordings, and they're wondering whether they could have been secretly recorded. Are there recordings of them engaging in these type of activities? Because even though it may not be criminal, some of those activities, it still does tarnish their image. So they can still take a toll in terms of their branding. But in terms of the lawsuit itself, it's very damaging. You got to think that several companies have already distanced themselves from Puffy, and there haven't been any criminal charges. All you see is a civil lawsuit. So I think there's still going to be more things that are going to come about as a result of that civil lawsuit. But I think the most damaging, again, is Cassie's lawsuit. But more importantly, I think is Little Rod's lawsuit that was filed.
And in the civil lawsuit, Lil Rod specifically, that Brendan Paul is listed almost 20 times. It's alleged that he's a drug mule. So he's getting different kinds of drugs for P. Diddy. He's also procuring prostitutes or sex workers. So if this is eventually investigated and prosecutors determine that there's enough to charge him, what sort of charges would he face?
Well, what you can see from the civil lawsuit, that is possible that Little Rod would be serving as a witness in any criminal prosecution having to deal with Brendan Paul and him being a drug mule. And where you're talking about him being a drug mule, he is facing significant jail time. First off, anything over a day or 2 days or even a month for someone who's never been arrested is significant jail time. But I see Little Rod being one of the main witnesses if Brendan Paul were to be arrested for drug trafficking, because he's saying that he has direct knowledge and photographs that he can authenticate of Brendan Paul being in possession of narcotics in these parties or these gatherings that Puffy was having.
To be very clear, Brendan Paul doesn't face those criminal charges, only the controlled substance charges out of Florida. Let's pause this video just for a second to thank Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring it. I mean, I think it's pretty clear from the body cameras we cover, it's not always safe out there. And when you're hurt, it can be pretty confusing and even scary if you don't know where to turn. Well, Morgan & Morgan is the largest injury law firm in America. And at a time when you already have a lot to think about, they make it super easy for you. They have completely modernized the process because you submit your claim, sign contracts, upload documents, and talk to your whole legal team all on your phone. That's it. An attorney will review your case in just 8 clicks. Also,
well, more than likely that the federal investigators, of course, are going to get the documents and anything related to this arrest because they want to see if they're able to connect this to their bigger investigation. Again, we keep on saying that the investigation is into Puffy. We don't have direct knowledge that it is. Of course, that will make an emphasis because his homes were searched, but we believe that what they're wanting to do is do further investigation with law enforcement, the Florida case, to see if there's a way that they can tie his arrest to Puffy. But as of now, there has been no link between his arrest on Monday and to Puffy.
Other people listed in the lawsuits or who are close with Diddy haven't been arrested or charged either, but it's possible they could face future charges. We've talked a lot about Diddy's associates because there are several people who are listed in multiple of these lawsuits. He's known to have friends who are with him a lot, almost like an entourage. If I'm one of those people right now, and I know that there has been a search warrant executed, that Brendan Paul has been arrested, what sort of steps should I be taking or what is running through my mind?
Girl, what they need to do is get an attorney immediately, and not just any attorney, but a criminal defense attorney with trial experience to know how to manage an investigation, how to manage what the next steps would be, how to manage to try to be proactive in trying to avoid charges being brought against their client or to try to minimize their exposure. But I think they should be preparing that there may be called in at least for questioning or to be interviewed by law enforcement. So they should be preparing for that.
Is it possible that we could also hear from other associates who knew Diddy very well and have seen some of these interactions?
Absolutely. You got to think with law enforcement, the U.S. Attorney's Office, even with the District Attorney's Office, that they can issue subpoenas, and issuing subpoenas to these people will require them to appear either before a grand jury or before a court to appear to be interviewed. That doesn't mean that they will appear. It doesn't mean that when they do appear, they'll be giving information, but at least that they will be required to appear. So what would be interesting is whether, if there's a grand jury presentation, is whether any of these individuals will be required to appear before the grand jury to give any type of testimony. But again, the most important part of what they should do is to get a defense attorney to be able to guide them through this process, because you don't want to give conflicted information to a U.S. Attorney's Office or to law enforcement and later on be prosecuted for giving that misinformation.
But without any current charges, Diddy is free to do what he pleases, and that includes leaving the country. And we know that when Brendan Paul was being arrested, it was as he was boarding P. Diddy's private jet. They were planning to fly away, go wherever. Is it possible, because Diddy hasn't faced any charges or anything, that he could just leave the country?
Absolutely. There's nothing holding him here. He hasn't been arrested. His passport hasn't been taken. So he's free to leave the country. He can leave the continent. He can do what he wants because there is no criminal arrest. If there's an arrest, then the judge will set certain parameters as to where and when he can travel. And if he can travel, whether he needs to get permission from the court. But for now, he's free to leave as he wishes.
In the end, it's likely the lawsuits against Diddy that led to his homes being searched in the first place. And we've talked about these lawsuits now potentially against him. Is it possible that the criminal investigation wouldn't have even started had it not been for these several civil lawsuits against P. Diddy?
Absolutely. And I think the one that really triggered it was the lawsuit by Cassie back in November of 2023, because there are several bombshell allegations about sex trafficking inside of that lawsuit. Of course, that's a civil lawsuit. Those are only allegations, and ultimately ended up settling the very next day. However, even though it's just civil allegations, I think it led to setting up the frame for law enforcement to actually look more into it. Let's just remember, when we think about R. Kelly, what spurred the Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the feds to get involved? It was the documentary Surviving R. Kelly that spurred that investigation. Here we have something similar, and it's the civil lawsuits, that being with Cassie, possibly about the other females, the 3 other lawsuits, but I don't think it was those lawsuits. I think primarily it's the one with Cassie and the one that was filed by the Mail just last month, because the one with the Mail specifically states that there are video recordings and there are photographs of a.
Look who I have. Look who I have. Got my boy. He came and said hi to me. I love him. I love him so much. Break, puppy break, puppy break. My brother got here, so he brings his dog, Mac, and I went down to make my coffee, and him and Mac came up to get some treats up here, and then Zeke just came scratching to say hi. How cute. Look at this puppy. Puppy break. Love you, buddy. He's a handsome boy, aren't you? You're the handsomest boy, aren't you, buddy? He definitely is. He's so cuddly. He's so cuddly. He separate to me last night. Oh, buddy. Well, late last night. Because he waited. Wait, did I do a live last night? Did I? No, I was getting stuff ready. So he's... I love you, buddy. But he waited for me till like 2 in the morning and then he cut it all up. Anyway, he's so cute. I love him. I'm gonna have to let him out. I have the door shut, but I want him to just sleep with me, so I want him to wait for me. Okay, so let's play a couple. I have a couple more shorts. I have some News Nation, like 3 or 4 minute ones that I wanted to play, but I played this long one, so I had time to get my drink. All right, let me play. This one is this music. I'm gonna just mute it because I don't know. Day after raid. So this is the day after the raid. Somebody's like neighbor or somebody's like peering over the thing, the gate. Oh wait, hold on.
And obviously the Playboy Mansion's right there, and we know about the tunnels that connect from the Playboy Mansion
To here?
I'm sure they connect here. Why wouldn't
There
they?
are places that connect. So what kind of energy? What kind of energy are you picking up?
Just like there's just like darkness. I mean, in general, like I've always had weird feelings on this street.
Yeah.
This type. Well, the Playboy Mansion's down there, so I always thought it was the Playboy Mansion. It wasn't until probably a year ago that I realized this was Diddy's house.
So supposedly there's like tunnels that the people used to take. Like there's Jack Nicholson. There's a few actors that supposedly they were able to take to the Playboy Mansion to like be able to go in there, like a special entrance. There's tunnels underneath. Don't know if it's true or not. That's what people are saying. So they think P. Diddy has a house like right in that area. So they think maybe he's using those tunnels to bring people in. I don't know. That's just no confirmation. I mean, it's just what people have been saying. I don't know. And then we have, what's this? Why am I
just had a conversation with somebody the other day. I said, I'm really, like, I'm more like with a W. Like, I'm on.
But define that, though.
Like, I'm on. I just had a conversation with somebody the other day. I said, I'm really.
So that's Young Miami. That was the one that Puff Daddy was with, and he had her cousins. He basically assaulted Rodney Jones. Remember? They wouldn't take no for an answer because I didn't know who Young Miami was, but that's I guess in the Young Miami, and she's calling herself that. Look.
I just had a conversation with somebody the other day. I said, I'm really, like, I'm more like with a W. Like, I'm on.
But define that.
That really
though.
wanted something she would
Like,
say it like proud. Like it's almost saying like she's
I just had a
proud.
conversation with somebody the other day. I said, I'm really.
I don't know. I'm not going to judge, but I mean, as far as that part, I mean, you're an adult, do what you want. But if she had any part in even knowing what Puff Daddy was doing, then that's wrong. That's your accomplice. Okay, so this one is, I forget what this is.
I'm gonna give it to you raw. Parents, I'm gonna give it to you raw. Parents, make sure that you don't get fucked. Straight up. There's a lot of fucking going on in the entertainment industry, the music industry. Everybody's getting caught up into something. I'm cured now, though. Everybody, I'm cured. Everything's good. You know, y'all can have me over for dinner. Everything is good.
Creepy. How creepy is that? You can have me over for dinner. Everything is good. What do you say? I'm cured now? Wow. I'm like glitching. Can you guys? I want to see. I must not be getting good internet. If I'm even glitching on StreamYard, I must be really bad on YouTube. Hold on 1 second. No. Anyway, So yeah, what creepy? Look.
I'm gonna give it to you raw. Parents. I'm gonna give it to you raw. Parents, make sure that you don't get fucked. Straight up. There's a lot of fucking going on in the entertainment industry, the music industry.
Yeah.
Everybody's getting caught up into something. I'm cured now, though. Everybody, I'm cured.
Sure.
Everything's good. You know, y'all can have me over for dinner. Everything is good.
Not very convincing, but what is he saying? I'm pure or I'm cured? I can't make out. Like one time I think he's saying pure, then I think he's saying cured. I don't know. But anyway. All right, so we got that. And then there's one more. Oh, this is a part of, so this is that Kanye, I think it's the same video, but it's a different part. That one we watched before, it almost looks like it's the same occurrence, like the same, he's sitting with the same people, but the person that we watched before was filming from a different, like he was probably sitting over filming from a different angle. Look, like right here. Remember we saw the one and they were more like behind him or to the side. So I think, you know, whoever he's looking at is the first camera we were seeing, right? I think I'll have to go back to see if he has the same clothes on. But
you, man. But they can't control me. You get what I'm saying? They can control Shaq.
Oh, you know what? That's gonna be, yeah, they had that freaking song in there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's gonna be copyrighted for sure. Sorry. But this is muted purposely. But watch. Oh, I thought it was supposed to be muted. I have to mute it. Okay. Look, he was smacking this Jay-Z. Wait, we gotta watch that again. I know it's just weird. Like after now we're learning all this stuff. Now watching it, it's like smacking his butt. But I don't know. I mean, I guess people do it in sports and stuff. Is rap like that? But I have a feeling he's the only one that's doing it. So he makes everybody feel uncomfortable. That's why people say stuff about him. Anyway. All right, hold on. Let me just play the rest of those little videos that I have real quick. Hold on one second. I'm going to skip a little bit through this. Just because I want to see this interview, even though I don't want to play this, but the girl on there I want to hear, so it kind of cut.
5 years, a quarter of a century since this occurred, and I've had to relive this over and over again, intermittently in that time. So when I saw it, it was very cathartic because I finally felt like justice would be done. Justice would be mine and belong to all of his victims.
Yeah, and you have said since really right after the shooting that it was P. Diddy who shot you. I mean, I think you even said it to the doctor that night, right?
I said it immediately. I literally watched them pull out the guns. I've had a clear point of view. I mean, for God's sake, I got shot in my nose. I was facing them directly. I watched everything occur and have described it, you know, vehemently to all parties involved. I think in our society, we have respectability politics. There are people who want to be adjacent to power or celebrity or money, and there's a hierarchy of respectability. Because his name was more notable, he was believed rather than a victim who gave a first-hand account. By the grace of God, I survived.
Yeah, and this was also a different time. I mean, things were very, very different in 1999. I mean, did you sense right from the beginning that no one believed you?
Well, I don't think that was on my mind. I think first and foremost, I'm a mother. I'm a mother of 3. At the time, I was a mother of 2. And just surviving and getting home to my children was of the utmost importance to me. Being whole and being able to mother them. That was, you know, primary on my list. I didn't have any reason to believe that to think that someone would not believe me. But as things unfolded, it was a very short period of time where I realized that's what in fact was happening.
So, as I mentioned, Diddy has denied being the one who pulled the trigger. But this is interesting, Natanya. Rodney Jones, also known as Little Rod, is now suing Diddy for sexual harassment. That's something that's been in the headlines for the last couple of days. And there's a very interesting quote from his lawsuit that relates back to you that I want to read because it sort of ties all of this together. And it says, Jones claims in the lawsuit, Mr. Combs shared that he was responsible for the shooting in the nightclub in New York City with rapper Shine. He shared that artist and Mr. Combs' girlfriend at the time, Jennifer Lopez, aka J-Lo, carried the gun into the club for him and passed him the gun after he got into an altercation with another individual. So now you have Little Rod in this new lawsuit saying that Diddy told him that he actually was responsible. I mean, what did you think when you read that?
Well, I was incensed for a number of reasons. First and foremost, for the past quarter of a century, he's vehemently denied that he was responsible, even though I knew wholeheartedly, and as so many others who were in the club that night, we all knew he was responsible. A lot of people were afraid for their safety, justifiably so. I mean, the history that has occurred in the last 25 years proves that they were justified in being afraid. But I wasn't afraid. I wasn't afraid because I still bear I have 9 bullet fragments remaining in my face. So when I saw that count 128, that's actually count 128 of the lawsuit. When I saw that on a podcast that was analyzing all of the counts, I knew I had to speak. I had no intention of going viral. I was just getting it out of me. I have a mantra, having my say. There was a time a few years ago where I had a talk radio show called Having My Say. And that's very important to me. I believe everyone is entitled to have their say. Far too often we don't hear people or listen. And so I just wanted to get it out of me because it was like an audible, deep breath that I needed to take. And I made the TikTok video not expecting it to go viral. Went to pick up my daughter, came back home, and she's like, and I literally told her, I'm like, well, you're probably going to see it tomorrow. I made a video on TikTok. Maybe 100 people will see it. By the time we got home, she said, Mommy, it was 70,000 people. And I could not believe it. But it was time. It was time for me to speak. I'd stayed quiet for 25 years. It was my time to speak.
Yeah, we don't know yet what's going to happen with the P. Diddy situation. Obviously, again, he hasn't been arrested. There's clearly a very big federal investigation happening now. But I'm thinking back to other cases, R. Kelly, Jeffrey Epstein. When they started to dig, all sorts of stuff came to the surface. They reopened old investigations. Would you like to see the investigation involving you getting shot at that club be reopened?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The irony is there was a grand jury. We all had to go and speak at the grand jury. J-Lo testified at the grand jury, as did many other people. It needs to be reopened because if that is in fact the case, she carried the gun in and she lied to the grand jury. It needs to be reopened. My shooting, ironically, the night I went into the club, I had a comb in my pocketbook called a rat tail comb. People in the beauty industry or people that use that type of comb would be all too familiar. It's just a comb. It can't do anything to harm anyone. And I had the very security officer who lied during the trial, Sharice, I forget her last name, but she literally took it from me and kind of pushed me like, you can't take this thing. This is a weapon. To let other people in with guns. If someone had combed me 24 years ago, I'd be fine. You wouldn't even know my name. But having been shot by someone that was allowed to come into the gun when I couldn't bring in a comb, I would absolutely unequivocally like the case reopened. It needs to be reopened. And the saddest part for me is, had people taken what I said more seriously and listened more intently, 24 years worth of people probably would not have had to suffer.
Yeah, and I ask you this respectfully, just because I think people at home might be wondering, and I've never been shot. I can't imagine what that's like. But, you know, in the chaos of that moment, and it's a club and there's people all around, like, how can you be sure that it was actually P. Diddy?
Because I watched I was standing by the front door. I watched the entire thing out. I had no reason to believe that it would escalate to a shooting. It was just male machismo and bravado at first. A lot of pushing and shoving, raised voices, hands. But then I saw them reach in their waist and draw from their hip. And I knew. I instantly turned to my friends and told them, be careful, watch out. And when I turned back, I know, and I've said over and over, I've heard the voice of God said, you are about to be calm down.
Wow.
And as I said no, I looked straight forward ahead and I watched the muzzle flash from both of their guns, and I felt the impact to my face instantly.
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
Wow.
There's
Well,
no doubt in my mind who shot.
Wow. Okay. So, no, I know about the shooting. We talked about it yesterday, but I don't think I know what was the motive. How many people were shot and why? Why her? Did he accidentally hit her? And I saw the whole documentary, but I can't do that right now. So we'll talk, I'm not going to watch that right now. I just want to know the simple question of, can you just tell me, was she meant to be the target or not? I guess I could look it up, but if you know Crispy Treat, can you just answer? That shot her and nobody believed her. Oh, wow, really? But was she supposed to be the one? Does she know? Was there a reason? Did she know Diddy or was it random? Anyway. All right, so let's see what else I got here. He went in my bed. All right, hold on one second. Let me find. Okay, so we have Twitter. Shot of the raid. Oh yeah, here's a pretty good, just a quick short of a flyover when they raided the house. It's a pretty good one. 1 second. But I can't hear. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty good shot there. Huh. That way, yeah. All right. Let's see what else I got. Let me go through my list. Read, I got this. Law and Crime. We watched most of that. I'm going to uninstall it. Still have to watch. I have a couple articles, but here, let's see what these are. Oh yeah, let's watch this. I have two News Nation with, what's her name here? Give me 1 minute. Let me get them both ready so I could just play one after the other. Okay.
Famously, from 1999 to 2001, and unless you were living under a rock back then, you will remember that in December of 1999, they were both arrested after fleeing the scene of a nightclub shooting in New York City. J-Lo was detained for 14 hours, and then she was released. PuffDaddy, that's what we called him back then before he became P. Diddy and then Sean. PuffDaddy Combs was tried, and he was acquitted of the weapons and the bribery charges. It was not long before the couple split for good. It happened on Valentine's Day, 2001, when Lopez started to suspect that Combs was cheating on her. But when they were together, J-Lo's staff was around Diddy a lot, and a former member of that staff is opening up to the New York Post. The reporter she spoke to, a senior writer with the Post, happens to be our friend Steve Helling, who happens to be with me now live. Steve, it's good to see you. As always, I love when you're on the program. And look at you. You are getting all the scoops today. I got so many things. I want to ask you about the J-Lo assistant. I want to ask you all about that. But first, this whole business about you talking to the agents who are part of this raid and this investigation, and then alluding to the fact that the witnesses, the alleged victims, are talking and a lot. Tell me what you know.
Well, as you know, Ashley, Miami is my old stomping grounds. So, I started reaching out to agents and I ended up speaking to one who said, yes, they actually have cooperating witnesses, cooperating alleged victims, people who are willing to talk, and what this agent told me was basically, at first everybody's reluctant, but once you start talking about being victimized or seeing victimization, you just can't stop talking. And so that's kind of what's been going on here. Obviously, as they've been finding these people through the civil suits and so forth, they're starting to figure out exactly what was Diddy allegedly involved in.
So talk to me about what they got. Were they able to itemize what they seized either in Miami or in Los Angeles?
It was mostly electronics is what they were looking for. Electronics, records, communications, photos, anything like that that could bolster whatever case that they've got. Now, they haven't told us exactly what they found or, what's on these electronics. They probably don't know yet. This was only 2 days ago. And, it's going to take some time for them to, to really look into this. But yeah, they're looking for anything that can kind of give itineraries, places that people were going, names of people. That's what they've been looking for.
Oh, itineraries. When you said that got my spidey senses tingling, because itineraries are oftentimes corroboration evidence of,
What's making me laugh today?
Plane and this happened, and then you find an itinerary that actually backs that up. I think we saw a lot of that in Epstein.
Exactly. there is a lot of similarities here. This case, if there is a case, and of course he hasn't been arrested yet, but if there's a case against him, it's going to rise and fall on what can be proven. And, as much as we want to do, victim testimony and that type of thing, it has to be backed up. I was in this city, I was in this country, I was wherever with Diddy. And so they're going to be looking to kind of retrace where he was during the periods of time that he's alleged to have done these things.
Thank you for watching.
Wow, thank you, Abelis. 5 more memberships. You are the gifting queen here. Thank you. And then the other super chat. That was like an hour ago. Sorry, it was 15 minutes ago. Thank you. All right, let me play the other News Nation real quick. Okay.
Filmmaker Mike Dorsey.
Since when did this guy was on Law and Crime, this reporter, when did he move over to News Nation? They are all like merging with everybody. Are they all like owned by the same freaking thing? I don't get it, because that one lady, I don't even know her name, that we were just watching, she used to be over at Law and Crime too, and now he still is though. So are they all just one thing? Mainstream media. They just...
Who directed Murder Rap Inside the Biggie and Tupac Murders, a film often credited with providing the missing piece to the murder charges against Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. Thanks so much for coming on. So,
yeah, Crispy, you just email me, will you?
Cooperating witnesses.
So we don't, so we can kind of try to keep people here and watch what we're doing here, and then just email me and I'll see. We'll figure it out. I'll see if there's anything I want to learn over there. But is he still with Law? Well, yeah, because I just watched his Law and Crime one, or was it Court TV or Law and Crime? Then Court TV and Law and Crime are all like merging. It's like you see a face and you're like, but this is weird because this looks weird, him in blue, because Law and Crime is like red, right? I don't know. I associate Law and Crime with like a red color. News Nation is like a blue color. So he just looks like he looks odd being in blue right now. I don't know. Do you guys do that too? Like red is Law and Crime and Court TV, and blue is News Nation. In my head, at least. Wait, who bought him in your name? What do you mean in your name? I don't even know what that means. In your name? Wait. Abelis, she bought those memberships in my name. Huh? I don't even know. I didn't know you could do it in somebody's name. I don't even know what that means then. Because it did say Abelis. I don't know, but would anybody have a comment on the News Nation guy? No, I guess nobody's really answering what I said, but oh well, let's just play.
Sure. I don't think Keefe had anything to do with the raids at all. Frankly, Phil Carson, he did not work Tupac's case, and I don't think he should have ever said that. That FBI agent should have even insinuated that Keefe might have spoken out. I do wonder if it's going to start, to be covered in the media as we get close to that trial. That Keefe is supposed to be just supposed to start in November. The murder trial for Tupac's murder, but that he is confessed to. So that is more what I'm interested in seeing is that $1 million offer, that accusation. Will that come into play once Keefe's trial gets started, especially with Puffy kind of being now in a weakened state with all these accusations that are being made?
And that's what I wanted to ask you about. Weakened state, as big as he is, do you find it strange that we haven't heard celebrities, people coming to his defense right now?
I think it speaks volumes that nobody is coming out in defense of him. I don't even see people on social media, just regular people coming out in defense of him. It seems everybody is piling on. And I don't know if that's because the nature of the accusations are sex related and nobody wants to be seen defending him, even his friends, or if it just shows kind of where his personal brand is now, that nobody seems to want to defend him.
Well, I tell you, there's been a lot of weird stuff.
No, it's simple. It's because they know he's guilty. It's because anybody that's close to him, they know it's true. That's why. And then everybody else knows from talk. You know what I'm saying? It's not because if they thought that this stuff was false, like of course his real friends would defend him, but they know it's true. That's why they're not defending him. What do they can't defend him. He's guilty of horrible stuff. He's guilty of a lot of crimes. So yeah, why? No, nobody's going to defend that. So not only they don't want to defend somebody who's guilty because then they'd be lying if they say, oh no, he didn't do that. Number two, I mean, to have an association, that reputation. I mean, a lot of the people that are celebrities or hip hop artists or whatever, they don't want their reputation. Their whole thing is built upon how people see them, their reputation. So they don't want to stick up for him with their reputation. But if he was being falsely accused and a friend thought that, then I'm sure he would have some friends that were like, screw my reputation. This is bullcrap. You didn't do it. But everybody knows it's true. Everybody freaking knows it's true. That's the problem. So nobody's going to want to support that. What are we going to support? We're going to say it's not true or no, he's a good guy. No, they know he's a horrible guy. And just because maybe he was not everybody, was there witnessing it. They probably heard it through the grapevine. If they're in the business, they would have heard stuff. And then if they didn't hear it, they probably see, oh God, this stuff's true though. Everybody else is, he's just, no, he's not going to have anybody. And I don't find it that weird because look what happened to, what's his name? The guy with the 70s show. Look what happened to Ashton Kutcher and his wife. Oh my God, what's her name? Mila Kunis or whatever. Look what happened to them when they wrote a letter to the judge that was supposedly they thought it was going to be like sealed, that nobody was going to see it, but they wrote the letters, for his character. The character letters, and look how they got their reputation. And they just got, I don't even know if I'm sure they're still affected. I didn't check up to see how that's going. Or, for Ashton, is he still act, or is anybody going to want to risk and take him for a movie deal now because of him just sticking up for somebody, And then here's the thing. Once you do that, then people are going to start digging on that person, like with Ashton. You know what I'm saying? So everybody, especially most people in probably Hollywood, have some kind of secrets, some kind of skeletons in the closet. So it's like, you know, they say something and then they're gonna, you know, maybe find stuff on them too. But yeah, nobody wants to do that because it's not the right thing to do, and then it's not going to be good from the reputation either. There's no reason anybody would want to do that. Now his family, of course, is probably going to, not publicly, because I mean, I think you just want to remain quiet right now. I'm sure that they're being like instructed, don't say anything, but like I don't think he'll have very many friends. What do you think Jay-Z's gonna do? Weren't they like best buds? Do you think he's gonna have his back? I don't. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I'm just texting. Okay. No, it's because no, I don't think that's the reason. I think because Jay-Z doesn't want to ruin his reputation. But I don't know. I don't think Jay-Z's a very good. I've heard some things about him. Like, I'm not a big fan personally. I don't know music. I'm not sure with the hip hop music. I don't even know if I would know any of his songs. But just because I'm always looking into like these conspiracies and Illuminati and all this stuff, but he's not a very, I don't know, not maybe stuff like that, but maybe, I don't know. Yeah, it would all be for his reputation. And I don't think it's, you know, he doesn't want to ruin his reputation or money, you know, because that's his money basically. Yeah. But I'm just curious if he's not going to have his back because they're all selfish. You think Jay-Z's going to risk his reputation for a friend? No. They're all freaking greedy, selfish people. I bet he's going to be like, I don't want nothing to do with you. He's going to distance himself. He won't. My guess is he won't at all. He's going to look out for himself, and that's all. Yeah, R.L. Frost. No, I wouldn't trust. None of them. I mean, as far as like, I know I shouldn't say none of them, but like them too. I don't. Anyway, did we watch all this? Oh no, we still have to watch more.
Let's come up. This is number 2. This is Justin Bieber when he was 15 years old with Diddy back in 2009. Take a look at this.
Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, like, you know, where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose. So for the next 48 hours, he's with me. So, and we gonna go full crazy.
Why did he have teenagers with him?
I don't know. It's kind of like that Quiet on Set docuseries that just came out about the Nickelodeon thing. Once these sexual accusations come out, then everybody goes back and we look at these old videos in ways that we never would have cast them to begin with. So I don't know. That's a good question.
And real quick, before we wrap up, anything you observed of him that leads you to believe any of these allegations could be true?
Well, the list of allegations against Puffy are long, and he's been charged with violent crimes before. So it doesn't. The sexual assault and sexual trafficking accusations are very fresh. But look, going back to 1998, he had he supposedly beat up this executive.
Yeah.
Well, there was a music executive he supposedly beat up in his office.
He's had a colorful history. He's got a colorful history. I know I put you on the spot, but I'm just curious if you had any.
Dude, he was trying to answer though. Why didn't you just let him answer? The guy was not talking about the shooting. I wanted to hear about the fight, and this guy interrupts him and says, oh yeah, the shooting. The guy's like, no, not the shooting. I wanted to hear the specifics of him being up to executive, but why? I don't understand why this guy, why, I don't even know his name. Why was he cutting him off? You didn't put him on a spot. He was answering really good. I was interested in what he was freaking going to say. Gosh, I'm irritated.
Inside information. But listen, Mike Dorsey, appreciate you coming on. I'm glad you set the record straight, both about what you know, rumor. Thanks for letting us know. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your cable provider. And don't forget to click the red.
Thank you, Shimmy Dancer. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, okay. So somebody said you did donate it to it, but I wouldn't have known because it just says gifted 5 memberships. It doesn't say like in Crispy Treat's name or whatever. How would I know? I don't know. But thank you, Abelis, and thank you, Shimmy Dancer. They should let you like put a note with the memberships, but maybe they will end up. Anyway, but that Bieber though, that was being looked at weird for years. That's not new being looked at weird. I saw that video with him and Bieber. I saw that years ago, and in the conspiracy world with all of, I hate saying conspiracy world because people think conspiracy and they think it's like far-fetched stuff, and usually it's not. I mean, a lot of times it's not, but that's the best I know how to kind of describe what kind of topics I was like looking into, like Illuminati and so that video, yeah, people have been kind of side-eyeing that video for a while, the Bieber when PuffDaddy, because I mean, people have been saying things about PuffDaddy for like years. Like, how many years would you guys say? The people that are a Crispy Treat, you seem pretty well informed with this stuff. I feel like I've been hearing stuff, I would say at least 5 years, right, on YouTube world. But I'm thinking longer, but I don't want to exaggerate if it's not, because I'm not good with time frame. But it's yeah, it's definitely not a new thing. So I'm glad these came. I'm so glad. The bubble I never seen or heard any. Oh, really? Well, no, not really. Is that a hive? No. It just depends the topic, the kind of stuff you look into. Like I've looked into that kind of stuff a lot. The conspiracy or like Illuminati. It goes deep. I mean, it goes deep. Do I have a black eye? Why am I seeing like a bump on my nose? My eye looks like it's purple. What is? I mean, for sure, whatever that is. It's not like a pimple. It's smooth. I mean, there's no bump as far as like that kind of a bump. There's no like pimple, but it's like a red, like almost like I don't feel anything, but it looks like it's like, you know, when you get hit in the nose. And then this eye. Am I imagining that? Anyway, let me see what else I got for you guys. We can even kind of improvise and do. Did I play both of these already? Oh yeah, those were the ones we just played with. What is that guy's name? That now is doing News Nation, I guess. I don't know what his name is. I don't know if I ever knew his name. All right, so let me see what this is. Not now. Oh, let's do this. Okay, here is somebody talking about Jay-Z. This is perfect, actually. Now it just went away. Hold on a second. Dang it. Hold on. It was there and it just went off. I had a link. Hold on, let me try it again. That was weird. There we go. Okay. Let's see. This is why am I not hearing it? Somebody talks about meeting him.
I remember seeing him backstage at that Kanye West show, and he came up to me. He was like, "Hey, you know, my name is Sean Carter. First off, why the fuck you introducing your name as Sean? Like, he was like, I was almost jealous of that song that you made. I'm like, what kind of gay ass shit is that? What? What? You took, like, what? Jealous? Nigga, get on my face. I rolled my fucking eyes at him and I turned away because we don't want him. We want Bianca. Get it through your fucking head. I remember seeing him back.
So she says Bianca. Isn't it Beyonce though? Is she talking about Beyonce? Do people call her Bianca? She's talking about me and Jay-Z, and then he's like, oh, we don't. This girl's like, God, get it to your head. We don't want you. We want Bianca. Have I been saying Beyonce's name wrong the whole time? Or no? Or does she? Does anybody know? Maybe she said it wrong. Or I'm probably gonna look like an idiot because you guys are probably gonna be like, no, that's her real. No, I know she's married to Beyonce, Brittany. But isn't it called Beyonce? She said Bianca. That's why I knew I'm pretty sure she's talking about Beyonce because she's talking to Jay-Z and she's like, no, we don't want you, we want Bianca. But she said Bianca, is what I'm saying. Oh, really? Hey, Derpstein. Oh, but I don't get that. Yeah, I don't get it. I guess. Wait, Derpstein. Yeah. Maybe it is me. I probably wouldn't get it. Yeah, so all right. Let's see what else. I think I have one more of the Twitter things. Hold on one second. So that's the Beyonce Oh, here is this. So I have it over here too. Hold on one second. Hopefully we'll see if we have audio problems. I don't have my iPhones in AirPods in, right? I have these, so hopefully it'll work. I mean, hopefully we won't have a problem, but I'm sharing an article right now. So here's a Diddy allegedly paid Instagram model Jade Ramey monthly stipend for sex work lawsuit. So this person is popular Instagram model Jade Ramey. Oh, we still have to go over that document, the new stuff on the Rodney Jones document, the added amended stuff. And I think that's where, I think it names this person for some reason, because the name, I'm pretty sure it's in there, was named in an explosive lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs as one of the hip-hop mogul's alleged paid S workers. He paid the Instagram influencer a monthly for, I wish it would say how much, does it? According to a newly amended lawsuit, the $30 million lawsuit filed by producer Little Rod. So it was amended Monday. Alleged 54 Combs 54 bragged about having several women on a monthly stipend. The civil complaint named Ramey, Combs' former girlfriend, Young Miami, also known as Carisha Ramika Brownlee, and 50 Cent's ex, Daphne Joy, as the alleged recipients of the cash for sex payouts. That's her. There's Monster Guy. The trio of women were paid monthly fee to work as Mr. Combs' S workers, according to the court filings. They received payment via wire transfer from Love Records accountant Robin Greenhill. It is unclear if they were provided the appropriate United States federal tax documents for these payments, or if they independently declare these payments on their taxes. Combs and his team denied all of the producer's allegations, with his attorney, Sean Hawley, telling Page 6 that Little Rod is nothing more than a liar who is after money. His reckless name-dropping about events that are pure fiction and simply did not happen is nothing more than a transparent attempt to garner headlines. We have overwhelmingly We have overwhelming, indisputable proof that his claims are complete lies, she added. The Post reached out to Ramey on Thursday via contact form on her website seeking comment on the explosive allegations laid out in the suit. Ramey, who describes herself online as a certified wellness coach and an ordained minister, has 1.2 million following on Instagram. That's young here. Yeah, this is Young Miami. Combs' ex-girlfriend, Young Miami, was also named, and producer Rodney Little Jones, as an S worker. And then this is Daphne Joy, the one that now she's accusing 50 Cent of R-ing. He's accusing her of, of the S worker, saying he's bringing that up, and they're fighting over their son. She shared a photo of herself Wednesday crouching seductively and revealing a denim getup, which she captioned with the words, "New character unlocked." Where's that? Ramey and Combs made headlines in December 2022 when they were photographed sharing a kiss during a dinner date at the Malibu hotspot. Just days earlier, Combs announced the birth of his 7th child, daughter Love, whom he shares with Dana Tran, a cybersecurity expert. All right. Besides Jones's lawsuit, Combs has found himself in the crosshairs of Homeland Security, ongoing trafficking investigation. Here's the thing, though. I saw somewhere, where was it? It was one of the news articles that said that, that the feds, they have a lot of witnesses that are corroborating this stuff. So they're not having problems with what they're looking for because they had the warrant. So, yeah, Rodney has the civil suit, but they're going after him for criminal stuff. So supposedly they're finding people that are going basically corroborating what's his name says. So we know he settled with Ventura outside of court. So Diddy strongly denied all the allegations against him, writing on social media in December, "Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." Look at this. I would be very concerned if I were Diddy, legal experts say. At least 5 has been sued by at least 5 people who accuse her of our assault. Many have been. It says a source told NBC News that 3 of the women and a man have been interviewed by federal officials in New York in relation to allegations of S trafficking and solicitation and assault. Federal S trafficking investigation. All right, let's look at some of the other things. Oh, gifted more. Thank you. Who do we got here? Soul, thank you. And Kim, yes, thank you. Who is getting them, guys? Who's winning? Or, winning the membership. I always miss it because I have StreamYard up, so I never get to see. Okay, let's see. Denny Dawn, yay! Who got your Soul? I don't see. Was that a while ago or something? Maybe that. Oh, here it is. April Holton. All right, let me exit out of this. Let's see what else we got. Let's see what else we got. All right. I swear I just removed it, but it came back up. All right. I want to bring back. Oh, wait. One more article while I have this up. Sean Diddy Combs' longtime friend Mary J. Blige has fans thinking she burned bridges with the 90s or with a music mogul. Mary J. Blige's connection to Sean Diddy dates back to the 90s, when he produced her first 2 studio albums. So Mary J. Blige's recent remarks are causing a stir among fans online. On Monday, the Grammy winner took to Instagram to share cryptic messages that read, "Unfortunately, a lot of you all met me when I lacked boundaries and was a people pleaser. Let me reintroduce myself. I burn bridges as needed." Fans were quick to respond in the comment section, most of whom began linking the R&B artist's timely post to Sean Diddy Combs, whose homes were raided Monday in connection to a federal trafficking investigation. I was just going to say, I can't picture Mary J. Blige. I'm glad they have a picture. I don't even know who I've heard the name, but I don't even know any of her music. Sometimes I'm like thinking I don't know people's music, and then somebody will play me a song and I'll be like, oh, I know that song. So I might have heard it, but I don't know it's her. What's that 411 in My Life? We're both produced by the rapper. And then it says, I feel like this is pertaining to a specific person, one follower commented. I'm just going to sit back and watch. Perfect timing since Diddy is rated at this very moment, another wrote. Oh, so here it is. This is what she posted. Mary said, the feds asked and I spoke. I'm not going down with you guys, another fan wrote. Okay. Let me... All right. So we still want to go through some more of this. Not much. I mean, because I want to go through the amended stuff. That could be interesting. I don't know what this is. This is from... Oh, this is... Wait, hold on a second. A memorandum of law. Support a motion to dismiss the first amended complaint. Oh, okay. Okay, so... Oh, this is just the one we read yesterday. Okay. So, pursuant with prejudice. Oh, this is the, because Cassie Ventura, because she settled. So she says she dismissed with prejudice. She should have done it without prejudice because now she can't go back and, well, that was civil anyway. So she probably got some money and, yeah, they'll take care of him criminally, huh? This is the, Love Records. And then this is the one we're going to go over. I just want to see. Don't worry, it's not a ton, just the ones they amended, but, and then I already read that. Okay, so I have it highlighted. Actually, I have it written down too. So, just want to see something. Because look, I want to show you something. So this is the original, the one that I read yesterday, okay, from February, right? Look. See? Hold on, let me make sure I'm seeing this right. Yeah, Cuba Gooding Jr. is not a defendant on this one, right? Look. they talk about him because, you know, he tells the story, but he's not listed as a defendant in this one that we read yesterday. They just brought him up. But on the newly amended one, they added him as a defendant. Right there. So now he is named officially as a defendant. So now he's a part of it. And his picture, and they're added his picture because they took away Lucian Grange and Ethiopia. So, and they added Cuba. I don't think they added anybody else, but they added Cuba. Oh, thanks, Petty. I'm still surprised about that. So I'll read the amended parts, and then we'll maybe get on Twitter or on TikTok or something, and we'll just see what else is going on in the world. I mean, with this case. See if we can find some other stuff. Okay, so 13. Okay, so here's some of the amended stuff that they added. I mean, so it says, so they added this picture. This is a photo of Mr. Combs at Chalice Recording Studio outside of Studio G hours before G was shot. Maybe that one isn't a new picture, I don't think, huh? But some of this stuff is new. The fact that either Mr. Combs and Jay Combs were allowed to enter Oh, yeah, maybe this. Hold on a second. Oh, it's down here. This is this new stuff right here, starting here. That's why I was like, wait, that's not new. Okay, so it starts here. So Chalice Recording Studios and defendant Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Sean Hawley provide conflicting and intellectually dishonest accounts concerning the shooting. So on or about February 28th, Chalice sent Instagram messages which alleges that G was shot a half a block away from Chalice. And here is Chalice. I think I can do it one more. Yeah, cool. So this is Chalice recording Instagram. It says, the shooting occurred a half a block away from Chalice, and it was a result of a robbery. There are police reports corroborating this. Please wait for the facts to come out before you start contributing the defamation of our organization. Well, here's the thing. Did Chalice know they were lying when they wrote this? Or were they told wrong information and thought it was true? You know what I'm saying? Like, no, he wasn't. A half a block away? Upon information and belief, Sean Hawley's, hold on, 5. Sean Hawley previously represented Tory Lanez and Danny Masterson. Dang it, wait a minute. He has the same lawyer as Danny Masterson? Danny? Well, we saw how that worked out for him. Anyway, so upon the information and belief, Sean Hawley claimed that she had evidence the shooting took place several blocks away and that G returned to the studio after being shot. Well, where's the evidence? Are you lying? Because it didn't, so that it seems like the person's lying, right? Oh, wow, Soul Food, thank you. We got Soul, Kim, Petty, Soul Food Pogo. You guys are awesome. Man, we're getting a lot of good memberships. Okay, so upon information and belief, TMZ reports that their law enforcement sources claim that the story that was told to cops that night, namely that the victim was robbed at gunpoint and shot by unknown assailants outside, the gunshot victim, G, stepped outside of the studio around 3:30 a.m. and was accosted by 2 individuals, at which point they tried to rob him. The man suffered a gunshot wound. Below is an image of the front of Chalice Recording Studios. Oh, here's the link. Wait, why is it without linking? Oh, because it's a footnote. Shoot. I wish it did. It should, though. Wait. The other ones worked. Hold on. Huh. Oh, well. So here is outside of Chalice. Photo of Chalice recording studio. In the above photo, the white van is blocking a security gate. Upon information and belief to enter the building, you must buzz the gate and announce which session you are there to attend. Upon information and belief, once the correct session is confirmed, you then must go past another layer of security before you can enter the reception area. Upon information and belief, once inside the reception area, you must identify yourself, and the receptionist will check to ensure that you are on the list of visitors for that session. Once you are confirmed, you are allowed in. To get to the restroom where G was bleeding out, you have to follow a maze. Once you pass the receptionist, you walk down a long hallway, walk past 3 recording studios, turn left, and go past a lounge area before you arrive at the restroom where G was bleeding out. Yeah, so if the whole story is he got shot out a block away from Chalice Studios, but then went in there and did all that to go to that restroom to bleed out in. Like, that makes no sense, right? Upon information and belief, TMZ also reported that Mr. Combs and Jay Combs were not in the studio when the police arrived. That is factually inaccurate. Oh, so they're saying TMZ reported that, but it wasn't even true. Wow. But this is showing, some of this stuff made me realize that TMZ is like paid off, right? So some of these big names, they could call them and be like, hey, report this and I'll pay you, or whatever, do this. But even if it's not true, which I guess it doesn't surprise me, TMZ, but you know what I'm saying though? It's kind of showed a couple of cases where it looks like that happened, right? It's like, hey, just say this happened. Here's $1 million, or not $1 million, but here's $10,000 or something. Because they have like a lot of, you know, for your reputation, for celebrities and stuff, like they can, you know, influence. I don't know, RL Froz. I mean, from what I'm seeing with this, it seems like they might not. I don't know. I guess we'll see how it all works. Mr. Combs and Jane Combs were located in Studio G across the parking lot from the building where G was shot, near Studio A. Wait, they were located in Studio G across the parking lot. Mr. Combs and Jay Combs hid out in the recording studio G while the police investigated and were the first to depart after the officers left. So it's Love Records. Yeah, look, it says Studio G, Diddy, and Rourke. Huh. Love Records, so it's... All right, so Mr. Combs published the Love Records Chalice Recording Studios assignment list. Mr. Combs stayed in Studio G throughout the duration of the Raiders camp. Upon information and belief, after being shot in the torso and hip leg, G was physically incapable of walking. Therefore, the notion that he was shot several blocks away, Sean Hawley, half a block away, CRS, or as he stepped outside of the studio is implausible. If G could do as much walking as Sean Hawley and CRS claim, then Mr. Jones would not have been required to physically pick him up off the restroom floor and walk him through the maze that is the CRS for him to receive care from the ambulance. As of the date of this filing, neither the Los Angeles Police Department nor the Los Angeles Fire Department has released any official report surrounding the shooting. There has been no body camera footage or 911 call recording. What is even more disturbing is that there has been no sighting of G. The LAPD has only released a vaguely written news release dated September 12, 2022. The unfortunate shooting of G, the unexplained disappearance of G, the lack of disclosures by the LAPD and LAFD, and the incoherent nature of Sean Hawley and Chalice Recording Studios' account of the shooting raises more questions than answers to foul play and an apparent massive cover-up. Yeah, wait, where is he? So they're saying they can't even find him? Wow, that's crazy. And we don't even know his name. They just called him G, right? So it's not like we could try to look him up. Did they ever? I don't think they ever said his name, right? Which is weird because when we were just doing the Timothy Vander Ark and Paul and Shonda case, G, we called it G. Huh. Anyway, where are we at? Yeah, right here. Okay. The deafening silence from the attendees of the CR shooting stems from the understandable fear that the attendees would be sued by Mr. Combs for violating a non-disclosure agreement. Upon information and belief, a few days before the September 12th shooting, September 12th, 2022, inside of Chalice Recording Studio, Mr. Combs required all attendees of the CRS shooting to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Mr. Jones did not sign the agreement. A copy of the non-disclosure agreement that a witness who has asked to remain anonymous provided this writer is attached, and it isn't. We'll look at it. It's attached to the end. At the end, I guess we could look at it now. So this little note where it says, unfortunately for the attendees of the writers' camp, they are unaware that the NDAs are non-binding when it comes to reporting criminal activity such as a shooting, as trafficking, and the distribution and use of legal drugs and guns. So I didn't realize that. Okay. Huh. Good to know. So, so let's look. So we left off on 17, but I want to hold on, I want to see if I have to go back up here real quick. 1 second. Okay. So let's go to the attachment A. So you can see the non-disclosure agreement real quick, and then we'll go back up to 36. The agreement that he asked Rodney to sign, and he didn't, but he had other people sign at the recording studio that night, I guess, and probably other times. So it's right here. So standard Combs non-disclosure agreement is made effective as Friday, September 9th, 2022 by and on behalf of the term you shall include you, your estate, each corporation and or business entity in which you have an ownership or beneficial interest in any and all persons and or entities owned and controlled by you or such businesses. Let's see, Sean Diddy, aka PuffDaddy. So privacy is highly valued and all efforts will be made to maintain confidentiality with respect to all information and other material of any kind, including without limitation the terms, conditions, and existence of this agreement. Concerning and or related directly and or indirectly, artists and or any person, corporation, entity, blah, 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 all that, except for information, or artists personally and professionally, including without limitation, family members, relatives, past, present, fiancés, husbands, wives, boyfriends, girlfriends, friends, business associates, collectively, artists, parties, each and party, okay, so except for information or material publicly and intentionally disclosed by artists. You hereby irrevocably agree that you shall not at any time use or disclose directly or indirectly to anyone any of the following information. Okay, Bubba? Any information acquired by you in any manner. So any information acquired by you in any manner and or by any medium or means whatsoever at any time. This is a mouthful. In the past, present, or future, which concerns or in any way relates to artists, any artist, parties, and or artist business activities, entertainment activities, financial affairs, personal life, and all such information shall be deemed confidential, private, secret, sensitive, and kept by you as confidential. Information shall be deemed confidential. Confidential unless artist otherwise advises you in writing in artist's sole discretion. And all information described in paragraph, including without limitations, pictures, recordings. Dude, everybody that goes to his freaking parties should make him sign an NDA or whatever, so they can't record them. And makes me so mad. Anyway, and without limitations, where are we at? So records, documents, merchandise, artists, so not be disclosed, removed, disseminated, without limiting the foregoing prior written consent. Any sound, likeness, and or activities or artist and or artist parties of any kind of nature, whether personal, professional, otherwise. Wow. Activities during or related to any service or activity performed by artist. You shall not authorize or facilitate any party to without artist. Okay, hold on. This is hard to read. Prohibited material, whether or not the same are used and exploited. Yeah, I'm not going to read all this, but look, it says, hold on. The foregoing expressly excludes, without limitation, communications appearing on the internet via blogging and or social media networks, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You shall not, without artist prior authorization, distribute, publish, permit the distribution, publication, photographs, videotapes, films, audio tapes, or any other recorded sound or image, or any other materials. Smartphone. There's just so much. Yeah. I'm glad that he didn't sign that. All right, so let's go back up to 36 real quick. Yeah, there's no way I'm able to read all that. Holy mackerel. That's a lot. Dang it. That's a lot. Like the way it's written is hard to read. Oh, that's just like blacked out. Okay. So it starts down here. So this picture, what is this picture though? This was added. I don't think this was in the other one because I have it marked. So it says, when they arrived at Mr. Combs' residence, they would negotiate their price and would take them aside to pay them. The defendant Cahorum would negotiate the price. This, I don't know. It's Sean, and then somebody's sitting right there. I think that's actually Mr. Jones. I think that's Rodney Jones right there, to be honest. It looks like him. Something about it makes me think it's him. And then somebody's like, oh, look, the pouch. This must be one of the workers. He's got like a little pouch, like they said, a drug pouch. I bet you it's always black. The pouches were always black, and several Mr. Combs staff carried black product pouches. That has to be one of the pouches that they have all the stuff, like the drugs and everything that they said. So 36. Yeah, Frankie with the black Prada pouch mentioned above. While that's it says so. Sean Combs, butler, Frankie with the black Prada pouch. Yep, I was right. Mentioned above while on their yacht from December 22 to January 23. Yeah, so that's the butler on the yacht. Must be nice, but not anymore. All right, so now we got to go to page 40. So yeah, here's Jones. That's Rodney right there, the plaintiff. All right, 40, 40, 40. Where are you? There we go. Alrighty. Yeah, we already read that. So this is, I don't know. Doesn't say. It's Russell Green. Blank gave me your number. Are you available to speak with me? And he says, hey, I can chat in a couple hours if that's cool. Sounds good. I'm in an event from 3 to 5, so I'll be available after 5. I'm on the West Coast. Where are you? Somebody says, I'm in Los Angeles. I can talk at 1:30 as well. Okay, you available? And then at 1:41, he says, you available now? Did you just call me? Yes. Upon information and belief, Mr. Green attempted to bribe this anonymous individual with an uncertain amount of money in exchange for her producing text messages or any evidence that this individual could produce to paint Mr. Jones in a bad light. Dang, dude. So they're trying to bribe it to get out. So this is Mr. Green. Okay, it's Russell Green. So they're trying to bribe him. It says Mr. Green. Oh no, Mr. Green's the one that attempted to bribe this person. I'm sure that's why they're showing the text. So Mr. Green's the one bribing this. So he's trying. Look, he's like, blank, give me your number. Are you available to speak? And then this person that I'm guessing is the one they're bribing. And he says, hey, I can chat in a couple hours if that's cool. And Mr. Green says, sounds good. I'm in an event from 3 to 5. I'll be available after. I'm on the West Coast. Where are you? He says where he's at. Then he asks, are you available? Dude, trying to make Rodney, like make up lies about Rodney. Or no, I guess it wouldn't. Maybe they're just saying anything that they have that could to produce to paint Mr. Jones in a bad light. So it might be just like going through. They must know Mr. Jones. It's somebody that's probably their friend. Hey, do you have anything that can make him look bad? But I wouldn't put it past them to just like make up stuff too. Like you could edit stuff, you know. Anyway, so it says during a call with Mr. Jones, this individual expressed fear for their safety and the safety of their family. So the person that obviously knew Mr. Jones before this, because they're like, hey, do you have anything to make him look bad? So now this person's afraid. This is a clear example of some of the tactics implemented by Mr. Combs and the members of Combs, Rico, and TVPA Enterprise. Besides contacting the individual previously mentioned, Mr. Green contacted Mr. Jones' 8-year-old daughter. What? So he not only did he contact, probably it was a friend of Mr. Jones, he also contacted his 8-year-old daughter. He solicited information from this child about her father until she cried in fear and handed the phone to her mother. At that time, her mother hung up the phone. Mr. Green proceeded to text her. She informed him that she did not want to be bothered. And he continued to send her unwanted, harassing text messages. But 8 years old has a phone that he would, I mean, why does the 8-year-old okay, they have a phone and then they're answering a call from somebody they obviously don't know and talking to them. I mean, 8 years old, that seems like if they did have a phone, it would be like one of those phones that should be a phone that would just, you could talk to your parents probably. That's kind of, because 8 years old's pretty young, right? Yeah. I mean, I guess kids these days have them younger, but dang it. All right. So we're at 40. First cause, conduct, and participate in the Rico Enterprise through a pattern of racketeering, violation of racketeer. Oh, this is still named. Look, against defendants Lucian Grange in his capacity, UMG. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs. So here's the thing about Lucian. When remember we just read those letters and the stuff that they said about that Lucian just doesn't have no part in it, shouldn't be expected to do like for security and all this stuff. But it's saying in his capacity as CEO of UMG, Mountain Records and Universal Group is 100% liable for the actions of Sean Combs and by extension, Love Records, as they were acting in their capacities as the collective's general business partners when they committed the acts detailed below. The collective financial benefited from defendants Sean and Kareem, the partnership. Okay. Christina Kareem. I just want to see what they are saying they did. Okay, with unfettered access to financial resources in the form of wire transfers, direct payments, and invoice reimbursements, and failed to adequately investigate, supervise, or monitor where the money was being used and who was using the money and what the money was being used for. It's kind of confusing with like the partnership and distribution deal with the Sean Combs and Love Records. The collective provided defendant Sean And then the Combs Enterprise, Love Records, Justin Combs, Christina Karam, with unfettered access to financial resources in the form of wire transfers. Yeah, I don't know. The financial support provided by the collective was the lifeline that spearheaded and maintained defendants Sean and all those other people. Upon information and belief, the establishment and distribution partnership deal between the collective and the defendants, and the names all the defendants. All right. So we're at, we need to go to this page. I gotta make this lower because I can't. I have this one marked. I'm trying to think what was added here. Yeah, they would say required him to work several days without sleep. This is stuff we know, all that stuff. Within a few months of working for and living with Mr. Combs, Mr. Jones witnessed KK instruct her direct reports in Combs Enterprise employees Brendan, Frankie, and Moy to acquire and transport the following drugs: ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, mushrooms. Mr. Jones personally witnessed Combs Enterprise employee Brendan transport firearms to and from nightclubs, strip clubs, and other venues for Mr. Combs. Brendan's that guy that just got arrested. We watched the body cam. Mr. Jones personally witnessed Mr. Combs distribute firearms out of his bedroom closet to individuals that Mr. Jones knew to be members of local gangs. So, dude, freaking PuffDaddy's distributing firearms out of his bedroom closet to gang members. Okay, that's good. Wow. That's freaking crazy. So then it says, during the making of Love Album, several evenings, Mr. Jones personally witnessed Mr. Combs instruct the Combs Enterprise employees, Brandon, Frankie, and Moy, to solicit S-workers to the recording studio at his home and to the Chalice Record studios. According to Mr. Jones, Mr. Combs felt there was too much testosterone in the studio and wanted S-workers there to create the vibe for the Love Album. Then these workers arrived, and Mr. Jones and the other musicians and producers were required to engage in sex acts with them. KK, which is that Christina Coram, and Frankie would often negotiate the price for the workers and services. They would either pay the workers in cash, electronically, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, or wire transfers, or through any other form requested by the S-worker. As detailed in the chart below, when Mr. Jones was groomed in soliciting S-workers for Mr. Combs, he often negotiated the cost via text message. The Rico Enterprise, which all defendants have engaged in, and the activities of which affected interstate and foreign commerce, is comprised of an association, in fact, of persons including each defendant and other unnamed co-conspirators. Association was structured by various general partnership agreements, establishment deals, distribution deals, contracts, non-contractual relationships. They also worked collectively to deceptively obtain the labor of producers, musicians, writers, creators, and artists such as plaintiff, to utilize their talents and labor to produce music and other tangible goods and service without full compensation. Frankie and Mr. Combs agreed to provide Mr. Jones $20,000 per song, 4 royalty points per song, credit as producer, credit for each instrument Mr. Jones played, and publishing rights for Mr. Jones' work in exchange for Mr. Jones' service on the Love Album. Over 13 months, Mr. Jones fulfilled his end of the agreement and provided services for the Love Album. Mr. Combs benefited from Mr. Jones' service and refused to compensate him by their agreement. Mr. Jones is not the only creative who had his services stolen by Mr. Combs. Many creatives worked for months on the Love album and were never compensated. That's bullcrap. And it says, according to Habtemariam, that Ethiopia, this declaration, the collective reimbursed or paid for the production of Love. Mr. Jones was not compensated. So if Habtemariam declaration is correct, what was the collective financial support used for? And what mechanism did the collective have in place to ensure the money provided to defendants Sean Combs, and all the Combs Enterprise, Love Records, Justin Combs, blah, 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 were used for the purpose outlined in the collective's partnership deal? The collective and defendant. So that's what he's saying. Like, yeah, Ethiopia and them, you guys are giving them money for this, but they're using it for other stuff, for S workers, for drugs, guns. They're not paying the freaking artists. So you should make sure that this freaking money goes to what it's supposed to go to, instead of just like not even care what they're doing with the money, right? That's bullcrap. Yeah, I kind of agree. They shouldn't just blindly give them the money. Shouldn't it be a little bit more professional? Make sure it goes to the freaking. But I mean, I guess they're trusting PuffDaddy and all them. Like, there should be professional, maybe. But dang it. So that's what he's saying. Where is that? Where are I just reading that? Where it says, as set forth herein, although members of the collective may not have directly threatened, coerced, forced, or violently threatened plaintiff, they financially benefited from defendants Sean Combs, Combs Enterprise, Love Records, Justin Combs, blah, blah, blah. Scheme of defrauding and intimidating the plaintiff with threats of violence, threatening to eat plaintiff's face and all that stuff. Yeah. So here is some little chart here that wasn't in the last one. As outlined in the chart above, from 2003 to 2005, defendant Combs, the then CEO, owner of Bad Boys, entered a joint venture deal with Universal Music Group, a subsidiary of defendant Universal Music Group. So from 2003 to 5, date of partnership. It's a joint venture. We have Sean Combs, Bad Boy, Universal Music, which is a subsidiary of UMG. And then from 2009 to 2015, Sean Combs, Bad Boy Records, and Universal Interscope, AME, subsidiary of defendant UMG. And then this one here from 22 to 23, Sean Combs and Motown Records, subsidiary of defendant UMG. That was to establish Love Records and distribute the Love album. So, I mean, it's tricky, but it says defendant UMG, which the Lucian Grange is one of the CEO for UMG, right? They're saying they had firsthand knowledge of Combs' propensity for violence because of April 16th, 1999, defendant Combs assaulted Stevie Stout, their executive vice president of Interscope. Oh, that's what that guy was starting to talk about. The executive and that freaking reporter guy from Law and Crime, now at News Nation, cut him off. That's what he was going to talk about. I wanted to hear what he was going to say. Dang it. Because I don't know much. I guess we could look it up, but it supposedly PuffDaddy assaulted this executive vice president of Interscope. Combs was arrested and charged with 2 felonies, second-degree assault and criminal mischief, in the beating of Stevie Stout, who says Combs and 2 bodyguards beat him with their fist. Wait, they beat him with their fist, a telephone, a champagne bottle, and a chair. Dang it. Wow. That's messed up. So that was 99, but they're saying basically UMG knew that. Here, let me read the beginning. So it outlined in the chart above, 2003 to 2005, the then CEO of Bad Boys entered a joint venture deal with Universal Music, which is a subsidiary of the UMG. I guess that's just going over the chart. Never mind. Okay, so you have that, and then you had a criminal trial surrounding the 1999 nightclub shooting in New York City when Mr. Combs required his then girlfriend Jennifer Lopez to transport the illegal firearm. Oh, look, these ones. Now it does. Now it's clicking. No, I don't need to go on that. No, I don't want to go. Let's see what this one is. No. Yeah, we already saw that. But anyway, so yeah. So in 2001, former television host Roger Mills sued Mr. Combs for assault. This case did not end until 2004, 2 years into the joint venture deal. Despite all these public warning signs of a pattern and practice of behavior that evidence a propensity to engage in violent crimes and other criminal activity, defendant UMG chose to enter into a general partnership agreement with Mr. Combs. Yep. Defendant UMG knew or should have known that it had a duty to monitor how the financial resources they provided to Mr. Combs were being spent upon information and belief from 2009 to 2015. The collective and defendants, Sean Combs and Combs Enterprise, Love Records, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, continued their Rico Enterprise when Mr. Combs, UMG, and Mr. Grange entered a general business partnership to internationally distribute music produced by Mr. Combs and Bad Boy Records. As part of that deal, UMG provided financial support to Mr. Combs and paid for all expenses related to the development and distribution of the music Mr. Combs and Bad Boys produced. Okay. On or about 2022 to 2023, the collective and defendant Sean Combs and all the defendants, I'm not going to name them all out, but all the people that we're talking about, the KK, Justin, his son, and the companies, established the latest iteration of their Rico Enterprise when they entered a general business partnership to establish Love Records and to distribute Love Records' first album, the Love album, Off the Grid. Oh, I wish I would remember I had this. Dang it. Shoot. The ice is all melted. That would have been so good. It was Raisin Cane's. It has the sweet iced tea with the chopped ice. It's all melted now. Anyway, I forgot I had it here. So where are we at? The Love album. According to the declaration. Oh yeah, they entered into a general partnership to establish Love Records. Distribute it, right? According to the declaration of Miss Habdaramariam, Ethiopia, which we read her declaration, right? I had it. I think I read it through to you guys. I mean, as the chairwoman and CEO of Motown Records, she reported directly to defendant Lucian Grange. Ms. Habdaramariam also states that she was given approval by defendant UMG to enter the partnership with Sean Combs to help establish Love Records. It is safe to assume that defendant Lucian Grange, Ms. Habdaramariam's direct supervisor, was aware of and signed off on the UMG and Sean Combs partnership, which led to the establishment of Love Records. According to Ms. Habdaramariam, defendants UMG and MR financed Sean Combs for approved invoices associated with their creation of Love album. Ms. Habdaramariam did not identify any mechanism MR or UMG, MR's Motown Records, right, or UMG implemented to ensure the financial support remitted to Mr. Combs and Love Records went to the approved invoices associated with the Love album. So like what I was just saying before, saying they should have freaking made sure that the money was going to the right people. Nobody was getting paid what they should. He didn't get paid what he for his work. Instead, he got blackmailed and bribed and said, you know, if he didn't basically do what Puff Daddy wanted him to do, I mean, he wasn't going to be treated right. He wasn't going to get what he was working for, which is a bunch of freaking crap. Which he did. He went through with some stuff that he don't want to go through, but he probably didn't do it, you know, as much as what. We need a nickname for Puff Daddy. What's a good one? It says, if the treatment of the plaintiff Jones is any indication of how defendants UMG and MR ensured that their financing of Love Records and the Love album was applied in accordance with the partnership agreement, then they would have realized that artists like Plaintiff Jones had worked for several months on the Love album without full compensation. What page am I on? So I got 2 more pages. Okay. Upon information and belief, if the collective finance defendants Sean Combs and all the rest, in the manner described by Ms. Haptamarian's declaration, then it is safe to assume that they financed the recording costs at Chalice Recording Studios. Defendant Combs' houses in Miami and Los Angeles, as well as the yacht, as evidenced by posts Mr. Combs made on Instagram page. So they're saying that it's probably fair to assume that they covered the recording costs, the Combs houses in Miami and Los Angeles, as well as the yacht. What? But wait. Cram in the manner. If the collective finance defendants Combs Enterprises, I don't know, as well as the videos and photos in Mr. Jones' possession, defendant Sean and all the rest of them did more than just record music. On a daily basis, defendant Sean and the defendants had S-workers, endless drugs flowing through the recording sessions, Mr. Combs' homes, and on the yacht, which Mr. Combs rented. Unless the collective had an overseer present at the recording sessions to account for how the money they provided all the defendants, it is safe to say they were complicit in allowing the money to pay for illegal drugs and S-workers. As evidenced by the hundreds of hours of video and audio recordings in the plaintiff's possession, all the defendants, his assistants and staff, all orchestrated, participated, managed, and executed the Rico Enterprise by purchasing and distributing ecstasy and all the drugs that we talked about. They transported the drugs by flying on commercial airlines from California to all over. They placed these controlled substances in their carry-on luggage through TSA. They then carried these substances in black pouches and distributed the drugs to Mr. Combs, his friends, house guests, girlfriends, sex workers. They function as a continuing unit and maintains an ascertainable structure separate and distinct from the pattern of racketeering activity. What page are we on? Oh yeah, this is still on. So 50. So here's a picture. Mr. Jones and Brendan wearing Bad Boys hat. Remember what the Bad Boys hat means? That means the S workers know and they're picking them up, right? That's their sign. He's in town. So Love Records and KK had a pattern of making false representations and omissions to the artists, creatives, musicians, and producers who used their talents to provide services to the Rico Enterprise. These false representations and omissions were designed to induce artists, creatives, musicians, producers to utilize their talents and labor to produce music and other tangible goods and services without full compensation. These artists, producers, creatives, musicians were also forced to solicit and participate in sexual encounters with prostitutes and S-workers. They also were required to transport illegal unregistered handguns and to purchase and distribute narcotics. As a part of the scheme, defendants required their artists I'm just going to use artists as all of them. I don't want to keep naming them the creatives. They're all artists and producers to visit strip clubs wearing exclusive, authentic Bad Boys merchandise to use the name and reputation of Mr. Combs to solicit the workers. Additionally, Mr. Combs used the prospects of winning Grammy Awards, purchasing $20 million homes, participating in future projects, making $250,000 cash payments, and meeting influential music industry executives. This pattern of false representation was disseminated to artists and around it's crazy. So, yeah, so this is Jones and the guy that got arrested, Brendan Paul. I'm not, so now we got to skip down. I'm just reading the stuff that got added. Okay, so where did this got added? 56 to 66. So I think it's... Yeah. Now I'm looking at it, it's basically this stuff saying the same thing. I'm not going to read all this. But this is different here, or not different, but new. Oh, wait, let me actually, this though, where it talks about, about the too much testosterone. Okay, there, buddy. You know you like the testosterone. I don't know what I'm saying. All right, so trip details. So this is from January 28th, 23. So last January, they're showing your trip with Xavier. By the way of example, on February 8th, Plaintiff Jones was forced by defendants to send Ubers to transport S-Worker to and from Mr. Combs' home located at a 2-star island drive in Miami, Florida. We have the complete text thread and have intentionally opted not to include it here to protect the identity of this S-Worker. Defendant Combs forced Mr. Jones to have sex with this individual against his will. According to Mr. Jones, defendant Combs felt there was too much testosterone and wanted the S-Workers to create the vibe for the Love album. So upon information and belief, this Uber and this S-Worker were compensated from the financial support defendants, Lucian Charles Grange in his capacity as CEO, authorized Motown Records. So, yeah, I mean, if that's where he's getting the money, then they should have. I mean, I see where Jones is coming from. He might have a case because, I mean, yeah, maybe you didn't know what they were doing with the money, but if that is where the money was coming from, maybe they should have kept track of it better, you know? Here's more of the trip details. So it's showing the Uber or the, yeah, after your trip. So yeah, talking about how Combs bragged about the detail to how he got away with the New York City nightclub shooting in 1999. About January 23, while in his home, defendant Combs required Mr. Jones to work out of his bedroom and watch as defendant distributed guns to individuals dressed in all black. In or about April 23, Combs required Mr. Jones to work out of his bedroom and while defendant distributed guns to individuals that Mr. Jones knew to be gang members. And then in April 23, Combs threatened to eat Mr. Jones' face, informed him that he would not hesitate to kill his own mother to get what he wanted, which we saw that somewhere else in here too, where he said that it's just here's a nice little chart. So S-Workers, last 2 digits of their cell phone, dates of forced solicitation, and location. He's got it all. Forced solicitation. So, wow. Yeah. What page is this? 62. But all this is add-on, but I'm not going to, I can't read it all. It's to be controlled. It's basically saying a lot of the same stuff anyway, but yes. Keeping victims in fear of the enterprise and its members and associates. We're saying the purpose of Combs' enterprise. Preserving and protecting the power, territory, and criminal ventures of the enterprise through the use of intimidation, threats of violence, and coercion. Promoting and enhancing prestige, reputation, the position of the enterprise with respect to rival music labels, artists, and executive. Just criminal activity, enriching the members through criminal activities. Wow. Consult with Fahim Mohammed. Remember, that's the guy they call. They need to get out of anything. He'll take care of it because he has like a connection to the feds, right? He is the enterprise head of security. If they ever have any problems with law enforcement. Methods and means of enterprise. Upon information and belief among the means and methods by which the defendants and their associates conducted and participated in the conduct of the affairs. Enterprise. They transported, distributed all the drugs. And Tucci by packing these substances in their carry-on luggage and going through TSA. He says that Jones personally witnessed members of the enterprise do this during national and international travel, as detailed below. Enterprise member, the top approximate travel, and then location, starting and destination. So LA, so California to Florida, Florida to St. Bartholomew. Yeah. So, according to Mr. Jones, the Combs Enterprise defendants informed the members and associates of the enterprise that it would be safe to transport narcotics through in their carry-on luggage because, according to a TSA advisory, TSA security officers do not search for marijuana or other illegal drugs. What? It can't be true. I mean, that can't be. What? Yeah, they can. What do you mean? How is that even? Wait, did I read that right? Associates that would be safe to transport narcotics through their carry-on because they. I don't believe that. They could take you to do a search. That's not. I don't know. Maybe for him, yeah, because. So the following is a screenshot of a video taken on Mr. Combs' yacht on or about December 2022 at 2:40 a.m. Brendan Paul is videotaped with one of the black pouches defendant Combs and KK required associates and members of the Combs to carry. This pouch was filled with ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, mushrooms, and tooch or whatever. Wow. Scheme to defraud. Wow. Crazy. I'm almost done, guys, and I could chat with you guys. I just wanted to. It's crazy. It kind of sucks because when I'm reading this stuff, I can't read chat too. So, and then it's like I want to get done with it. So here's the wait. Where's the one? No, because of the ones that we're adding. What's his name? Cuba. That one we could read because they. Well, look at this. Okay, here, this gives a little bit more information. Okay, that wasn't in the first one because this is another added one. So, says Jane, as described above, Jane Doe frightened and placed plaintiff in apprehension of harm when she physically assaulted him on Thanksgiving. Jane Doe forcibly touched and attempted and or threatened to touch plaintiff's intimate areas and or touch plaintiff with her own intimate body parts. Jane Doe used her mouth and performed oral on plaintiff while he was urinating in the restroom. The plaintiff fought her off while Mr. Combs and associates sat outside loudly laughing. Jane Doe then followed Mr. Jones outside of the restroom and began undressing in front of Mr. Combs and his associates. So, wait, Mr. Jones. Okay, he followed. Okay, straddled Mr. Jones and attempted to have forced intercourse with him. So they were just like, wow. As a result, Jane Doe's conduct, plaintiff has suffered and continues to suffer harm, including physical injury, severe emotional distress, humiliation, anxiety, other consequential damages. Saying she acted with conscious disregard, cause fear. Okay, so the next one is 12th, so page 80. We're almost done with these ones. I just wanted to, you know me, I got to be very thorough. Okay, this is the 12th, so this is added, the one against Cuba Gooding Jr. Is this page 80? Yeah. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference, blah, blah. Okay, Mr. Gooding Jr. engaged in conduct towards plaintiff that is extreme and outrageous to exceed the bounds of decency in a civilized society, subjecting him to SA and misconduct is outrageous. Direct proximate result. Okay, that's basically saying the same thing. So let's go to 81. Wait, 81. This is another Mr. Gooding. Physically and essaying him on the yacht, forcibly touched, attempted, or threatened to touch plaintiff's intimate areas while he's sitting on the yacht, pushed him away, failed to intervene. Mr. Combs failed to intervene. Yeah, basically, it is saying the same stuff, but he's actually named now, so that's, he better get his lawyer. So now we have 95. Better get his lawyer, huh, guys? So this one is breach of oral conduct. Because he's supposed to pay him $20,000 for every song. And he agreed to allow Mr. Jones to keep his publishing as well as 4 royalty points per song and give him credit for producer, as well as credit him for each instrument. But Mr. Jones fully executed his obligations. He names the songs. And then he failed to provide Mr. Jones with producer credit or for royalty points. And he didn't compensate for his time or the work he did. Yeah, it's just, it says he has suffered the following losses: $180,000 for royalty points and producer credit for the following songs. And then also $40,000 for royalty points, producer credit for these following songs. So he names the songs and what he should have gotten, he didn't get. As a result, Mr. Combs' breach of contract. Mr. Jones has suffered and continues to suffer harm. I mean, that's bullcrap that you're not going to pay for what you earned. I mean, that's not cool, dude. Right? There's the Declaration of Ethiopia. Oh, okay, here it is. Remember when she said that, okay, you're going to make me do a narrative or, you know, my declaration or whatever you call it? Well, here, it was like a page. This is it right here. It says, Ethiopia declare... So I have personal knowledge of the facts set forth. I began my employment with Universal Music Publishing in January. In or around February 2014, I was promoted to president of Urban Music, co-head of Creative UMPG. On around February 14th, I was also given the titles of president of Motown Record and vice president of Capitol Music, and the roles I reportedly directed to Steve Barnett. It's just given, I don't know. In March, she was a chairwoman of CEO of Motown, blah, 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 left Motown, entered an agreement with Love Records, license agreement, records, blah, blah, blah. Just, it's like almost like a resume here. Or I guess the stuff that is connected to Combs, like anything she did with those companies. I am not personally aware of any financial sponsorship by Motown Records or UMG of any Love Records listening parties, writers camp. She's not aware of any cash payments from Motown Records or UMG to Love Records. So that's her. That was her her statement or her declaration, or whatever you call it. So not gonna help. Rodney. But I don't know what's going to happen. I'm more concerned about the criminal stuff. But the thing is, this is important because it names the criminal stuff that then they could look into that stuff because he's a witness for it. So, but this is, I wonder how long we're going to take to find out all this stuff. Let me change my banner here or change the, is this too much? It's a lot. Let's do this one since it's late. Okay, so who's all here? What do we got? Diddy wouldn't have. Patronus, what's up? Oh, yeah, so I was watching some stuff about Usher's mom. Let's, oh, you do have some coffee left. Let's look up some stuff here. 1 second. Oh, wait, hold on. Somebody just, hold on, let me see something. Is my mic really loud, guys? Let me see something. My mic bad? Hold on. You know what? Maybe you guys, I wish somebody would have told me this before. Remember when I turned up the mic? God, I can't win though. It's either too low or too high. But I just got an email that was talking about how it is, and it is it's really a lot louder. Because remember how people were saying my mic is so much lower than the videos, and so I was happy that I turned it up, but I think I turned it up too loud. So either I could turn it at my own level, or I could do the automatic, but maybe I should, because I know when I had the automatic one on, it was too high. Hold on. Dang it. That sucks because all the reading was me reading. So now if it sounds bad, that's like all that reading was a waste. Hold on. Let me say slider. I don't know. Hold on. Maybe I'll do. Maybe it'll be like that. Dang it. I feel like now I was wondering because yesterday I was listening to someone. I was like, does my mic sound loud? Dang it. I feel like now this whole video is like a waste. Hold on a second. I don't know, guys. I guess you could turn down the volume, but actually, I'm not getting like a difference, too much of a difference between my videos and my mouse. Hold on. I have it down a little bit. How does it sound now, guys? I have it down. I don't want to put it on the automatic because it was going too low, I feel like. But what if I do it at like 140 maybe? How does it sound right here? Does that sound okay though? Right now, is it too low? Does this sound okay though? I'm going to keep it right here. Is that too low or is it good though? Because I hear what that I do hear what that guy was talking about. It is pretty loud. It's like, it's making like a, when like somebody's mic is trying too hard to like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like, you could hear it's like struggling. Like it shouldn't be like, it shouldn't sound that way. Explain it. There's a word for it and I can't think. But why do I have a black eye, guys? Look, it looks like I got beat up. What is going on? Do you guys see that? What is that? Because it's not only my nose, it's my eye. There's 2 marks on my nose. And it's not at pimples, though. It's like flat. The heck, what is going on? I don't know. Anyway, No, but I put on my earphones. I hear what it was talking about. It is. When I like talk loud, if you have it too loud, it does. I agree. I mean, you guys, thank you. I'm glad it sounds good for you, but I could see where it could be like kind of sounding bad for some people. But I turned it down. It's fine. But hopefully if I need to turn it down anymore, somebody tells me. Because I don't know. I don't want it to sound bad for some people where they don't want to be able to listen. Because I think that would annoy me. When I just listen, if I just listen to it without my headphones, but when I put these in, I'm like, oh, that does sound bad. All right, so let's look. Oh my, wait, hold on a second. Mac, hold on, he scared me. Wait, hold on. No, Zeke's gonna get out. Hold on, guys. Zeke, Mac, no, Zeke, come here, Bubby. Zeke, come here. Hi. No, hold on. Actually, come on. Go to bed, Bubby. Go to bed. Bye, Mackie. I love you, Mackie. I love you. Okay. Let me say bye. We go to bed. We go to bed. Hold on. I'll be right there. I'll be right there. I'll be right there. Guys, I might go because Zeke. I want to sleep with Zeke, and my door somehow. Matt got in, and then now Zeke. It's going off, but I've been on 6 hours. Yeah. I gotta figure out this black eye thing too. You guys don't see my black eye. Or gonna be black eye. Alright, guys. Sorry for I didn't get to talk to you guys that much. I think I what's the word to it? Like I wanted to do too much that I was just like forcing it, but I had so much to read and so much to go through that I didn't get to really talk with chat because I was trying to get it all done instead of just. I should just be like, oh, if I get some of it done, let me talk to chat. But oh well. I'm gonna try to find some more stuff though. I got through all the documents. I mean, I have more documents, but all the other ones are just legal stuff. So now I could really kind of just dig into the internet, you know, that we went through all the legal stuff. Well, there'll probably be new stuff as I don't know how long that'll take, the warrants and the investigation, but I'll go through and try to find more videos. Like, do you guys like watching those, like past videos and stuff that we watch, like the videos of just like stuff that like watching now after we know this stuff? What, you know, just little hints or, and even new stuff. I mean, we had that Suge Knight, the dancer. I mean, so yeah, I'll look. Like I said, I haven't got the calls yet. Probably, I guess, next week. Hopefully, they got the right address. I mean, I'm sure they do, but I always get nervous. Oh, did send it to the wrong address or something? Yeah, I'll see what else I could find on this, and then I could actually start the other couple cases too, or at least the one. Oh, we still have to do Paul's testimony too. So yeah, we still got some things to do. We'll get it. Oh, thank you, Abelis. Yeah, you know, sometimes it's like almost like a sports game. You know, sometimes you have off on sports, like you have an off day or a good day. Like today was like kind of my off day. Yesterday was a good, or 2 days ago. My last live was good. I felt like I felt proud. I was like, oh yeah, that was a good one. This one was kind of off. Not because, I mean, it was bad, like, it was that bad, but just because like my reading wasn't very good and my black eye. Do you guys see my eye? Because every time I say it, I haven't seen anybody say yes or no. Are you guys seeing it before I end? Obviously, the mark on my nose, you can't, I mean, obviously you guys see that, but does it look like my eyes, like I have a black, I know it's not completely black yet, but like, you know, it's red and it's going to turn black or no? Because it looks, to me, it looks very red, like I got punched. You don't see it? Really? It's like almost like swollen a little bit. Not black. When I say black, okay, so when I say black, like even when I say a black eye, sometimes I don't mean like it's actually black yet, but just like it's like, you know, some people keep saying a black and blue eye just because like it's like you got like it looks like you got hit or it's puffy or it's like a, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's not black and blue yet, but it's like that first day, like when it first happens or something where you have like a red puffy and it's red where it could. Like a purplish. It's almost like swollen. So it probably won't turn black and blue because I didn't get hit. But why is it? God, I hope I don't have an infection or something. I don't know. But it kind of feels like tender. Yeah, it does. It feels like sore. All right, I'm going to go. Yeah, I mean, I got the 2 red marks on my nose. I mean, it looks like I got beat up. And then, oh well. Yeah, I'm gonna go cuddle the Zeekster. I'm not liking this background right now. It's bothering me. I'll just put this since we only have a couple minutes. Like I said, when do you want to do the Paul testimony? Maybe tomorrow? I don't know. Sunday I can't because I have Easter, but maybe tomorrow we could do it. I don't know. Let me see how tomorrow goes, but maybe because that'll be an easy day just watching the testimony. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, look for that. We can watch it together. And then, yeah, and then next week I'll start another case, and then no, I'm gonna look into this one too. Hopefully there'll be some updates, and then, like I said, hopefully I get the calls Monday. Wait, you have people wanting to see it? Who? What do you mean you have people wanting to see it? Oh, really? Wow. I don't know. Evening? Well, I don't know. Saturday. Tomorrow's Saturday too. Sometimes Saturday or Sundays are good to do like early. So I don't know. It depends on when I wake up and get ready or whatever. I don't know. Maybe evening, early evening. I'm not good with like planned stuff sometimes. That's pretty, dude. That looks cool. That looked like a clouds for a minute right there. Yeah. And then I'm going to dig this week. I'm going to try to find some more stuff on this PuffDaddy stuff. Just even like going back. I mean, we'll probably be able to find so much stuff. There's probably so much stuff out there because he's like famous. There's probably like, you know what I'm saying? Like videos and people coming out and stories and stuff. So I'm going to try to dig and find just do deep dive, just try to find as much as I can. Here's the thing with him, it's probably going to be so much because of who he is that we're going to have to kind of like wean it down, or not wean it down, but like narrow it down probably. But yeah, it's fun because I like this stuff I look up anyway. So well, I guess true crime I do too. What am I talking about? But yeah. All right, guys. What else do we have to do? I feel like what else was planned? Member stuff. I can do member stuff. Okay, I better go. Zeke's. I wish I could get Mac. See, if I didn't want to get rid of Zeke, I would have. Mac just got his hair cut. My brother's dog. I'm whispering because if Zeke gets all. He hears like Mac or Gia's name, gets all psycho. Not psycho, but it just triggers him. But I should bring him in. But if I bring him in, then Zeke will go. I don't know. That's what I said. When you're coming in tomorrow. Like, I don't know. Because I don't know. Depends on how good I sleep, how quick I fall asleep, when I wake up. You know, what happens tomorrow. If I'm going to say like, maybe late afternoon. But then I was like, I don't want to say that because maybe not. So I don't know what will happen. So maybe, but probably evening. I don't. But then sometimes my mom will be like, we're going to have dinner at this time. So it's just hard sometimes, especially when it's tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know. Why? What time's good for you? I'd like to say 6, but then if I'm up and able, I would like to even do it earlier if I can, you know? So maybe late afternoon, maybe early evening. Probably not too late. I'm saying that, but I wouldn't like to do it too late because Sunday's Easter and it'll be a busy day. But I could try to put up the reminder as early as possible. Will you get the reminder? I try to get it up early so it's not like right before I go live. And I'll try to do a community post. Oh, thanks, Brittany. Abelis, wait, did it again? Did I miss that? Oh, thank you guys. And all the gifted memberships. And I want to do another members thing. I could do, I don't know. I do want to do another giveaway too, but God, there's so many things I want to do, but let me just go and collect my thoughts. Hopefully, did you guys learn anything? Were you guys, honestly, the people that are left here, were you able to follow what I was reading at all? Because it was just like, I was having such trouble reading for some time, for some reason. Were you able to or no? Or was it like what I was reading? Don't just say yes to be nice. I honestly, were you having trouble following it? Oh, Abelis. Shimmy, you guys are awesome. Jennifer, aw. Nene. Renee. Princess. All right, I better go. Okay, I'm coming, Bubba. He runs. He's the king. All right, bye, guys. Send me stuff. If you guys find any good stuff on Diddy, it's so weird. Like when what's her name from News Nation said like P Diddy, for some reason, why is just saying that name if you're not like somebody that you would think that was like in that genre or like listen to that music or whatever, like an older person just saying like P Diddy. When she's like P Diddy, Puff Daddy. I don't know what's that girl's name from New Nation. It just made me laugh because like, but I probably look that way saying it too. I don't know why, but it's just the name. So why does? Because it's just crazy because we associate that name with something. So then when you hear somebody say it, that's not who you would think would say it, even though you're just saying the word. It doesn't mean you're a fan, but it's just like the fact that you're saying. I don't know. It's weird. Did you guys get that when she said the girl from News Nation? But do you get it from me? Like when I say like P Diddy, does it sound like funny kinda? And then what else did she say? The girl from News Nation, she goes P Diddy, and then she said when she said 50 Cent, and then she said maybe this wasn't a video I played. I think this is a video I just watched. She said something like I follow 50 Cent. I was like thinking, you follow him like normally? Like really? That surprised me. Because she's all like proper and, but it's just like, yeah, I guess doesn't mean you can't be like, I don't know, you have a profession and be like professional in your job and still. I don't sound like that. I figured I would. I don't know. Not because not the same reason for her. Kind of the same reason, but I'm not like all proper professional, but just because I'm like more hippie, not like probably something you would think listen to hip hop. Maybe. I don't know. Because I don't really, but no, I know, but it's just funny that we have, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I have it in my head where that name just associates with stuff. So, but put a one, honestly, if you, when you heard that lady from News Nation, if you even know what I'm talking about when she said P. Diddy today on that video, if you thought it was funny, or did it not sound weird? Did it just sound normal to you guys? Put up a one if you get what I'm saying. And put a two if you don't. I'm just curious, because I don't know if it's like some construct, or would that be the right word, that I just have in my head, or other people have to too. I can't be the only one though. But I want to see how many people. Oh, whoa. So you guys, one is that you get it, right? Okay. That's funny. Oh my God. I'm 42 though, I think. I'm either 42 or 40. I think I'm 42. I'm always like a year off. Or wait, am I 44? No, I'm 42. 43, 42. Wait a minute. How old am I? Because it's 2020. Am I 43? I don't know, guys. I really don't know. I have to go see my year of birth to do it. I was born in 81. October. So wait. Am I 43? No, 42. 42. Yeah. Okay. All right. Bye, guys. Oh, puppy.